Chapter 1859. Time flew by, and the auction had been going on for 2 hours now. During this time, almost every item brought up for auction was sold for a high price, making Clear Sky Auction House extremely profitable. However, all the cultivator participating in the auction were either in the hall or in the private rooms below a block. The Origin Kings in the 5 private rooms of a block were all biding their time, and Yang Kai did not know what they were waiting for. Even Hua Yumeng had bid twice, winning an artifact and a powerful secret technique that she was currently studying happily. At this point, the auction was about to come to an end, and Yang Kai immediately knew that the highlight of the auction was about to begin, so he immediately perked up. The next item to be auctioned is a spirit pill, an Origin King grade spirit pill. On the auction stage, Li Nuo said with a smile. As soon as these words fell, there was an uproar in the hall as everyone stared at Li Nuo in amazement. After all, Origin King grade spirit pills were not common goods anywhere, and it was extremely rare for one to appear at an auction. Generally, a cultivator who obtained an Origin King grade spirit pill would hide it, either giving it to their friends or family, or privately finding a master to exchange for a large number of saint crystals. It was very rare for something like this to be auctioned at an auction. Only those auction houses with strong backgrounds could obtain Origin King grade spirit pills as auction items. Although Clear Sky Auction House was quite famous in Purple Star City, it wasn't very famous. It had never auctioned anything too valuable before, so no one had expected that it would actually bring out an Origin King grade spirit pill to auction this time. This was really beyond everyone's expectations, and everyone was looking forward to it. Inside room A5. Hua Yumeng also stopped what she was doing and looked towards the stage with interest. Li Nuo smiled lightly and took a few steps forward, arriving in front of the maidservant. Reaching out, she picked up a jade bottle from the tray, shook it, and immediately heard a crisp sound. Pursing her lips, she smiled and said, "This jade bottle contains an Origin King pill." Hong, after Li Nuo's voice fell, the entire hall's cultivator went into an uproar. What, an Origin King pill? An Origin King pill? Sister Li Nuo, are you not deceiving us? Li Nuo smiled and said, "This mistress auction house is here. How could I dare deceive everyone? This spirit pill is indeed an Origin King pill. Please take a look." As she spoke, she opened the jade bottle and poured out a round, rolling spirit pill. As soon as the pill appeared, the entire hall was filled with the fragrance of pills. When the fragrance entered their nostrils, many cultivators' faces lit up with joy. They felt as if their bottlenecks were loosening. Just smelling the pill fragrance had such a miraculous effect. What kind of amazing effects would there be if you were to consume it? Sure enough, it was an Origin King pill. The Origin King pill was a spirit pill that peak Origin returning realm cultivators yearned for when attempting to break through to the Origin King realm. It could increase the success rate of a cultivator's breakthrough, and after taking this pill, it would be easier for them to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, allowing them to better condense their territory. Although this pill couldn't be used to restore or heal injuries, it was still a fatal temptation to any third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. The quality of an Origin King pill was Origin King grade low rank and could only be refined by an Origin King grade alchemist. Moreover, because the main materials used to refine the Origin King pill were rare, Origin King pills were rare even in the entire star territory. Combining all of these factors, each Origin King pill was priceless. As for the role of an Origin King pill, I don't think this mistress needs to explain. Li Nuo seemed to have expected this reaction and smiled. This Origin King pill has a base price of 20 million crystals. Everyone, please bid. As soon as her voice fell, the hall fell silent, with no one daring to bid. 20 million saint crystals was not something an ordinary cultivator could take out. Only those who had the backing of a great force, such as a family or sect, could have such strong financial resources. However, Li Noa was not in a hurry because she knew that this Origin King pill would definitely not go unsold. It was just that some people were not in a hurry to bid. Huchi. Huchi, in room A5, heavy breathing sounded. Yang Kai turned his head and found that Hua Yumeng could no longer remain calm, her tender body trembling slightly as her cheeks flushed red. Her fists were clenched tightly together as her pair of beautiful eyes stared fixedly at the Origin King pill on the stage. She was also a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, and although she had not made much progress since breaking through, how could she remain calm when an Origin King grade pill was right in front of her? This was not just a spirit pill, it was a symbol of the path to the Origin King realm. If she could really use this Origin King pill to break through to the Origin King realm, let alone 20 million, even 200 million would be worth it. So, after a moment of excitement, she blurted out, 20 million. Her voice broke the silence in the room and Li Noa glanced over at room A5, casting a kind smile on her face. 25 million. As soon as Hua Yumeng's voice fell, a bid immediately sounded from one of the private rooms in the third block, increasing the price by more than 5 million. This time, the other cultivator could no longer sit still and bids rose one after another, all of them coming from the private rooms. In a short span of 10 breaths, the price had actually been raised to over 80 million. Hua Yumeng's pretty face could not help turning pale as she faintly realized that she was no longer able to compete for this spirit pill. 80 million was simply an unaffordable number for her. Although there were still more than 30 land deeds waiting to be auctioned in Clear Sky Auction House, even if they were sold, how many Saint Crystals could they possibly fetch? The competition for the Origin King pill had only just begun, so there was no telling what the final price would be. Perhaps even if she threw in all the Saint Crystals she had earned from the land deeds auction, it would not be enough. 100 million. From a private room in room B, an old voice called out. Although this voice was deliberately calm, anyone could hear the excitement and nervousness in his voice. As soon as this price was called, the scene fell silent again. The Origin King pill was indeed precious, but it only increased the success rate of a cultivator breaking through. It was not a guarantee that one would be able to break through after being convinced, all it brought was a glimmer of hope. A price of 100 million was almost the limit in the hearts of most cultivators. As such, after the initial impulse, many people began to calm down and no longer bid. For a long time, no new bids were made. Li Noa, on the other hand, was not worried at all. Standing on the stage, she asked with a smile, "The old gentleman in room B8 has bid 100 million. Is there no higher bid?" "No, hurry up and start the countdown." The cultivator in room B8 shouted anxiously. He could not easily take out 100 million Saint Crystals, but it was still worth exchanging for an Origin King pill, so he was afraid that someone else would compete with him, so he urged vigorously. 110 million. At that moment, a hearty laugh came from one of the private rooms and raised the price by 10 million. Who? Which bastard dares to bid against this old master? Hateful. The cultivator in room B8 was so angry that his nose became crooked and he could not help but roar. However, when he realized that the voice was coming from room A2, his face changed drastically. He was only in room B8, but the other party was in room A2, so their status was obviously higher than his. At the same time, from room A2, a powerful divine sense swept out and blasted towards the cultivator who had just spoken. With a muffled groan, the cultivator in room B8 suddenly turned pale and blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth. Staring at room A2 in horror, he whispered, "Origin King Realm. Since you're here to participate in the auction, you should abide by the rules. Next time you act so impudently, I'll take your dog life." Another voice came from room A2. Yes, Master has taught me a lesson." The cultivator in room B8 did not dare to complain and quickly nodded, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Although the room was isolated by a barrier and he could not see the other party's face, he knew that an Origin King Realm Master was not someone he could provoke. Quite awe-inspiring, daring to say you can take someone's life at will in Purple Star City. Do you not put the rules of Purple Star City in your eyes? Suddenly, another old voice sounded. Everyone was taken aback when they heard this voice, not knowing what had just happened. Looking towards the source of the voice, they found that the speaker was actually in room A1. This was the most honorable room in the entire auction house. Previously, everyone was guessing who was sitting inside. At this moment, when the other party spoke, someone immediately exclaimed, "Great Elder, it's the Great Elder sitting inside." Heavens, it really is Great Elder. 2 years ago, I saw Great Elder from afar and heard him reprimand someone. It was definitely Great Elder's voice. Why is the Great Elder here? For a time, everyone was discussing. However, if the person sitting in room A1 was Great Elder's husband, Sun Liang, then there was no doubt. After all, in the entire Purple Star, only Great Elder had the greatest power. The only thing they couldn't figure out was who was sitting in room A2. The Great Elder didn't seem to like them very much. This Origin King pill is for this old master, 200 million. Gong Sun Liang said unhurriedly, *qua. The cultivator in the hall was once again in an uproar, not only because Gong Sun Liang had actually participated in this auction, but also because the price increase was so terrifying, directly rising from 110 million to 200 million. Everyone couldn't help sighing in their hearts. Worthy of Purple Star's Great Elder, the wealth he possessed was likely more than an ordinary cultivator could spend in a few hundred lifetimes. 210 million. Out of everyone's expectations, the person who had previously bid in room A2 actually followed up once again. 300 million. Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted. 310 million, 500 million. Everyone's expression became sluggish as they stared with wide eyes, listening attentively to the bids from the 2 private rooms in a block. Even Kai Yang furrowed his brow, revealing a strange expression. Although the value of an Origin King pill was huge, wasn't the price of 500 million Saint Crystals a bit too unreasonable? Moreover, with Gong Sun Liang's cultivation, this Origin King pill was of no use to him. Even if he wanted to buy it for his family's juniors, there was no need for him to invest so much capital. Yang Kai was confused. As soon as Gong Sun Liang bid 500 million Saint Crystals, the bidding in room A2 suddenly went silent, as if unable to keep up. Chapter 1860. At this moment, in room A2, Ziwu Ji stared in the direction of Gong Sun Liang with a gloomy expression, his hand gripping the handle of his sandalwood chair, which had already been crushed to dust. Ji Jun, who was standing next to him, also had an extremely ugly look on his face. Second young master, this old fart is definitely doing this on purpose. Ji Jun shouted angrily. This young master is not a fool, how could he not know this? Ziwu Ji grit his teeth. I was wondering why someone like him would suddenly appear at Clear Sky Auction House. It turns out he deliberately came to cause trouble for this young master. This old fart really has nothing better to do. Ji Jun said with a cold face, this old fart must be afraid that young master will grow up, so he is trying to obstruct you so insidiously. One day, this young master will make him pay the price. Ziwu Ji secretly swore. The sky-high price of 500 million had exceeded his expectations. Although he was Purple Star's second young master, because he had no power or influence, he had to hide his strength and bide his time, so he did not have much financial resources. All the resources of Purple Star belonged to his eldest brother, Zidong. If it were not for the fact that Zilong and Zidong's whereabouts were unknown in the past 2 years, Ziwu Ji would not have stood out and would have chosen to continue hiding. If he wanted to fight against Gong Sun Liang, he would need great strength, so this Origin King pill was extremely important to him. If he could break through to the Origin King realm in a short time with the help of this pill, he would have more capital to rely on. After pondering for a while, Ziwu did not back down and instead grit his teeth and shouted, 600 million. 600 million Saint crystals was already his bottom line. It was also the largest amount he could take out right now. If Gong Sun Liang increased the price again, Ziwu would have no choice but to give up. Unsurprisingly, Gong Sun Liang did not give him any face and instead shouted leisurely, 1 billion. It was as if he did not call out 1 billion. Instead, he called out 100,000 or 1 million casually. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's complexion changed. Even Li Nua, who was standing on the auction stage with a smile on her face, could not help frowning as a bad feeling rose in her heart. 1 billion. The cultivator in the audience exclaimed. What? Did I hear wrong? Great Elder just called out 1 billion? I also thought I heard wrong. How could it be so high? Yes, an Origin King pill is indeed precious, but it is impossible to sell it for a sky-high price of 1 billion. Last time, an Origin King pill was sold at Rongyuan auction house for only 580 million. As expected of the Great Elder. He's so rich that 1 billion is nothing. There were differing opinions below, but there were also those with sharp minds. He sensed that something was wrong. Gong Sun Liang, are you deliberately causing trouble? In room A2, Ji Jun couldn't bear it any longer and couldn't help but shout angrily. Boom, the crowd once again boiled over. Everyone looked towards room A2 in shock. They didn't know who was so bold as to directly call out the Great Elder's name. An auction that was originally uneventful and ordinary was now experiencing a series of unforeseen circumstances. The atmosphere became treacherous, and a dangerous aura filled the entire auction house. On the stage, Li Nua's palms were sweating as a faint look of unease flashed across her beautiful eyes. It was out of everyone's expectations. Gong Sun Liang didn't get angry and instead said with a smile, Ji Jun, what do you mean by that? This elder has taken a fancy to this Origin King pill, so what's wrong with bidding? What's wrong with that, you know in your heart, Ji Jun snorted coldly. Even if you are Purple Star's Great Elder, 1 billion Saint crystals is not something you can casually take out. Good, now that you've made a bid, I want to see how you'll pay. Sister Li Nua. This old master suspects that Gong Sun Liang is making a reckless bid and that he doesn't have the ability to pay out 1 billion Saint crystals. If you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself. This. Li Nua showed a hesitant look. Asking her to verify whether Gong Sun Liang could pay out 1 billion Saint crystals was simply courting death. Gong Sun Liang had already stated his price, so whether he could pay it or not, this spirit pill was already his. Even if Clear Sky Auction House suffered a loss, they could only swallow their loss. Nonsense, Great Elder's credibility is not something you can question. Ji Jun, you're courting death. In room A1, Gong Sun Liang did not speak, but another person shouted instead. Yang Kai's expression changed as he immediately recognized that this person was 8th Elder Jiang Changfeng, who had visited Five Paths Chamber of Commerce before. Justice is in everyone's heart. If Great Elder can really pay the 1 billion Saint crystals, this Ji will have nothing to say. Ji Jun did not give up. Ji Jun, you impudence! Jiang Changfeng roared angrily as a strong Saint Chi fluctuation erupted from room A1, as if a fight was about to break out at any moment. The cultivator in the hall panicked as a look of horror appeared on his face. If the two sides really fought, they would suffer. Even the aftermath of a battle between Origin Kings was not something they could withstand. 8th Elder need not lower yourself to his level. Gong Sun Liang chuckled, since he wants to verify it, this old master will let him. Sister Li Nua, bring that spirit pill over. Yes, hearing this, Li Nua stepped forward and walked towards room A1. A moment later, she entered the room with a smile on her face, placed the jade bottle in her hand in front of Gong Sun Liang, and said, "Great Elder, this is the spirit pill you bid for." Gong Sun Liang nodded lightly, not even looking at Li Nua. To the side, Jiang Chong Feng took out a ring with a cold face and handed it to Li Nua, saying loudly, "Sister Li Nua, please check whether this is a billion saint crystals or not." Li Nua took the ring with a dignified expression and swept it with her divine sense, her expression changing slightly before she smiled and said, "The amount has been confirmed, so the transaction has been completed. Great Elder is a man of integrity and did not bid carelessly. The transaction was carried out in your room, who knows whether it was real or not?" Ji Jun sneered. Jiang Chongfeng sneered, "Ji Jun, Sister Li Nua personally verified it, how could it be fake? As the owner of the auction house, she would not do business that would result in a loss. Sister Li Nua is just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, how could she dare resist your abuse?" "Enough, old Ji. There's no need to say any more," in room A2, Ziwu Ji said lightly. The anger on Ji Jun's face did not diminish, but he obediently stopped talking. Ziwu Ji chuckled. Then, he turned to room 1 and said, "Congratulations, Great Elder, for winning the spirit pill." Gong Sun Liang replied, "Second young master, you're being too polite. This spirit pill is of no use to this old master, but it is of some benefit to second young master. If second young master wants it, this old master can give it to you, what do you think?" In room 2, Ziwu Ji frowned for a moment before quickly relaxing. Smiling, he said, "Great Elder must be joking, this Wu Ji does not dare accept such a precious item." The two exchanged a few words, as if they were chatting casually, and the tense atmosphere from before no longer existed. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that the person in room A2 was actually Purple Star's second young master, Ziwu Ji. Thinking about the two competing bids and the various rumors that had spread before, everyone immediately understood that the discord between the second young master and Great Elder was not groundless. After understanding this, many people suddenly showed worried looks. For most cultivator, who was in charge of Purple Star was none of their business. What they were concerned about was not being implicated in the confrontation between these two. The auction for the Origin King pill came to an end. In the end, no one knew whether Li Nua had received the 1 billion saint crystals or not, making it a complete mystery. The next item to be auctioned was the land deeds that Hua Yumeng had handed over to Clear Sky Auction House. These land deeds were only for sale. As such, the masters in room A did not bid. On the contrary, the competition between the cultivator in room B and room C was fierce. An entire store on Soaring Dragon Avenue, if bought and operated properly, would be enough to increase the strength of a chamber of commerce. How could any of the merchants miss such a good opportunity? As such, the price competition was quite fierce. With a base price of 100 million saint crystals, the land deeds were sold for 260 million saint crystals. Inside room A5. Hua Yumeng was so happy she almost fainted. Although Li Nua had already calculated the bill with her before, she never expected that these land deeds could really sell for such a high price. 1 million saint crystals was a huge number for Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Let alone hundreds of millions. With 260 million saint crystals, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce's growth was no longer a dream. What's more, it would allow Xia Jingwu, Yao Qing, and the others to boldly purchase cultivation resources to enhance their own strength. With enough strength, they could also promote the development of the Chamber of Commerce. This was a snowball effect. And all of this was brought about by the man beside her. Hua Yumeng looked at Yang Kai in a daze with a look of gratitude on her face. "Master, can you take 90% of these saint crystals and leave 10% for us?" Hua Yumeng looked at Yang Kai timidly. Even if it was 10%, it was still 20 million saint crystals. Yang Kai glanced at her and chuckled, these are the saint crystals you were sold for those land deeds, why should I take 90%? Be that as it may, if it weren't for Master, how could anyone have given us those land deeds? Yang Kai waved his hand, saint crystals are meaningless to me. What I need is not something that can be bought with saint crystals. But, that's all, Yang Kai interrupted her with a smile. Master. Hua Yumeng whispered, choking up and unable to speak, her emotions clearly showing on her face. Even if Yang Kai asked her to devote herself to him at this moment, she would not frown. The next item to be auctioned is the last item to be auctioned, Li Noa announced loudly on the stage. On the stage, Li Noa said loudly, however, this mistress and the several appraisers of Clear Sky Auction House have not been able to figure out what this auction item is. Huh? You dare auction it without figuring it out? Your Clear Sky Auction House is treating this like child's play. That's right, don't think we ordinary cultivator are easy to deceive, our saint crystals don't grow on trees. What are you all arguing about? Since this thing is the last to appear, it must be of extraordinary value, perhaps even more precious than an Origin King pill. Let's take a look first. The group of martial artists immediately began to clamor at the same time. Chapter 1861. Li Noa turned a deaf ear to the shouts of the cultivator below the stage and gestured to a maidservant who immediately presented the auction item. This time, she did not try to be mysterious and simply covered it with a red cloth. Everyone fixed their eyes on it and found that it looked like a piece of ore. It was about the size of a baby's head and was round and shiny, exuding a light blue luster. Judging from the way the maidservant carried it, this auction item was not heavy, so it was not difficult for her to carry it. The hubbub gradually subsided and everyone's eyes were drawn to this item, looking around curiously. From the various private rooms, countless divine senses also spread out and scanned the auction item. However, no one could see any clues. Even Yang Kai's brow furrowed, a look of suspicion filling his face. After all, with his current divine sense, there were very few things in this world that he couldn't see through, but he couldn't see through this thing. From this, it could be seen that even if this last auction item wasn't a priceless treasure, it would absolutely not be inferior. This made Yang Kai a little interested. On the high platform, Li Noa opened her red lips and said softly, "This thing was accidentally obtained by my Clear Sky Auction House. Since obtaining it, we have been studying its use. Unfortunately, my Clear Sky Auction House's talents have withered and we have not been able to study it thoroughly, only concluding that it is an excellent artifact refining material. Today, with so many masters gathered here, perhaps there is a master with discerning eyes who knows what it is used for. This mistress hopes that if any master wins this item, he will not hesitate to enlighten this mistress and resolve the doubts in her heart." Li Noa smiled lightly. The final auction item, an unknown artifact refining material, reserve price. 30 million. In the hall, after a short moment of silence, all the cultivators burst into laughter. Obviously, they felt that the reserve price set by Li Noa was a bit too outrageous. Li Noa, on the other hand, didn't care and still stood on the high platform with a smile on her face. As she said, Clear Sky Auction House had studied this thing for a long time but still did not know what it was used for. Even Aunt Chun could not tell what it was used for, but even if she did not know what it was. Even so, it did not affect its value. Li Noa had once compared it with some Origin King grade artifact refining materials and found that no matter which Origin King grade material it was, they were all inferior. In other words, this was at least an Origin King grade artifact refining material. It would be great if the item could be sold, but it didn't matter if it couldn't be sold. It was normal for auction items to go unsold. After a long while, no one made a bid. It looked like the last auction item was really going to go unsold. Li Noa's beautiful eyes swept around, and she couldn't help but reveal a trace of disappointment. "Miss Li, can you show me that thing?" Suddenly, a steady voice sounded from one of the private rooms. Saying so, she motioned to the maidservant, and the maidservant hurriedly walked towards Yang Kai's room. In room A5, Yang Kai frowned. There was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Hua Yumeng asked in surprise, "Master, do you recognize this thing?" Yang Kai shook his head slowly. "I'm not sure. I have to take a closer look." Hua Yumeng nodded suddenly. On the other side. In room A1, Jiang Chongfeng's complexion changed slightly as he said with a gloomy expression, "Great Elder, the one who spoke is that guy." Gong Sunliang raised his brow and narrowed his eyes, "My purple star's third venerable?" "Indeed." Jiang Chongfeng nodded seriously. "A few days ago, this Jiang went to invite this person on your orders, but he was rudely refused. This Jiang specifically stated that it was Great Elder who had invited him. However, he refused to accept it at all. This person is too arrogant." Gong Sunliang stroked his beard and sneered coldly. He sneered, "Only capable people can be so arrogant." This old man originally wanted to find some time to meet this person. "I never expected to meet him here today, but since that's the case, let's have a good chat first. This old master wants to see whether this venerable really has ability or is just a fox trying to intimidate others." Jiang Chongfeng was shocked when he heard this, and a hint of schadenfreude flashed across his eyes. He knew that although Gong Sunliang didn't seem to care on the surface, he was actually quite upset that Yang Kai had refused to give him face. Inside room A5, Yang Kai took the auction item and examined it solemnly, his divine sense condensing into a wisp of light as he probed its interior. Neither Hua Yumeng nor the maidservant dared to disturb him. At first, nothing unusual happened, but at a certain moment, Yang Kai's face couldn't help changing as his eyes bulged, as if he had been attacked by someone. A surge of spiritual energy burst out from his body and formed a barrier in front of him, *pa, * with a soft sound, his divine sense defense was broken through in an instant. Just as Yang Kai was about to resist again with a look of horror, everything suddenly calmed down. The entire auction house fell silent as 90% of the cultivator went pale and trembled slightly. The moment Yang Kai's divine sense erupted, it was as if a dormant dragon had poked its head out of its lair, causing everyone to feel as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. Fortunately, all of this happened quickly, otherwise, some people would have gone crazy. Inside the private room, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with surprise for a moment before he handed the auction item to the maidservant indifferently and said, "That's enough, you may withdraw." "Yes." The maidservant took the auction item and hurriedly left, not daring to breathe too loudly. This old master also wants to observe. I wonder if Sister Li Nua can make it convenient. Gong Sunliang's voice came from room A1. He was really curious as to why Yang Kai had suddenly erupted with such a powerful divine sense just now. Whether it was Yang Kai himself or this last auction item, Gong Sunliang had a strong interest in both. If Great Elder wants to observe, naturally, Li Nua smiled. The maidservant turned around and brought the last auction item to Gong Sunliang's side. Gong Sunliang observed for a much longer time than Yang Kai, but unlike Yang Kai, he did not make a mistake like Yang Kai did, allowing the nervous cultivator in the hall to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to themselves that Great Elder was truly worthy of his title, not someone ordinary masters could compare to. With Yang Kai and Gong Sunliang taking the lead, the masters in the private rooms all made similar requests. The last auction item was passed around in the hands of the masters. It was not until a stick of incense worth of time later that it returned to the auction stage. Li Nua smiled and said, "I wonder what master saw. If anyone can tell this mistress what this material is, this mistress will be greatly grateful. This concubine can't thank you enough. If I win this item later, I'll give it to you. If this mistress manages to obtain this item, this mistress can give the master a 10% discount." Lady Li Nua, this old master can only see that this thing is extremely hard and is undoubtedly an Origin King grade artifact refining material. An old voice immediately came from the B-block private room. You don't need to say that, this old master can also see that it is an Origin King grade material, but I don't know what it is specifically. Is this a piece of Phoenix Star Silver? It is rumored that Phoenix Star Silver is the breath of an ancient divine spirit, true Phoenix. It is formed from smelted minerals and is extremely hard. Its fire attribute energy is also contained within it. This old master can vaguely see a trace of hot aura flowing out from it, very similar to the rumored Phoenix Star Silver. Old man Su, are you blind? Phoenix Star Silver is a fiery red color, but this thing is a light cyan. They are obviously different, how could they possibly be the same? The person who spoke before was suddenly speechless, obviously feeling that his speculation was too arbitrary. Li Nua stood on the stage and smiled slightly. Master, please don't be impatient. Let's auction this item first, shall we? She could also see that this group of people probably did not recognize what the last auction item was. Letting them quarrel would only be a waste of time. Lady Li Nua, please make the decision. Good, this old master bids 30 million. In the B-block private room, the old man who had just spoken about the Phoenix Star Silver said. No matter what this thing was, it was an Origin King grade material, and such a large piece at that. If it was auctioned off and refined into an artifact, it would definitely be worth it. Origin King grade artifacts were existences that could be treated as family heirlooms. Many sects did not even have an Origin King grade artifact. 31 million. 33 million. No one knew why. This last auction item, after being examined by everyone, suddenly became a hot seller. Although the auction price did not rise too high, it was still able to avoid the crisis of a failed bid. Soon, the price was raised to 42 million. By this time, many people gradually withdrew. Perhaps in the minds of these people, spending so many saint crystals to buy such an unknown treasure wasn't worth it. Only a handful of people were still bidding, and if nothing unexpected happened, the final price of this thing should be around 50 million saint crystals. This was indeed the case, and after another round of bidding, the price stabilized at 51 million. At this point, no one was bidding anymore. A trace of disappointment flashed across Li Nua's eyes, but just as she was about to ask, a bid suddenly came from room A5, 60 million. Yang Kai had made a move. Li Nua raised her eyes and looked towards room A5, a trace of astonishment flashing across her beautiful eyes. Just now, Yang Kai had been holding back, so she thought that Yang Kai had no interest in this auction item, but now she knew that he was simply conceited and did not want to bid with the others before him, waiting until the end to make a final decision. This was a common trick used by powerful cultivators, a tried and tested method. Did he see what this material is? Li Nua was suspicious. After all, it was Yang Kai who had been the first to check the auction item just now, and when he did so, he had caused such a big commotion. If someone were to say that Yang Kai had not seen anything and had made such a high bid, Li Nua would not believe it. However, she did not ask for details and simply waited for the final price to be announced. As soon as Yang Kai made a bid, everyone else immediately fell silent. Not to mention that this price exceeded everyone's bottom line, Yang Kai's strength alone was not something they dared to offend. So, after the price of 60 million was announced, no one else followed. Li Nua also spoke quickly, this master has bid 60 million, is there anyone who wants to go higher? If not, this mistress will be counting down. Chapter 1862. In order to coax his daughter to go to school, he had almost been forced to kneel. Li Nua had a very good impression of Yang Kai, not only because Yang Kai gave her an approachable feeling when they first met, but also because of the message he had sent her that night. Come if you want to play and watch. Li Nuo understood at that time that the one who had secretly sent her a message was Yang Kai. As such, she had long since classified Yang Kai as one of her own in her heart. Now that she saw Yang Kai make a bid, how could she hesitate? She was ready to settle this quickly and decide on the price first. At the same time, she felt extremely annoyed in her heart. If she had known that Yang Kai was interested in this thing, she would not have put it up for auction and would have just given it to him directly. However, even so, it did not matter as she would simply return all the saint crystals later. She could not let her own people suffer a loss. Various thoughts flashed across her mind as Li Nuo continued, 60 million going once, 70 million. Before Li Nuo could finish speaking, a new price was placed. Li Nuo looked up in amazement and found that the bidder was Great Elder Gong Sun Liang, causing her brow to furrow. In room A5, Yang Kai also raised his brow, feeling quite surprised, but soon, he bid a new price, 100 million. In the past, it was rare for an auction to sell for more than 100 million spirit stones, but today, in Clear Sky Auction House, the last 3 auction items all reached this standard, and the Origin King Pill was sold for an astonishing 1 billion spirit stones. The price of this unknown artifact refining material had also broken the 100 million mark, and this was just the beginning. For a time, everyone's spirits were lifted. A confrontation between 2 Origin Kings, whether it was a competition of strength or financial resources, was extremely thrilling. How could they miss out on such a good show? As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, Gong Sun Liang shouted without blushing, 200 million. Everyone was dumbfounded as their hearts trembled. Gong Sun Liang had only participated in the competition for 2 auction items today, but each time he increased the price in an arrogant manner. It was as if he did not put his opponent in his eyes at all. This was no longer a normal auction. Instead, he was using his wealth to suppress others. Thinking of this, many people showed thoughtful expressions. They didn't know how the master in room A5 had offended the first elder. He actually provoked the great elder to deal with him the same way he dealt with the second young master. He, great elder is indeed wealthy, this one admires you. In the private room, Yang Kai smiled indifferently and did not lower his voice. Therefore, his words were clearly heard by everyone in the hall. Great elder is right. Yang Kai agreed. If that's the case, then, Yang Kai paused for a moment. All the cultivators in the hall turned sideways and pricked up their ears, as if they wanted to hear more clearly. 500 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall was once again in an uproar. Everyone opened their eyes wide and looked around in confusion. It was as if he had heard something unbelievable. The great elder had raised the price ruthlessly, but this person was even more ruthless than the great elder. What kind of background did this person have? How dare he so blatantly oppose the great elder? Did he not know how to write the word death? On the high platform, Li Nuo's beautiful eyes were filled with an uneasy look as she secretly regretted taking out this last item to auction. Now that she had provoked the master and the great elder to become enemies, she didn't know how things would end. If this matter was not handled properly, it would be a disaster. While worrying in her heart, Li Nuo quietly sent a message to Aunt Chun, who was hiding in the dark, telling her to wait for an opportunity to act. In room A1, Gong Sun Liang's voice came out slowly, "Friend, are you sure you want to pay 500 million? Yang Kai chuckled, "What's wrong? Great Elder is willing to spend 1 billion saint crystals to buy a useless Origin King pill. So what's wrong with this king spending 500 million to buy this artifact refining material?" Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted. Yang Kai calling himself this king in front of him made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Coupled with the fact that the last time he had asked Jiang Changfeng to invite Yang Kai, the other party had not given him any face, so his tone became cold. "There's nothing wrong with this, I'm just afraid your excellency won't be able to pay later." "Great Elder doesn't need to worry about that," Yang Kai chuckled. "If Great Elder can pay 1 billion saint crystals, so can this king. Hearing this, Gong Sunliang became even more unhappy and shouted without hesitation, 600 million. 1 billion. Yang Kai didn't back down. In just a few words, the price had already caught up to the previous Origin King pill, which was not only shocking but also quite comical. In this world, what could be worth 1 billion saint crystals? The Origin King pill wasn't worth it, nor was the unknown artifact refining material, only face was worth so much. A cold light flashed in Gong Sunliang's eyes, and just as he was about to increase the price again, Ziwuji's chuckle suddenly came from room A2. Both of you are people with great financial resources. Wuji deeply admires you, but Great Elder has just spent 1 billion saint crystals. Do you still have the ability to increase the price? Ziwuji was quite happy at this moment. Just now, he had been suppressed by Gong Sunliang and was unable to obtain the Origin King pill, so he was naturally quite depressed. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai jump out to compete with Gong Sunliang, how could he just stand by and watch? Immediately, he stood up to support Yang Kai. The enemy of one's enemy was one's friend. Ziwuji's thoughts were very clear. Moreover, Yang Kai was the person he wanted to win over, so how could he let him fight alone? Now was the time to show his favor, so Ziwuji spoke without hesitation. Whether this old master can pay or not, second young master doesn't need to worry about that, right? Gong Sunliang's expression was gloomy and his tone was cold. Wuji has no right to interfere with Great Elder's private affairs, but Father and Big Brother are not on Purple Star now, and Great Elder commands Purple Star. Your every word and action is not only related to Great Elder, but also the integrity and credibility of all of Purple Star. When Great Elder bid for the Origin King pill, no one saw whether the 1 billion saint crystals were paid or not. Of course. Wuji believes in Great Elder's character and will not have any doubts, but there are thousands of cultivators in this hall, so it is difficult to guarantee that some of them will not be suspicious of Great Elder's actions. I'm afraid they are still suspecting that Great Elder is bullying others and forcibly obtaining the Origin King pill. Impudence! Jiang Changfeng roared, whether the 1 billion saint crystals just now were paid or not, Lady Li Nua should know better than anyone else. This matter has been personally verified by Lady Li Nua, so what is second young master trying to imply? Eighth Elder is right. In that case, the 1 billion saint crystals just now have already been paid. Ziwuji chuckled. What do you mean just now? Jiang Changfeng's face went black. It's just that everything can be done once, but not twice. Ziwuji directly ignored Jiang Changfeng's clamor and continued, since Great Elder represents Purple Star, we can't always be suspected. Otherwise, my Purple Star will lose all credibility. Great Elder is second only to one and above tens of thousands. What he says and does is a model for my Purple Star, so he shouldn't want such a thing to happen, right? Inside room A1, Gong Sunliang narrowed his eyes and waited for Ziwuji to finish before saying lightly, then, in second young master's opinion, what should this old master do to win the trust of others? Please enlighten me, second young master. You flatter me, Great Elder, you're being too serious. Ziwuji quickly humbled himself, it's just that things have gotten to this point, so if we want to bid again, we need to offer something more substantial. How about this, if the two of you bid again, we'll send the corresponding amount of saint crystals to the stage. This way, we'll be able to block the mouths of others and prevent my Purple Star's reputation from being tarnished again. Ziwuji's words were laced with sarcasm, causing Gong Sunliang to become annoyed. He winked at Jiang Changfeng and the latter immediately understood and shouted, nonsense, how could there be such an auction in this world, that's a good idea. Yang Kai interrupted Jiang Changfeng with a smile. At the same time, he released his divine sense to suppress Jiang Changfeng, making him unable to open his mouth again. I have no objection. Since we want to bid, we can't just randomly bid. I'm also afraid of being taken for a fool. Young Master Wu Ji's mind is really sharp. Master is too kind, Zi Wu Ji smiled happily. While replying, he quietly sent a message to Yang Kai, Master, Wu Ji has 600 million saint crystals here. If Master needs them, Wu Ji will do his best to help. No need, second young Master's kindness is something this Yang appreciates, Yang Kai replied and said, what does Great Elder think? Gong Sun Liang was annoyed, but now that he was riding a tiger, he had no choice but to agree. Good, this old master agrees. He was Purple Star's Great Elder. Trying to compete with him in terms of financial resources in Purple Star City was simply overestimating oneself. Since the two master have agreed, this mistress will be bold, Li Nua sighed lightly. Li Nua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the atmosphere in the auction house was still extremely solemn, at least there were no longer any signs of fighting. She turned to Yang Kai and said, this sir just bid 1 billion, and I don't have that many saint crystals, Yang Kai replied. You dare bid without so many saint crystals? Huh, isn't this what you meant by careless bidding just now? Jiang Changfeng laughed. Eighth Elder, this person only said he didn't have so many saint crystals, he didn't say he couldn't afford it. Doesn't Master have other valuables? Zi Wu Ji immediately retorted. Second young Master is right. Yang Kai nodded gently, I don't have so many saint crystals, but I can use other things to replace them. Sister Li Nua, I wonder if this violates your auction house's rules? No, my Clear Sky auction house can accept other items of the corresponding value, Li Nua said seriously. Good, then take a look at this. Yang Kai said before tossing out a jade bottle and controlling it with his Saint Chi. It flew accurately towards the stage. Countless eyes stared at this jade bottle, all of them curious about what kind of pill it contained that could be worth 1 billion saint crystals. Li Nua caught it suspiciously, opened the bottle cap, and took a look. The next moment, her face changed as she exclaimed, this is an Origin King pill. Chapter 1863. What? An Origin King pill? How could that be? Does this master also have an Origin King pill? As soon as Li Nua's voice fell, the cultivator in the hall burst into an uproar. All of them craned their necks and stared towards the stage, as if trying to see through the jade bottle to see whether it contained an Origin King pill or not. Li Nua knew that words were useless, so she quickly opened the jade bottle and took out a round, rolling pill. In an instant, a fragrant aroma filled the air. When the Origin King pill was taken out before, everyone had already smelled its unique pill fragrance. Now that they smelled it again, they could immediately conclude that this was definitely an Origin King pill because the pill fragrance was almost identical to the one they had smelled before and after. If there was anything different, it was that the pill fragrance this time seemed to be richer. Look, this Origin King pill seems to be bigger than the previous one. Could it be that its quality is better than the previous one? What a joke, how can the quality of a spirit pill be judged by its size? It's just, judging from the color and fullness of this pill, it does seem to be better than the previous one. Isn't that the same thing? Sort of. The group of cultivators in the hall shouted endlessly. In room A2, Zi Wu Ji's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at the Origin King pill on the stage, almost laughing wildly in his heart. The previous Origin King pill had been won by Gong Sun Liang, leaving Zi Wu Ji helpless and annoyed. Just when he thought he had missed a good opportunity, he never expected Yang Kai would actually take out another Origin King pill. Moreover, the quality was even better than the previous one. How could Zi Wu Ji not be surprised? In any case, he had to find a way to obtain this Origin King pill. As long as he had the help of this spirit pill, he could try to break through to the Origin King realm after some time. Once he succeeded, he would really have the capital to compete with Gong Sun Liang. How much is this King spirit pill worth? Yang Kai's voice drifted out from the private room. Li Nuo's eyes flashed for a moment before she chuckled lightly, because an Origin King pill was sold for 1 billion before. This Origin King pill is worth that much in this mistress' eyes. She was obviously helping Yang Kai. A gloomy look flashed across Gong Sun Liang's eyes as he said coldly, "Miss Li Nuo, you have to think it through. This old master is willing to spend 1 billion to buy an Origin King pill, but that doesn't mean it is really worth that price. If you set it at 1 billion, I won't agree." Li Nuo frowned and was about to say something. Ziwu Ji's voice suddenly came out, "Great Elder need not worry. Wu Ji spent 1 billion to buy this spirit pill. Although he did not have 1 billion saint crystals. However, with his status, signing an IOU with Li Nuo was not a problem." Li Nuo nodded lightly before turning to look at Gong Sun Liang with a smile. "If that's the case, does First Elder still have any questions?" "Humph," Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted and no longer said anything. After a moment of silence, he quickly said, 1 billion. I ask Great Elder to present the saint crystals or items of the corresponding value to the stage to show fairness." Ziwu Ji shouted loudly, refusing to back down. Gong Sun Liang did not say anything, and a moment later, a space ring flew out of room A1 and headed straight to the stage. Li Nuo reached out, grabbed it, and began to inspect it with a dignified expression. Ziwu Ji grinned again and said, "Miss Li Nuo should look carefully. After all, the number is so huge that it is not something that can be counted in a short time." As soon as this statement came out, many people could not help showing a thoughtful look, thinking that this was indeed the case. How could such a huge number be counted in such a short time? However, when Li Nuo went to room A1 just now to count the saint crystals, she had instantly determined the number. Could there be something fishy about this? Could it be that Great Elder really did not pay those saint crystals? If that was the case, it would be too much of a scam. This time, Li Nuo took a long time to count, and after a stick of incense worth of time, she smiled and said, "The number has been confirmed. It is indeed 1 billion saint crystals. Great Elder is truly amazing, this one is impressed." Yang Kai chimed in with a smile. "If Your Excellency does not have the ability to increase the price, this auction item will be won by this old master," Gong Sun Liang replied lightly. Yang Kai chuckled, stretched out his hand, and sent out a stream of light from his private room, landing lightly in front of Li Nuo. Another jade bottle. Another spirit pill? Could it be another Origin King pill? That's unlikely. The Origin King pill can only be refined by an Origin King grade alchemist, and the main materials required to refine it are in short supply. Normally, even one Origin King grade alchemist would be considered a rare treasure, so how could they appear one after another in an auction? There must be some other spirit pill in this jade bottle. That makes sense, but this master's background is extraordinary, so presumably the value of the spirit pill he took out this time should not be lower than an Origin King pill. Everyone was discussing this matter, all of them curious about the pill inside the jade bottle, wondering what kind of pill Yang Kai had taken out this time. Li Nuo opened the jade bottle and glanced at it suspiciously, her tender body shaking as a look of horror appeared on her face. Raising her head, she shouted, "An Origin King pill. Is it really an Origin King pill? How many Origin King pills does this master have? Master, do you want a follower? This one is a peak third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. If the master does not refuse, this one is willing to follow the master and work as an ox or a horse without complaint." "Bah! Chenold Fourth, with your level, you want to follow this master? I think you want that Origin King pill, right? With your aptitude, even if you have an Origin King pill, it is impossible for you to break through to the Origin King realm. Don't waste that spirit pill in the end. Master, please take a look at this son's aptitude. This sun has already reached the peak of the third-order origin returning realm and his Saint Qi is extremely condensed. Master, please allow this sun to serve you. Sun old too, you dare ruin this Chen's plans? This Chen will fight you. Two idiots, with this master's identity, how could he possibly take a liking to you? Master, this mistress has a special constitution, and although it is not as good as the legendary wondrous furnace body, it is somewhat similar. Does Master not want to try it? Although this mistress is only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator now, she will break through to the origin king realm sooner or later. If Master does not refuse, this mistress is willing to serve as your slave. A cheap slut like you dares to show your face in public? Aren't you ashamed? Master, please choose me, I have never been touched by a man before, my body is still clean. I know the art of the boudoir, I promise to make Master so happy that he will forget his duties. The entire auction hall instantly became a noisy vegetable market as countless origin returning realm cultivator shouted in the direction of room A5, trying to show off their skills while some women even shamelessly tried to seduce him. Yang Kai taking out 2 origin king pills at once showed just how rich he was. Since he could take out 2 at once, it did not mean he did not have more. An origin king pill was a fatal temptation to any third-order origin returning realm cultivator. If they could follow Yang Kai and obtain an origin king pill, it would really be worth it to work like a horse. Inside the private room, Hua Yumeng's pretty face was livid as she looked down at the group of ruined women below, her nose almost crooked from anger. However, her beautiful eyes were also shining brightly as she stared at Yang Kai. After all, she was also a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. On the stage, Li Nuo looked at the funny scene below with a wry smile, not knowing what to do. She had presided over many auctions before, but she had never experienced such a situation. Her limelight had been stolen by a mere participant, but she did not complain. She just felt a bit strange. At the critical moment, Yang Kai lightly coughed and said lightly, "This king appreciates everyone's kindness, but this king has no intention of recruiting any followers. What's more, origin king pills are things that can only be found by chance. This king only obtained 2 of them by accident, nothing more. He really only had 2. Originally, he had refined them while performing alchemy on the floating continent and wanted to take them when he was about to break through to the origin king realm, but in the end, he found that his breakthrough had gone smoothly, so he did not take advantage of the origin king pill's medicinal efficacies." As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, many cultivators showed looks of disappointment. Except for a few whose eyes lit up, everyone else sat back down and no longer bothered. Yang Kai then turned to Li Nuo and said, "What is the value of this origin king pill?" Li Nuo said without hesitation, "Since the origin king pill just now is worth 1 billion, this one should be the same." Gong Sun Liang shouted angrily, "Can you find another person willing to spend 1 billion to buy it?" Li Nuo suddenly showed an embarrassed look. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Sister Li Nuo doesn't need to feel embarrassed. Let's just set the price at 500 million. Li Nuo showed a grateful look and nodded, "Since Master says so, then we will set the price at 500 million. I wonder if Great Elder has any objections?" Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted but did not speak. Everyone knew the value of an origin king pill. 500 million to 600 million was normal. Many people would rush to buy one, so an estimate of 500 million was already considered a bargain. Yang Kai's generosity made Gong Sun Liang seem narrow-minded. Li Nuo smiled lightly, "The master in room A5 has bid 1.5 billion. Does Great Elder still wish to increase the price?" Inside room A1, a look of struggle flashed across Gong Sun Liang's eyes. Jiang Changfeng spoke from the side, "Great Elder, what is so mysterious about this thing that you and that person are willing to spend so much money to bid for it?" Gong Sun Liang glanced at him and sneered, "It's nothing, it's just a matter of dou qi." Jiang Changfeng broke out in cold sweat as he thought to himself, being able to spend more than 1,000,000,000 saint crystals in a battle of Do Qi, you two are really talented. After pondering for a moment, he said, if that's the case, Great Elder doesn't need to compete with him anymore. This is Purple Star, is Great Elder afraid of him? A cold light flashed across Gong Sun Liang's eyes and he nodded after a long time, fine, let's end this matter here. Although he still had the ability to continue bidding, looking at Yang Kai's attitude, he was not confident he could compete with him. As Jiang Changfeng said, this was Purple Star, so he really did not need to fear anyone. What harm was there in letting that person keep this thing for a while? Saying so, his figure flickered and disappeared from the private room. Chapter 1864. Inside room A1, Jiang Changfeng looked helpless as he knew that Gong Sun Liang had thrown this mess to him to clean up and could not help cursing in his heart. On the stage, Li Nua waited for a moment, but seeing that Gong Sun Liang still had no intention of increasing the price, she began to count down happily. After 3 counts, the unknown artifact refining material was won by Yang Kai. When someone delivered the material to room A5, Yang Kai directly put it into his space ring with a look of joy on his face. Hua Yumeng watched curiously, wondering what this material was that it could make Yang Kai so happy. The auction came to an end and the cultivator who had come to participate left one after another. When almost everyone had left, Jiang Changfeng shamelessly went to find Li Nua and take back the saint crystals Gong Sun Liang had pawned to her. That was 1,000,000,000 saint crystals, so naturally, he could not just let it go. Inside room A2, Ziwu paced around impatiently, looking up from time to time, as if waiting for something. After a long time, the door opened and Ji Jun's figure appeared. Ziwu expression shook as he hurriedly asked, Old Ji, how did it go? Ji Jun grinned and cupped his fists, I did not disappoint second young master's orders and succeeded in both matters. Really? Ziwu was overjoyed, great, after this matter is settled, Old Ji will remember this merit. Ji Jun shook his head and said, second young master is too serious. This old master watched you grow up, so there is no need to mention any merit for this matter. Saying so, Ji Jun took out a jade bottle and said, second young master, please take a look. This is the Origin King pill this old master just bought from Lady Li Nua. Lady Li Nua said that second young master saw injustice this time and pulled out his sword to help. She admires second young master very much. So, this Origin King pill will be sold at the price you bid before, only 600 million saint crystals. Oh. A look of surprise flashed across Ziwu eyes, Li Nua actually has such courage? Ji Jun also had a suspicious expression on his face, all businessmen are evil. Li Nua is a businesswoman, yet she took the initiative to give up 400 million saint crystals. This old master thinks there must be a reason for this, perhaps. Maybe she knows the master. Ziwu said thoughtfully, what old Ji means is that she gave me such a big discount because I secretly helped that master. Other than that, I can't think of any other reason. Ji Jun nodded seriously. You're right. Ziwu pondered for a moment before agreeing with Ji Jun's speculation, if that's the case, then we should take good care of this Clear Sky auction house. Well, let's not talk about this for now. What about the other thing I asked you to do? That master has already agreed. I have already asked Miss Li Nua to arrange a private room for him and second young master. Second young master, please follow me. Ziwu eyes flashed with joy as he quickly followed Ji Jun. In the backyard of Clear Sky auction house, inside a secret room, all the barriers were activated and Li Nua and Hua Yumeng stood quietly outside. Not long after, Ziwu and Ji Jun arrived. The two women quickly saluted before Li Nua smiled and said, the master is inside, second young master, please. Many thanks, Sister Li Nua, Ziwu cupped his fists politely. Second young master is too polite, it was only a slight effort. No matter what. This young master will remember today's matter in his heart. If there is an opportunity in the future, this young master will definitely repay you. Li Noa smiled and did not say anything more. Ziwu then led Ji Jun inside. Inside the room, Yang Kai was sitting alone in a chair with his eyes closed, seemingly comprehending something. Seeing this scene, Ziwu immediately held his breath and waved to Ji Jun, motioning him to leave. Ji Jun frowned and whispered, "Second young master, old Ji, I understand." Ziwu looked at Ji Jun sincerely. The latter had no choice but to withdraw. Only Yang Kai and Ziwu were left in the room. Yang Kai did not move, open his eyes, or speak, so Ziwu did not dare to disturb him rashly and could only stand quietly and wait. He mistakenly thought that Yang Kai was comprehending something, but in fact, Yang Kai's soul had already entered the small sealed world at this moment. Inside the small sealed world, there was no one except for Yang Kai's huge embodiment, Firebird Lu Yan, and Stone Mongoose Xiao. The embodiment was formed by refining the entire floating continent, so it was simply too big for a space ring to accommodate. Only an emperor artifact like the small sealed world could accommodate it. Since the last time he took in his embodiment, Yang Kai had not paid much attention to it, but at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that his embodiment seemed to have become much smaller. Yang Kai could not help feeling overjoyed. It seemed that as time passed, the embodiment would gradually refine the impurities in its body, and although it would become smaller, it would become more powerful. This was the same principle as artifact refining. The innate divine technique of the Stone Mongoose clan was enough to allow the embodiment to accomplish this, so it would become smaller and smaller in the future. Of course, it was already impossible for it to return to Xiao Zhao's form. Yang Kai did not think too much about it, as long as the embodiment could be reduced in size by half. Although the current embodiment was huge and gave off a strong sense of oppression to its enemies, it was also inconvenient for it to move if it was too big, so there were pros and cons. Firebird Lu Yan was still swallowing and refining the sun's true fire. Every time she absorbed a wisp of sun's true fire, it would take her a lot of time to refine it, and every time she refined a wisp, her strength would increase by a lot. Xiao was doing something similar now. He and Firebird were Yang Kai's two great helpers, so Yang Kai naturally could not favor one and discriminate against the other. Since he let Firebird refine the sun's true fire, Xiao naturally could not be left behind. However, what he was doing was somewhat different from what Lu Yan was doing. Lu Yan absorbed the sun's true fire and refined it into her own body to increase her strength, while Xiao directly swallowed the sun's true essence. This approach was more overbearing and dangerous than Lu Yan's, but it also had higher growth potential. When Yang Kai arrived here, his two great helpers were both cultivating diligently, but the piece of sun's true essence, after so many years of consumption, had not changed at all. It was as if it was still exuding a terrifying heat, just like when Yang Kai first obtained it. Worthy of being a supreme treasure formed by refining stars, the energy contained inside it was difficult to estimate. Yang Kai threw the materials he had obtained from the previous auction into the sealed world bead before summoning Xiao and Lu Yan with a thought. The next moment, Lu Yan transformed into her human form and appeared in front of Yang Kai. She said expressionlessly, "Greetings, Master, what orders does Master have?" "You too, swallow and refine the outer layer of this thing." Yang Kai pointed to the material he had spent 2 Origin King pills to obtain. "This is..." Lu Yan stared at the baby head-sized mineral and a look of amazement soon appeared on her face. "Master, what is this thing? Why do I feel like it will be of great help to me?" "The outer layer. It should be Phoenix Star Silver." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Previously at the auction, a cultivator had said that it was similar to Phoenix Star Silver, and he was right. Phoenix star silver was the breath of an ancient divine spirit, true phoenix. It was formed by smelting minerals and contained the aura of an ancient divine spirit, making it extremely precious. Lu Yan's body was an artifact spirit in the form of a firebird. The most noble bird of all was naturally the divine spirit, true phoenix. She could feel that phoenix star silver was of great help to her, and this was also the reason why. If she could swallow and refine phoenix star silver, she might be able to catch a glimpse of the grace of a true phoenix. The outer layer? Lu Yan showed a thoughtful look, that is to say, there is another layer inside? Don't mess around with the things inside, they are of great use to me. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Master, what exactly is in there? An origin essence crystal. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he spat out a few words. An origin essence crystal? Lu Yan was shocked. The origin essence crystal that only third-order origin kings can condense? Yang Kai nodded heavily. Although he was now a second-order origin king, he had only just broken through and was still in the groping stage when it came to origin essence crystals. There were no signs of one forming in his body. However, he had once come into contact with a real origin essence crystal. It was the origin essence crystal of Mad Crocodile Monster King that he had obtained by entering the Blood Prison trial at the request of Red Moon Tribal Lord on Monster Star. However, that was an origin essence crystal of the monster race, so in terms of form, it was a monster core. However, what existed inside this Phoenix Star Silver was an origin essence crystal. It was for this reason that Lu Yan had not hesitated to compete with Gong Sun Liang. Lu Yan believed that even if Gong Sun Liang did not know that what was inside was an origin essence crystal, he definitely knew that its value was extraordinary, so he kept raising the price. In that auction house, only he and Gong Sun Liang had reached the second-order origin king realm, and only their divine senses could penetrate the outer layer of the Phoenix Star Silver and pry into its true nature. No one else had this ability, so of course, they could not judge the true value of this Phoenix Star Silver. The difference was that Yang Kai could determine its value while Gong Sun Liang was confused. If he could determine its value, he would never give up so easily and would likely fight with Yang Kai to the end. The help an origin essence crystal provided to an origin king realm cultivator was simply unimaginable. When Red Moon Tribal Lord asked Yang Kai to help her go to the Blood Prison to obtain the origin essence crystal of Mad Crocodile Monster King, it was in preparation for breaking through to the Third Order. Today's Yang Kai was on the same level as Red Moon Tribal Lord back then, so he naturally needed an origin essence crystal. In the entire star territory, how many Third Order origin kings were there? These people were all old monsters who had died of old age, and even if they reached the end of their lifespans, no one knew where they died, let alone obtain their origin essence crystals. As such, this origin essence crystal was a treasure that could not be bought with money. Yang Kai being able to obtain an origin essence crystal this time was also a stroke of luck. Compared with the origin essence crystal inside it, the value of the Phoenix Star Silver was not worth mentioning, so Yang Kai generously allowed Lu Yan and Xiao Xiao to swallow and refine it. The Phoenix Star Silver itself had a great effect on Xiao Xiao's cultivation, while the true Phoenix aura contained within the Phoenix Star Silver was of great significance to Lu Yan. Coupled with the sun's true essence, Yang Kai believed that these two helpers would experience a significant increase in their strength in the future. As for why this origin essence crystal was wrapped in the Phoenix Star Silver, Yang Kai did not know. Perhaps in the distant past, a third-order origin king master had been burned to death by the divine flames of a true phoenix, causing the origin essence crystal in his body to fuse with the nearby minerals. Of course, this was just a guess, but it should not be far off. It was precisely because of the existence of the origin essence crystal that the color of this Phoenix Star Silver was so different. Chapter 1865. After dealing with the matters in the small sealed world, Yang Kai's soul returned to his body and slowly opened his eyes. Glancing faintly at Zi Wuji, who was standing to the side, Yang Kai said, "Second young master, please sit." Although he had been dealing with the small sealed world just now, he was still aware of Zi Wuji's arrival, so he was not surprised. Seeing him act so amiably, Zi Wuji's face lit up and he quickly said, "In front of master, this Wuji can speak while standing." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him and said unhurriedly, "Young master Wuji is Purple Star's second young master, your status is different. I'm afraid it is inappropriate for you to speak while standing." Zi Wuji cupped his fists and said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "In that case, please forgive this Wuji for being presumptuous, venerable." Saying so, he sat down opposite Yang Kai, took the initiative to pick up the teapot, and poured a cup for Yang Kai, appearing extremely attentive. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "This king must first thank second young master for secretly helping me out." Zi Wuji was startled, but he quickly understood what Yang Kai was referring to and hurriedly said, "Venerable is too serious. Jiang Chao is just a clown. Daring to offend Venerable, he deserves to die 10,000 times." Although Wu Ji ordered Vice Commander Chu Zheng to deal with him, Great Elder's influence was too great. In the end, Jiang Chao was thrown out without receiving any punishment. Yang Kai chuckled, as second young master said, "Jiang Chao is just a clown. How could this king lower himself to his level?" Zi Wu Ji immediately cupped his fists and said, "Venerable master is magnanimous, Wu Ji admires you greatly." Yang Kai waved his hand, "Enough small talk." Second young master asked Li Nua to make these arrangements in secret. "May I ask why you are looking for me?" Zi Wu Ji's expression became serious as he said, "Wu Ji heard that my purple star has a third venerable, one with great strength. This is my purple star's fortune, I admire, get to the point." Zi Wu Ji's voice came to an abrupt end as he pondered for a long time before standing up and bowing to the ground. "Wu Ji asks Venerable to help me control Purple Star." His expression was firm, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. However, after saying these words, large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was obvious. He was also extremely nervous, and his heart was struggling greatly. After saying this, he did not receive any response, so Zi Wu Ji quietly looked up. He saw Yang Kai looking at him with a smile. That smile was full of meaning. Although the other party's gaze didn't have the slightest bit of oppressive force, it was like a sharp sword that could pierce through everything and peer into the depths of his heart. Zi Wu Ji's heart clenched. Suddenly, he had the illusion that all his secrets had been seen through. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Venerable One, please help Wu Ji." "How dare you?" Yang Kai slammed the table, his tone extremely cold. Zi Wu Ji shuddered as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Yang Kai sneered, "Second young master, I didn't expect you to dare act so disgracefully. Since you know that this king is Purple Star's venerable, you should know that venerable is second only to one and above tens of thousands. Sometimes, venerable represents the master of Purple Star, yet you dare say such words in front of this king? Are you trying to overthrow your father's rule and force this king to take action against you?" Zi Wu Ji said, "Please calm your anger, venerable. As Purple Star's second young master, this Wu Ji understands the rules. It's just that." "Just what?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at Zi Wu Ji as he surrounded him with his territory domain, seemingly ready to kill him if he dared to say such words again. Sweat poured down Zi Wu Ji's forehead like raindrops as he felt the aura of death for the first time. Under the pressure of Yang Kai's territory domain, he almost lost his ability to think and fell to his knees. At the critical moment, Zi Wu Ji bit the tip of his tongue to clear his mind for a moment before quickly saying, "Normally, Wu Ji would not dare to have such improper thoughts. Purple Star has been controlled by my Zi family for generations, and my father, Zi Long, is one of the overlords of this world, the one Wuji respects and worships the most. How could Wuji dare disrespect him? However, father has fallen and big brother is nowhere to be found. Purple Star cannot be without a leader. If Wuji does not stand up at this time, who else can? What did you just say? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he stared at Zi Wuji, a murderous intent rising from the depths of his heart. He had never expected that Zi Wuji would know that Zi Long had fallen. Although he did not know what method Zi Wuji used to learn this, judging from the other party's demeanor and tone of voice, Zi Wuji could tell that Zi Wuji was not making wild guesses and was instead fully confident. However, besides Yang Kai and Gue Zhu, no one else knew about this matter, so how did Zi Wuji know? Yang Kai could not figure it out at all. Zi Wuji seemed to have calmed down a lot and his speech became clearer as he stared directly into Yang Kai's eyes without fear and said, "Venerable does not need to deceive Wuji. Wuji learned about this matter a few days after my father fell." After saying so, he chuckled. Venerable must be wondering how this Wuji learned about this matter. This matter is very simple. My father had a life lamp. If he lives, the lamp will exist, but if he dies, the lamp will go out. In this world, only one person knows about the existence of this lamp, and that is Wuji's mother. Even my big brother, Zidong, does not know about the existence of this life lamp. Life lamp? Yang Kai raised his brow. Although he had never heard of this thing before, he knew that it was probably similar to the ice soul bead condensed by Su Yan in the past. If the person lived, the bead would exist, but if the person died, the bead would break. Zi Wuji nodded seriously. Although my father had many wives and concubines, the one he loved the most was still Wuji's mother, so this life lamp was always kept by her. After the life lamp broke, my mother told Wuji about it. Since Zilong cares so much about your mother, why didn't he train you as his successor? Yang Kai sneered. Zi Wuji smiled bitterly. Venerable has only been in Purple Star for a short time, so I'm afraid he is not clear about the situation. Purple Star is headed by my father, but under my father, Great Elder is the most powerful person. My big brother's mother happens to be Great Elder's daughter. I understand. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Yang Kai nodded lightly. In the end, this was Zilong's compromise. No wonder Zidong, who had such a bad character, was able to become Purple Star's young master. Yang Kai used to think that it was because Zilong spoiled him too much, but it turned out there was another reason. Venerable doesn't seem to be surprised by the news of my father's death at all. It seems you already knew about it, right? Zi Wuji looked at Yang Kai and said softly. Why do you think so? Yang Kai asked back. When my father took my big brother out, he went to the legendary Severed World. It is extremely dangerous and full of crises. Even my father was not confident he could escape unscathed. My father should have fallen there. However, Venerable suddenly appeared in Purple Star City some time later. This Wuji had never heard of your existence before. This Wuji guessed that you should have met my father in the Severed World and become my Purple Star's third Venerable there. Perhaps you were also there when my father fell, which is why today's news is not surprising at all. Your analysis is reasonable. Yang Kai nodded approvingly, but in the next moment, his face suddenly became cold and murderous intent flashed across his brow. But if I had killed Zilong, today's situation could also have occurred. Did young Master Wuji not consider this? Zi Wuji's complexion changed, but he did not panic and instead said calmly, this Wuji naturally considered this, but it shouldn't have been possible. It's not that this Wuji questions Venerable's strength. Since Venerable was able to obtain my father's approval and gave him the Venerable token, it is only natural that Venerable possesses incredible strength and means. However, if Venerable wanted to kill a character like my father, I'm afraid he would not be able to escape unscathed, right? Therefore, my father's death should have nothing to do with Venerable. Ziwu Ji's speculation was not wrong, but he had seriously underestimated Yang Kai's strength. Moreover, the situation at that time was not just Yang Kai fighting Zilong alone, but also Gui Zhu and the embodiment attacking together. In addition, there is another, more important reason, and that is that my big brother is still alive. If my father was really killed by Venerable, my big brother would not have escaped. Your big brother also has a life lamp? Yang Kai asked in amazement. Naturally, Ziwu Ji nodded. Yang Kai rejoiced for no reason. Fortunately, Zidong's soul had not been destroyed, otherwise, he would have walked right into a trap on this trip to Purple Star. Considering all this, Yang Kai's eyes gradually became friendly and he sighed, "Young Master Wu Ji, you are very smart. If I were Zilong, would definitely train you as my successor." Ziwu Ji smiled happily and said humbly, "Venerable is too kind, this Wu Ji is just dragging out an ignoble existence." Yang Kai sighed and said, "You are right, Zilong did fall in the severed world. It was there that I met Zilong and had a life and death experience with him. He invited me to join Purple Star and this king agreed, but who would have thought that there would be a 7-colored radiant peacock divine bird in that damned place? Only a third-order origin king could resist that evil beast. Your father was caught off guard by its 7-colored radiant divine light and fell. This king deeply regrets his death." Hearing what Yang Kai said, Ziwu Ji immediately burst into tears, his tears rolling down his cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, admiring him greatly in his heart. This Ziwu Ji was definitely a genius. Although he was crying so hard, as if he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead, it was also because of this that he appeared a bit artificial. After all, he had not just learned about his father's death, but had already learned about it when his life lamp went out. Now that he was acting in front of Yang Kai, it was obvious that he was putting on an act. Moreover, Yang Kai was not sure whether he believed the story he had just made up. However, whether he believed it or not, Yang Kai could only take one step at a time. After crying for a while, Ziwu Ji restrained his voice, wiped his tears, and said in a trembling voice, "I've made a fool of myself in front of Venerable. This is only human nature, second young master, please restrain your grief." Yang Kai comforted patiently. "Venerable, Wu Ji still has one thing he does not understand and hopes Venerable will not hesitate to enlighten him." Ziwu Ji quickly recovered, seemingly turning his grief into strength. "Speak," Yang Kai said lightly. "My eldest brother. Where is he now?" Ziwu Ji asked in a low voice. Chapter 1866. Yang Kai looked at him and smiled slightly. "Why are you asking about this?" Ziwu Ji quickly said, "The severed world is so dangerous that even a great character like father has fallen, so big brother should not have come out unscathed. Him being able to survive may be thanks to Venerable's efforts, so only Venerable knows big brother's whereabouts now. So what if I do?" Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth. "What? Does young Master Wu Ji want this king to hand over your big brother to you?" Ziwu Ji waved his hand in horror. "I wouldn't dare. Wu Ji never had such an idea. Big brother and Wu Ji are brothers, and now that father has fallen, how could Wu Ji have any thoughts about big brother? However, Wu Ji would like to ask, Venerable, did you come to Purple Star this time because of big brother's request?" "Nonsense, what is this king's identity? Even if he is Purple Star's young master, he has no right to interfere with this king's actions," Yang Kai sneered. Ziwu Ji was overjoyed. "Then it's easy to handle. Since Venerable and my father shared a life and death friendship, you certainly cannot bear to see Purple Star's power fall into the hands of others. If that were the case, how could my father rest in peace in the afterlife? Please help me, Venerable." Yang Kai remained silent, seemingly contemplating. Ziwu Ji saw that there was hope and quickly struck while the iron was hot, since Venerable has already met my big brother, you must know what kind of character he has. I wonder, in Venerable's opinion, who is more suitable to sit in the position of Purple Star's master? Yang Kai said lightly, although Zidong's aptitude is good, in terms of calmness and scheming, he is indeed inferior to you. He can become a master, but he can never become an overlord. Many thanks for Venerable's praise. Ziwu Ji accepted unceremoniously. He quickly said, Venerable, father and big brother have been missing for nearly 2 years, and although their authority still exists, Great Elder has been restless. If we delay any longer, Purple Star's situation will not be good. Since the Venerable One has already received the Venerable One command from his father, Wu Ji will naturally see you as one of his own. If Venerable can help us, we can succeed. Are you so sure? Yang Kai frowned. Ziwu Ji smiled confidently, in Purple Star, my Z family is the most orthodox. Wu Ji had kept a low profile for so many years. Now that he dared to jump out and compete with that old fogey, he naturally didn't have nothing. What he lacked now? He was just a key figure who could contend against that old man. The arrival of the Venerable One has given Wu Ji hope. Yang Kai looked at Ziwu Ji with some surprise and found that he had still underestimated this guy. Listening to this guy's tone, it seemed that he had already recruited a lot of powerful cultivators to work for him. Thinking of this, Yang Kai pretended to ponder. Ziwu Ji did not dare to disturb him rashly and could only stand in place and wait anxiously. After a long time, just as Ziwu Ji was waiting anxiously, Yang Kai suddenly spoke, Young Master Wu Ji being so frank and astute makes this king feel very gratified. I believe that if this Zilong were to know of this, he would be able to smile in the afterlife. Venerable means. Ziwu Ji looked at Yang Kai in surprise and joy. If you want me to help you, it is not impossible. As a venerable, this king should contribute to Purple Star. This king is not a cold-blooded person and cannot watch Purple Star's foundation fall into the hands of others, but if Venerable has any requests, please state them. If this Wu Ji can fulfill them, he will not refuse. Ziwu Ji was very polite and did not wait for Yang Kai to finish speaking before he finished speaking. Very good. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. This king only has 2 requests. The first is that this king wants to enter your Purple Star's vault and take something from it that your father promised to give me. The vault. Ziwu Ji looked shocked and immediately smiled bitterly. Venerable may not know, but this Wu Ji also knows a thing or two about Purple Star's vault. It is located in the most heavily guarded area of Purple Star Palace. Although this Wu Ji can approach it, without the key, he cannot open it. This Wu Ji has never entered the vault before, only my father and big brother have ever entered it. I have the key, Yang Kai said, there is no need for second young master to worry about this. Father's key is in Venerable's hands? Ziwu Ji was stunned. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Ziwu Ji's face changed slightly as he thought of something, but he quickly restrained himself and nodded. If that's the case, then this matter is not difficult. As second young master, Wu Ji naturally has the right to approach the vault. Just leave this matter to me. Very good, Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. The second thing is to release the people from Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this, Ziwu Ji wore a bitter look and said helplessly, Venerable may not know, but these people were not imprisoned by this Wu Ji, but by Great Elder. The people guarding them are all Great Elder's confidants. Of course I know he did it. Yang Kai coldly snorted, second young master is now busy with his own affairs, so how could he have the leisure to detain Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's people? However, this king is very curious. Why did Great Elder do this? Ziwu Ji's face became gloomy as he said, if this Wu Ji's guess is correct, it's probably a method that old fart used to target me. I'd like to hear the details. Yang Kai raised his brow. Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce is a behemoth that is even stronger than my Purple Star, Zi Wuji whispered. Among the people who came to Purple Star this time, the leader seems to be the son of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's president. Great Elder has detained him, so if Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce learns of this, they will naturally take action. This matter can be big or small. If it's big, it's a conflict between two great forces that is very likely to lead to a war between the two sides, but if it's small, it's not even worth mentioning as long as those people's lives are not in danger. If Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce really receives news and comes to collect these people, Great Elder only needs to casually hand over a scapegoat to turn big things into small things and small things into nothing. I believe Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce will not be willing to have a direct conflict with Purple Star over such a trivial matter. Of course, the scapegoat handed over must have a certain amount of weight. Naturally, a cat or dog won't be able to quell the anger of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. So that scapegoat is probably you? Yang Kai understood. Besides me, who else in Purple Star can take on this responsibility? Zi Wuji sneered, if Wuji is handed over, Purple Star will really have to change its surname. So that's how it is. Yang Kai finally understood why Purple Star had suddenly detained Shen Tu and the others. It turned out that Great Elder was using this as a means to deal with Zi Wuji. It could only be said that Shen Tu had not checked the almanac before coming out and had fallen headlong into this vortex. So, if Venerable wants to save them, he has to deal with that old fart first. I understand, Yang Kai nodded. Venerable, you and those people from Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, know each other? Zi Wuji couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. Yang Kai glanced at him faintly. Zi Wuji immediately smiled and said, Wuji has asked too much. Good, this king now wants to know how second young master plans to deal with Great Elder. Don't tell me you don't have a complete plan. Naturally not. A look of excitement appeared on Zi Wuji's face. This Wuji has been preparing for a long time, just waiting for this day to come. Now that I have Venerable's help, this matter will definitely succeed. Wuji's plan is like this. At that moment, Zi Wuji explained his thoughts. Yang Kai listened calmly, secretly surprised in his heart. He had not expected that with Zi Wuji's means and ability, he would be able to endure until today and only reveal his true face. On top of that, there were countless masters in Purple Star who had been subdued by him. This little brat's ability to conceal his strength and bide his time was truly amazing. After listening, Yang Kai thought about it silently and felt that this matter was not far off. Immediately, he gave Zi Wuji a look and said, if Purple Star can be controlled by second young master, it will definitely be more glorious in the future. Venerable is too kind, Zi Wuji smiled modestly. Good, it's getting late. Let's call it a day. When that day comes, this king will go find second young master. Wuji respectfully sees Venerable off. Zi Wuji got up and bowed to the ground. Walking out of the room, Yang Kai greeted Li Nua before taking Hua Yumeng to Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Inside his room, Zi Wuji could not hide the joy on his face as he let out a silent laugh. When Ji Jun came in and saw him like this, he was pleasantly surprised and asked, Young master, have you reached an agreement with that master? Zi Wuji nodded. Ji Jun punched his right fist into his left palm and said excitedly, Great, after hiding for so many days, I can finally hold my head up high. But young master, can that master be trusted? Hearing Ji Jun's question, Zi Wuji also restrained the joy on his face. He should be. This master does not have a strong sense of belonging to my Purple Star, so he will not be loyal to any side. As long as I can meet his requirements, he can be used by me. But having said that, I still have to be on guard. Old Ji, come with me back to Purple Star Palace to see Mother. Ji Jun's expression became solemn. Young master wants to ask that master to take action? Ziwu Ji nodded. My purple star has more than one venerable. After returning to Five Paths Chamber of Commerce with Hua Yumeng, Yang Kai entered retreat and told the people of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce not to run around for the time being. In fact, there was no need for him to tell them this, as when Hua Yumeng returned with more than 200 million saint crystals, Xia Jingwu and the others were all shocked. Such a huge number of saint crystals was something they had only heard about in the past, and none of them dared to imagine they could possess, but today, it was right in front of them. No one dared to believe this was real. It took half a day for everyone to accept this reality, and under Hua Yumeng's leadership, they immediately allocated 20 million saint crystals to purchase precious cultivation materials. Over the next few days, everyone from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was in retreat, so how could they have the leisure to run around? Chapter 1867. Time flew by, and soon, half a month had passed. On this day, Purple Star's ancestral worship ceremony was held. Every year on this day, Purple Star's leaders, led by Purple Star's master, would gather in groups to worship their ancestors and comfort their souls in heaven. Inside Purple Star Palace, there was a huge ancestral hall. Not only were the ancestors of the Z family enshrined in this hall, but there were also countless people who had made great contributions to the development of Purple Star. The tablets of all the elders were also enshrined here. This was a major event for Purple Star, so no one dared to treat it carelessly. Purple Star's leaders had also prepared for this event for a long time, taking all aspects into consideration. As such, on this day, all Purple Star's leaders would arrive at Purple Star Palace on time and gather in the direction of the ancestral hall. Almost all eyes and attention were focused on the ancestral hall, ignoring the protection of other places. Yang Kai also arrived at Purple Star Palace at this time. After showing his venerable token at the entrance of the palace, a guard immediately led him in respectfully. Not long after, a person suddenly appeared in front of him and said to the guard, "You may withdraw, this old master will take care of the rest." "Yes." The guard bowed and quickly retreated. Yang Kai looked at the man and cupped his fists slightly. "Elder Ji." This person was none other than Ji Jun, who had been following Ziwu Ji all this time. Ji Jun smiled slightly and returned the courtesy. Ji Jun greets Venerable Yang. "Venerable Yang, please follow me. Second young master has arranged everything and now only awaits Venerable Yang's arrival." "Many thanks." Yang Kai nodded lightly and followed Ji Jun inside. Ji Jun was undoubtedly very familiar with Purple Star Palace, so after leading Yang Kai left and right, it only took him half an hour to arrive in front of a secret hall at the center of the palace. This secret hall was made of some unknown material and was surrounded by various barriers, giving it a very tight security. However, at this moment, it was empty. The cultivator guarding this place had obviously been transferred away. Ji Jun stood in front of the secret hall with a fanatical look in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down and said, "Venerable Yang, second young master said that this is where Purple Star's vault is located. You only need a special key and a drop of blood essence from a direct descendant of the Z family to open the treasury." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "You need a drop of blood essence from the Z family's direct descendant? Why haven't I heard of such a thing?" Whether it was Zidong or Ziwu Ji, neither of them had told him this secret. Ziwu Ji hiding something from him was something Yang Kai could understand. After all, the two of them were not familiar with each other, and although they had an agreement, it was not to the point of being completely honest with each other. But Zidonglai had actually kept it a secret. This made Yang Kai very angry. Ji Jun chuckled, "Please calm down, Venerable One. It's not a big deal. Young Master Wuji has already prepared a drop of his blood essence for Venerable One." As he spoke, he took out a transparent bottle. the bottle contained a drop of dark red blood. Within the blood bead, there were traces of purple radiance. It seemed to be nurturing some kind of mysterious power. It seemed to be somewhat different from the others, and it was rolling around at the bottom of the bottle. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, and before Ji Jun could react, the drop of blood essence was caught by Yang Kai. This made Ji Jun's face change drastically. He was a first-order origin king, but Yang Kai had snatched something from his hand without him even being able to react. It was obvious the gap in strength between the two of them. Venerable, this. Ji Jun stared at the drop of blood essence and stammered. How do I use this thing? Elder Ji, just tell me, Yang Kai ordered lightly, but his tone was filled with an irrefutable tone. Ji Jun's face turned ugly, but he did not dare to disobey. Instead, he said, you just need to smear this blood essence on the key. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood, stretched out his hand, opened the bottle, and pushed his Saint Qi. The drop of blood essence flew out of the jade bottle and splashed directly onto the key he took out. The golden key seemed to come alive and began swallowing Ziwu Ji's blood essence, even emitting a sucking sound. In the next moment, the golden key transformed into a two-horned flood dragon. This flood dragon's petite body was covered in a faint purple halo as it flew through the air twice before plunging into the front door of the secret hall. The thick and heavy door seemed to have become an invisible object, and a layer of ripples spread out. Elder Ji, please wait here for a moment, I'll be right back. Yang Kai dropped these words before his figure flickered and entered the secret hall. Wait. Ji Jun had been instructed by Ziwu Ji to not let Yang Kai enter the secret hall alone. Just as he was about to follow after him, however, the door suddenly returned to normal. Ji Jun almost ran into it. Damn, damn. Ji Jun stomped his feet anxiously as he cursed Yang Kai in his heart. In front of him was Purple Star's treasure trove, and although there were not many things stored inside, each one was extremely precious. Many of these treasures were the foundation of Purple Star's foundation. Now that Yang Kai had entered alone, only the heavens knew if he would keep his promise and only take one thing. It was precisely because of this concern that Ziwu Ji had asked Ji Jun to follow him. Firstly, it was to prevent Yang Kai from being too greedy, and secondly, it was to see what Yang Kai wanted to take. However, no one had expected that Yang Kai would act so quickly that even a first-order origin king like Ji Jun could not guard against him. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Ji Jun's expression was that of a dead father as he racked his brains about how to report this matter to Ziwu Ji while secretly praying that Yang Kai would not be too greedy and would just take something casually. Inside the secret hall, Yang Kai looked around and found that this place did not cover a large area, and there were not many things inside, but everything he saw made his eyes light up. Even with his experience, entering Purple Star's treasure trove still left him stunned. There were no saint crystals here, but there were large and small jade bottles, a variety of artifacts, secret arts, and secret techniques. Even without deliberately observing, Yang Kai knew that all of these things were treasures. Yang Kai stood in place and grinned fiercely before immediately stretching out his hand and summoning the soul-sustaining bowl. His eyes flashing a fierce light, he sent a wisp of his soul into the soul-sustaining bowl. The next moment, a scream rang out from inside the bowl as Zidong's soul body staggered out and called out in horror, "Master, what happened?" Yang Kai looked at him gloomily, revealing a mouthful of white fangs as he grinned, "Zidong, take a look. What is this place?" Zidong turned his head and looked around, his complexion suddenly changing as he called out, "Purple Star's treasure trove, how did you?" Before he could finish speaking though, he suddenly realized something and quickly said with a flattering smile, "Congratulations, Master, this is my Purple Star's treasure trove, don't play dumb with this king." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Entering this treasure trove requires the blood essence of your Z family's direct descendants, why didn't you mention this to me?" "Master, please calm your anger, Master, this Dong Lai originally wanted to wait for Master to prepare before explaining this matter, but there was never an opportunity. This Dong Lai did not deliberately conceal this matter. "Stop trying to flatter me," Yang Kai sneered. "Do you think I don't know what you're planning? Are you planning to borrow my hand to get rid of your second brother Zi Wuji and extract his blood essence?" Zidong's complexion changed dramatically as he was rendered speechless. Obviously, Yang Kai had hit the nail on the head. "Zidong, you're pretending to be smart, but in the end, you've been fooled by your own cleverness," Yang Kai chuckled. "Master, please spare me, Master, please spare me. This Dong Lai won't dare do it again." Zidong's soul body curled up inside the soul-sustaining bowl as he constantly kowtowed and begged for mercy. "Now you want me to spare you? What were you doing before?" Yang Kai coldly snorted before reaching out and flicking Zidong's soul body. As soon as he flicked his finger, Zidong's soul body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and was no longer able to merge back together. He screamed in horror, but his voice gradually weakened and eventually dissipated from this world. Yang Kai had no qualms about killing Zidong. Back in the severed world, this guy had repeatedly tried to find trouble with him and even instigated Su Wei to kill him. If it weren't for the fact that Zidong still had some use for him at the time, Yang Kai would not have kept the soul-sustaining bowl with him. At this moment, knowing that this guy was still hiding something from him, how could Yang Kai allow him to live? After Zidong's soul body was destroyed, Yang Kai put away the soul-sustaining bowl. This thing was a very strange artifact that could play a role in the future. Only now did Yang Kai have time to investigate the contents of this treasure house. Inspecting one bottle of pills after another, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning. There were not many pills in this treasure house, only 8 kinds in total, 52 bottles, but each bottle was an Origin King grade spirit pill. These spirit pills had a huge effect on the cultivation of any Origin King, so they were definitely part of Purple Star's stockpile after so many years. Yang Kai naturally didn't hold back and swept them all into his space ring. He also didn't let go of any of the various artifacts. Of the artifacts placed here, 5 were Origin King grade, with the highest quality being Origin King grade mid-rank. As for the other 4, even if they were Origin King grade low rank, they were still rare treasures. In addition to these, the rest were all Origin grade high-rank artifacts. These Origin grade high-rank artifacts were different from ordinary Origin grade high-rank artifacts. Each of them had great power, and even if they weren't Origin King grade, they weren't far off. There were also the secret arts and secret books that Purple Star had collected over the years. Yang Kai didn't let them go either. Now that High Heaven sect had over 10,000 disciples, if he brought these secret arts and secret books back, his disciples would have more choices to choose from. How could the secret arts and secret books placed in this treasure house be lacking? Cultivating these things was enough to allow High Heaven sect's disciples to start out far ahead of their peers. This advantage would become more and more obvious as their strength improved in the future, eventually leaving behind all other cultivators. In addition to these things, there were also many alchemy and artifact refining materials, all of which were extremely precious. Yang Kai also pocketed all of them. All of a sudden, he had made a fortune. Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest bit guilty about this. Although he had told Zi Wuji that he would only take one thing, now that he had entered this treasure house, Zi Wuji had no choice but to take what he wanted. Yang Kai had never had a good impression of Purple Star, so of course he would be ruthless at this moment. Chapter 1868. His harvest was huge, but Yang Kai still hadn't found what he was looking for. However, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry and instead turned his eyes to the few boxes placed in the most inconspicuous corner. There were a total of 3 boxes lined up in order, and if Yang Kai was not mistaken, the Star Emperor token should be hidden in one of them. The Star Emperor token was the key to entering the star boundary in search of a higher martial Dao, so Yang Kai was naturally very concerned about it. Now, he had collected 6 Star Emperor tokens, and with the one from Purple Star, he had 7 in total. The remaining 2 Star Emperor tokens were also within his grasp, and as long as he could gather them, he would be able to open the passage. As for the Purple Star Emperor token, Yang Kai was determined to obtain it. Arriving in front of the 3 boxes, Yang Kai looked around for a while to confirm that there were no barriers around them before reaching out and picking up the first box. When he opened the box, he saw that there was something that looked like a crystal inside. Yang Kai suddenly showed a strange look on his face as he looked at it carefully for a while but soon found that he couldn't recognize what it was. This crystal stone was round in shape and had a very pure texture, almost like a saint crystal. However, this was definitely not a saint crystal. Because it was impossible for a saint crystal to be hidden in Purple Star's vault. Yang Kai reached out and took the round crystal stone out of the box, the expression on his face becoming even stranger. He found that this thing had no energy fluctuations at all, as if it was just a useless crystal. However, when Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate it, his face suddenly changed and he called out in amazement, "So strong?" In that instant, he felt an unimaginable energy fluctuation from this inconspicuous crystal stone. The energy fluctuations were as vast as a boundless sea, and as Yang Kai poured his divine sense into it, he suddenly felt as if he couldn't see the end of it, causing his heart to palpitate slightly. Is this really a saint crystal? Yang Kai couldn't be sure, but he could feel it. The energy contained in this crystal was pure and without any impurities. It could be absorbed and refined by a cultivator to assist one's cultivation, just like a saint crystal, but how could a saint crystal contain such powerful energy? Yang Kai tried to circulate his secret art to absorb the energy inside the crystal stone, and the energy stored inside smoothly flowed into his palm. It flowed into his limbs and bones. Yang Kai immediately felt refreshed. It was as if his entire body had been enveloped by a huge amount of energy. In just a moment of absorption, Yang Kai found that the amount of energy he had absorbed was equivalent to the total reserves of 100 saint crystals. However, this round crystal did not change in the slightest. It was as if the energy contained within was limitless. Could this be an earth vein crystal? Yang Kai suddenly recalled a rumor he had heard before, and his eyes lit up. Earth veins were special energy aggregations formed by the accumulation of underground spirit energy. Unable to be moved, unable to be moved. Places with earth veins generally had denser heaven and earth spirit chi. Those large and small forces, clans and sects all liked to build their headquarters on earth veins. That way, their disciples would have a good cultivation environment. The more powerful the sect was, the more they liked to occupy good earth veins, the more they liked to occupy them. Earth veins were divided into different grades. Earth veins of the lowest grade were not rare and could be found everywhere in spirit mountains and great rivers. Earth veins of slightly better quality were rare, and earth veins of higher quality were even rarer. Where High Heaven sect was now located, there was an excellent earth vein deep underground, which was why the world energy here was so rich. Earth veins were not only divided into different grades but also sizes. Some earth veins occupied a vast area while others only extended for 3 to 5 kilometers. According to legend, there was also a kind of top-grade earth vein where all the world energy gathered in one place and, over the years, formed into a crystal. This was an earth vein crystal. Earth veins could not be moved, but earth vein crystals could be carried around. Carrying an earth vein crystal was tantamount to carrying the best earth vein at all times. A cultivator could use this earth vein to cultivate, no longer needing saint crystals, and their cultivation speed would increase by thousands of times. Yang Kai had never seen an earth vein crystal before and had only heard about it in rumors. But now, inside Purple Star's vault, there was actually an earth vein crystal. This was a heaven-defying treasure. Although it could only be used by a single person, unlike ordinary earth veins which could be shared by an entire family or sect, with the existence of this bead, a cultivator could cultivate quickly. Holding this earth vein crystal, Yang Kai's mouth suddenly cracked open from ear to ear. With his current cultivation, there were very few things in this world that could tempt him, but this earth vein crystal was undoubtedly one of them. Putting the earth vein crystal into his space ring, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it and instead picked up the second box. Opening it, Yang Kai saw a special token inside. This token exuded a faint emperor pressure and had the word Emperor engraved on its front. What else could it be but a Star Emperor token? Yang Kai unceremoniously put it away. With this, he had finally obtained the 7th Star Emperor token. Yang Kai then turned his eyes to the last box. Of the previous 2 boxes, one contained the earth vein crystal and the other contained the Star Emperor token, both of which were extremely precious treasures. Yang Kai was naturally looking forward to this 3rd box. Opening the box, Yang Kai didn't even have time to see what was inside before his face suddenly changed and he madly pushed his secret art to suppress the boiling blood in his body. At the same time, a faintly discernible dragon's roar rang out from his body. The verdant dragon bone sword uncontrollably shot out and transformed into a giant dark green dragon, floating in front of him. On that giant dragon's head, the 2 dragon eyes were as wide as copper bells, staring at the 3rd jade box with a complicated expression. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he stared at the dragon bone sword that had transformed into a giant dark green dragon. Forming a series of seals with his hands, he sent it back into his body, but the blood in his body was still flowing endlessly. A voice kept ringing in his heart, as if something inside the 3rd box was calling out to him. Yang Kai cautiously looked inside the box and found that it contained a palm-sized scale. This scale was similar to a fish's scale but had a complex pattern on it. It gave off an ancient aura that made one's heart palpitate. A dragon scale. Yang Kai exclaimed in shock, "It's actually a dragon scale." He could never have imagined that this 3rd box would actually contain a dragon scale, a real dragon scale. He possessed the golden divine dragon source. He cultivated the monster race's monster transformation secret art. He also had the verdant dragon bone sword refined from the dragon bone and dragon pearl. In this world, in terms of understanding of true dragons, no one could surpass Yang Kai. So when he saw this scale, Yang Kai could tell that it was a real dragon scale. This was a scale that fell from the legendary ancient divine spirit True Dragon. The rich dragon pressure on the scale was almost tangible, resonating strongly with the golden divine dragon source in Yang Kai's body, causing his blood to roil endlessly. Ancient divine spirits. They only existed in legends, true dragons, true phoenixes. Qilins, Pishio. They were all a type of ancient divine spirit. But whether they existed or not, no one knew and no one had ever seen them. If Yang Kai had not obtained the golden divine dragon source and the dragon bone sword, as well as Yang Yan's personal testimony, he would have been suspicious. His golden divine dragon source was obtained in Tongxian Realm's Dragon Valley, and the dragon bone sword was obtained from Lu Yan's desert, both of which had a long history. But now, inside Purple Star's vault, Yang Kai saw another dragon scale. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. His heart was filled with excitement. Such a dragon scale, and even the dragon bone sword, were just excellent artifact refining materials and excellent artifacts to others, but to Yang Kai, they had extraordinary significance. The first half of the monster transformation secret art given to him by Red Moon Tribal Lord was to use the golden divine dragon source to evolve the body of a true dragon and become more powerful, but it was just an evolution. The second half explained how to integrate the body parts of various ancient monster races and truly possess the divine technique of those monster races. For example, this dragon scale, if Yang Kai could integrate it into his body, he would have the defense of a true dragon. Even the verdant dragon bone sword could be integrated into Yang Kai's body, replacing his spine with a real dragon spine. This was an unimaginable improvement, and once he succeeded, Yang Kai's strength would definitely soar. It was just that his strength was not enough before, so he did not dare to do so. The dragon bone sword had always been used as an artifact, but now that he had reached the second-order origin king realm, he was almost qualified to integrate it. If he could completely integrate the dragon bone sword and dragon scale, Yang Kai would be able to display part of the divine technique of a true dragon. This was almost unimaginable. Yang Kai had thought that it would be difficult for him to see a true dragon's body part again in his life, but he had not expected to find a dragon scale here. Taking a few deep breaths to calm the excitement in his heart, Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab the dragon scale, but before he could do so, a terrifying force erupted from the dragon scale and bombarded Yang Kai. This force suddenly turned into an invisible barrier that froze Yang Kai's hand in place. Cracking sounds rang out from his hand, as if it would explode in the next moment, preventing him from advancing any further. Yang Kai showed a look of surprise and coldly snorted, "Dragon transformation." As soon as these words fell, a golden light burst from Yang Kai's body and dragon chi surged from his body. Yang Kai's outstretched hand suddenly became thicker and his entire arm was covered in dragon scales condensed from his saint chi. These scales looked lifelike, as if they were real, and his palm became as sharp as a dragon's claw. Dragon pressure filled the air and a strange sound rang out. Although this was a real dragon scale, it had fallen countless years ago. On top of that, Yang Kai possessed a golden divine dragon source, which was not something an ordinary true dragon could compare to, so how could a trivial dragon scale resist it? Under the aura of the golden divine dragon source, the force that had blocked Yang Kai's movements was gradually defeated. A series of explosions rang out in the air. Yang Kai smoothly caught the dragon scale in his hand and carefully observed it for a moment before picking up the box with a grin, placing the dragon scale back into his space ring. The dragon pressure dissipated and Yang Kai's dragon transformation secret technique was also withdrawn. Purple Star's vault returned to normal, but looking around, this small vault was now completely empty, giving it an extremely bleak appearance. Outside, Ji Jun paced back and forth anxiously, glancing towards the door of the secret hall from time to time, but never seeing Yang Kai appear. That bastard is definitely washing the vault in blood. Ji Jun's heart was as clear as a mirror, but he was powerless to stop it, only feeling like his heart was bleeding. Chapter 1869. While Yang Kai was massacring Purple Star's vault, a good show was also playing out in Purple Star Palace's ancestral hall. Since Ziwu Ji decided to lay his cards on the table with Gong Sun Liang today, he naturally would not restrain himself like before. Today, he appeared aggressive and high-spirited. Gong Sun Liang undoubtedly noticed this, but he didn't take it to heart and simply watched on coldly. Many of Purple Star's leaders also faintly felt that the atmosphere today was slightly different and were secretly on edge. Fortunately, everything was calm as usual and the sacrificial ceremony proceeded smoothly. Half a day later, everyone poured into the ancestral hall to prepare for the final ancestral ceremony. The offerings had already been prepared, and the high-level members of Purple Star were divided into 4 rows according to their status and strength. Gong Sun Liang then began to recount the great achievements of Purple Star's ancestors. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall was solemn and dignified as a sense of pride and identity rose in everyone's hearts. They were proud to be part of Purple Star. After a long silence, Gong Sun Liang's expression became solemn as he shouted, "Ancestors, today Wu Wei disciple Gong Sun Liang will offer this sacrifice on behalf of Purple Star. May the spirits of our ancestors bless Purple Star's martial prowess for eternity. Light the incense." Immediately, someone presented the 3 ambergris incense sticks they had prepared. Gong Sun Liang was about to accept them when a low shout called out, "Great Elder, please wait." Gong Sun Liang frowned, turned his head in the direction of the source of the voice, and said with narrowed eyes, if second young master has something to say, please wait until this old master finishes offering these 3 incense sticks. No one is allowed to interfere with the ancestral worship ceremony. Ziwu-ji smiled slightly. What Great Elder said is correct, but this Wu-ji thinks it is inappropriate for Great Elder to offer these 3 incense sticks. This old master is Purple Star's Great Elder. What is wrong with offering these 3 incense sticks to our ancestors? Gong Sun Liang said lightly, his half-narrowed eyes exuding an almost tangible pressure as he stared at Ziwu-ji. The latter, however, did not show any fear and said with a straight face, in the past, this ceremony was presided over by Father, Master, and Big Brother. Now that Father, Master, and Big Brother are not in Purple Star, this Wu-ji should take over. Second young master wants to offer these 3 incense sticks. Indeed. Second young master must be joking. Master and young master are not in Purple Star, so this old master is Purple Star's Great Elder. Master and young master's responsibilities. Naturally, second young master's matters, so you may withdraw. Great Elder, the blood of the Z family flows in Wu-ji's veins, and Purple Star is the foundation of our Z family. This Wu-ji's duty. Do you insist? Gong Sun Liang stared at Zi Wu-ji indifferently. Sun Wu-yang, Sun Liang Sun, S, Ises, Wu-wu, S. To Sun Master. Yang Qi Sun Qi. In order to test Zi Wu-ji's strength, burning incense was just a part of the ancestral worship process, but it had extraordinary significance. If he were to compromise today, it would mean that he recognized Zi Wu-ji's status, something Gong Sun Liang would naturally not allow to happen. But what Gong Sun Liang didn't expect though was that as soon as he began circulating his Saint Qi, a series of cracking sounds suddenly rang out around him. The next moment, countless exclamations could be heard. To be feeling Sun God. The spirit tablets are broken. What? Heavens, the ancestral tablets of our ancestors are actually broken. Many of Purple Star's elders suddenly shouted from all around. Sun Liang turned his head to look and his old face instantly went pale. Most of the tablets enshrined on the platform were broken at this moment, and even if a few of them did not break, they had countless cracks on them, as if they were on the verge of collapsing. These tablets represented the ancestors of Purple Star, the masters and masters who had made great contributions to Purple Star. The owner of each tablet was a famous master in their lifetime, an existence respected by hundreds of millions of cultivators in Purple Star. After they died, their descendants enshrined their tablets here and worshipped them for generations to come. These tablets represented a kind of spirit, a kind of faith. No one dared to disrespect them. Even the current master of Purple Star, Zi Long, had to be respectful when entering this place. But now, these symbols, these beliefs, were all about to turn to dust. Sun Liang's heart shook violently as he turned his face and glared at Zi Wu-ji. After all, there were also the tablets of his Sun family's ancestors. Before he could speak though, Zi Wu-ji coughed up a mouthful of blood, a sorrowful expression filling his face as he pointed his finger at Sun Liang and said, "Great Elder. Your methods are truly vicious. Even if you are dissatisfied with this Wu-ji's insubordination, a small punishment would have been fine, but now you want to shatter the tablets of our ancestors? Do you still have my Purple Star in your eyes?" Sun Liang was startled but immediately shouted angrily, "Zi Wu-ji, don't talk nonsense, I'm talking nonsense." Zi Wu-ji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. Many masters in the ancestral hall saw this clearly, so how could they allow this Wu-ji to speak nonsense? Yes, this Wu-ji did offend you just now, but you don't have to do this, do you? Great Elder, you have gone too far. Every ancestor's tablet here has a soul sense stored inside it. Destroying these tablets is equivalent to destroying the soul senses of all the ancestors, truly turning them to ashes. How can you face them? Someone immediately followed Zi Wu-ji's lead and shouted. Deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors? Great Elder, what are you trying to do? Great Elder, please give us an explanation. Behind Ziwu-ji, a group of cultivators stood up and accused Sun Liang. Ziwu-ji's face was filled with grief and indignation as he clutched his chest, but a triumphant light flashed across his eyes. Sun Liang's face sank. At this time, how could he not know that he had fallen into the other party's trap? He did push his Saint Chi just now, but he just wanted to teach Ziwu-ji a little lesson so he wouldn't act so presumptuously, but how could he have known that the fluctuations of his Saint Chi would shatter these tablets? It was impossible for Saint Chi fluctuations of that level to have such an effect. The only explanation was that these tablets had been tampered with long ago, and his Saint Chi was just a catalyst. Ziwu-ji. This old man has underestimated you. You actually have such guts. Gong Sun Liang did not try to explain anything and instead looked at Ziwu-ji with admiration. Daring to tamper with the ancestral tablets was something Gong Sun Liang had never even dreamed of doing, but Ziwu-ji had done it. For this alone, Gong Sun Liang could not help admiring Ziwu-ji's decisiveness and ruthlessness. What does Great Elder mean by this? This Wu-ji does not understand. This Wu-ji asks Great Elder to give a reasonable explanation for these tablets. Ziwu-ji bit down on the tablets and vowed to tear off all pretense of cordiality with Gong Sun Liang today. Explanation? Gong Sun Liang sneered as his eyes swept over the masters behind Ziwu-ji one by one. Everyone who was swept by his gaze changed drastically and averted their eyes in horror. Although these people had followed Ziwu-ji and were convinced by his breadth of mind and means, Great Elder was still Great Elder in the end, a dignified and respected figure. So blatantly opposing Gong Sun Liang was something they couldn't help feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Ziwu-ji noticed this and cursed in his heart, calling them all trash. Twisting his body, he blocked Gong Sun Liang's line of sight and shouted, "Great Elder, do you really not put the ancestors of my purple star in your eyes? With such arrogance, what qualifications do you have to occupy the position of Great Elder? Is that what you want to say?" Gong Sun Liang laughed angrily, "Boy, you are indeed very good. If not for Dong Lai, Purple Star may have been able to rise to the next level under your leadership in the future. Unfortunately, you are destined to be nothing more than a clown. Boy, if you want an explanation, this old master will give it to you." As soon as his voice fell, Gong Sun Liang stepped forward directly and reached out to grab Ziwu-ji. He knew that today's matter was simply a trap set for him. Regardless of whether those memorial tablets had been tampered with before or not, it was a fact that he had shattered them. There was no way he could justify this. Since he couldn't justify himself, there was no point in trying. The only way to reason was not with one's mouth, but also with one's fists. Seeing that Gong Sun Liang was about to attack him, Ziwu-ji was not shocked but instead rejoiced, a panicked expression appearing on his face as he retreated and shouted, "Gong Sun Liang, do you really want to fight in the ancestral hall? This is a great disrespect to the ancestors, tantamount to betraying Purple Star. Although you have made a big mistake today, you are still Great Elder. If you can sit in the ancestral hall for 10 years and repent, you may be forgiven. Why do you insist on being so obstinate?" In any case, this big accusation had to be placed on Gong Sun Liang first, so Gong Sun Liang could only walk down this dark path. Impudence. This old master doesn't need you to tell him what to do. Gong Sun Liang shouted coldly, not putting Ziwu-ji in his eyes at all. Just as he was about to grab Ziwu-ji, a ghostly figure suddenly rushed in from the outside and stood directly between him and Ziwu-ji. Gong Sun Liang's face changed drastically as he pushed his palm forward. The newcomer also met his attack with a palm. The two palms collided silently, but the two figures were pushed back at the same time. It was not until this moment that a burst of energy suddenly rang out from the space where the two palms had collided. The entire ancestral hall collapsed in an instant and Purple Star Palace shook violently. Asterisk Xiao Xiao Xiao, asterisk Purple Star's masters flew out of the ruins one after another, each of them looking down as if their parents had died. This ancestral hall that had stood in Purple Star for tens of thousands of years and was regarded as a sacred place by all Purple Star cultivator had been destroyed today. Everyone felt an uncomfortable feeling in their hearts as their expressions turned ugly. Up in the void, Ziwuji's face was pale as fear filled his heart. Although everything was going according to his plan, the moment Gong Sunliang attacked him just now, he still felt like the end of the world had come. In front of a second-order origin king, he had no power to resist. Strength, only strength was true strength. Ziwuji secretly clenched his fists as he cursed in his heart. On the other side, Gong Sunliang narrowed his eyes and looked forward at the figure who was standing in front of Ziwuji. This was a man who looked about 30 years old. This man had a gentle and dignified appearance, and the corners of his eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life, giving him a mature and steady appearance. Chapter 1870. At this moment, this man was holding a wine bottle in his hand that was filled to the brim with a fragrant aroma. After exchanging a single blow with Gong Sunliang, not a single drop of the wine in the bottle spilled out. He looked at Gong Sunliang with a smile and said, "Great Elder, I trust you have been well since we last met." A dignified look flashed across Gong Sunliang's face as he stared at the man and said, "Li Mao Ming. You really are in Purple Star City. It seems that the one standing behind second young lord and supporting him is you, yes?" The man named Li Mao Ming smiled when he heard this. "Great Elder is too serious. As Purple Star's second venerable, this Li naturally cannot stand idly by when Purple Star faces such a big event. As for supporting second young lord, that's not quite right, I was just asked to do so by someone else." Gong Sunliang sneered, "I'm afraid only that person can ask you to help. Li Mao Ming, after so many years, you still haven't been able to come out of your shell. This old master really doesn't understand." A sad look flashed across Li Mao Ming's eyes as he shook his head and smiled, "This Li doesn't understand either. Let's not talk about this today. How about Great Elder accompany this Li for a few cups of wine and we can sit down and have a good chat? We're all family, so why do we have to make things so awkward?" As he spoke, he actually gestured to Gong Sunliang with his wine bottle, as if he really was inviting him to drink. Some of Purple Star's leaders frowned as they stared at Li Mao Ming in confusion. Although Purple Star had two venerables before, who were these two venerables? No one knew. At this moment, it seemed that this Li Mao Ming was obviously one of them. So it's him. I remember now. Someone suddenly revealed a look of realization and exclaimed in a low voice. Someone next to him immediately asked, "Brother Zhang, do you know this venerable? I've only heard of him but never seen him before." "This is the first time I've seen him," the cultivator surnamed Zhang replied in a low voice. "Brother Zhang, tell me, what is the background of this venerable Li? Why did Great Elder just say that after so many years, he still hasn't come out of his shell?" Hearing this question, the cultivator surnamed Zhang suddenly became spirited and whispered with delight, "This is a secret that very few people know. Let me ask you. Have you heard of second young master's mother? She was the #1 beauty of Purple Star back then, her reputation resounded like thunder in my ears. How could I not have heard of her? That's easy to explain. I heard that the woman that Venerable Li admires is the second young master's mother." "That's right. Back then, this Venerable Li was also a good brother who fought alongside the Lord, but because of second young master's mother." Sigh. "You also know that love between a man and a woman is a matter of fate. Back then, the #1 beauty of Purple Star chose Sir Master, and this Venerable Li disappeared. Even His Majesty doesn't know where he is. So, if there's anyone in this world who can invite him, it's only second young master's mother. So that's how it is. With this venerable in charge, doesn't that mean that the first elder can't do anything to the second young master? The person who spoke was extremely excited. After all, he was also standing on Zi Wuji's side, so the stronger Zi Wuji was, the safer he would be. Perhaps, although this cultivator surnamed Zhang knew some secrets, he did not have much confidence in his heart. Li Mao Ming, if you can withdraw now, this old master will accompany you for a drink some other day. Gong Sunliang stared at Li Mao Ming and quickly said, "What do you think of this old master's proposal?" Accepting someone else's request, it's not appropriate to do so. Li Mao Ming slowly shook his head, raised his wine bottle, and drained it in one gulp before tossing it aside and saying with waning interest, "Wine is like a drunkard." Gong Sunliang frowned slightly and pondered for a long time before asking, "What if this old master wants you to repay the favor from back then?" As soon as this statement came out, Zi Wuji, who had been complacent all this time, changed his expression as he stared at Li Mao Ming in amazement. "Venerable Li, you owe this old thing a favor?" Li Mao Ming blinked and thought about it seriously for a while before chuckling, "Oh, I really do owe him a favor." If Great Elder hadn't mentioned it, this Li would have forgotten. The corners of Gong Sun Liang's mouth rose slightly. Brother Li may have forgotten, but this old master has not. This favor is not small. This old master paid a heavy price back then. Li Mao Ming's expression became serious as he cupped his fists and said, "This Li will remember Great Elder's kindness back then." "That's good, this old master wants you to withdraw now. From now on, you and I don't owe each other anything." Before Li Mao Ming could say anything, Zi Wuji anxiously said, "No, Venerable Li, don't forget what you promised that person." Li Mao Ming frowned and nodded. "Naturally, I remember. You can rest assured that with me here, no one can hurt you." Zi Wuji was overjoyed. "Many thanks, Senior Li." Gong Sunliang shouted angrily, "Brother Li, you are going back on your word." Li Mao Ming felt a headache coming on. "Great Elder, everything is first come, first served. This Li promised to protect second young master's safety, but now you are making things difficult for this Li." Gong Sunliang was very annoyed at first, but after carefully pondering Li Mao Ming's words, his eyes lit up and he asked, "So, you are determined to protect second young master's safety?" "Exactly." Li Mao Ming nodded solemnly. "Second young master has the Zi family's bloodline flowing in his veins after all. There can be no harm done to him." "Good." Gong Sunliang laughed. "In that case, you protect him, this old master won't touch him." Saying so, Gong Sunliang waved his hand and sneered, "Take down the people around second young master. Be careful not to hurt second young master." "Yes." Hearing this, everyone responded and immediately rushed toward Zi Wuji, but none of them attacked Zi Wuji. Instead, they each chose to follow Zi Wuji's cultivator. Before Zi Wuji's people could react, they were drawn into the battle and began shouting. In an instant, above Purple Star Palace, a great battle broke out. The colorful light of Saint Qi and the power of countless artifacts dazzled the eyes of everyone present, causing the surrounding Yuan Qi to become turbulent. Zi Wuji's eyes widened as he looked at Li Mao Ming in a panic and asked, "Venerable Li, how can you do this?" Li Mao Ming glanced at him with a smile and said, "Second young master, I promised that person to protect your safety, so I will naturally keep my word, but the life or death of others is none of this Li's business." Zi Wuji was furious, but he had nothing to say. Turning his head, he found that all the masters he had roped in had fallen into a bitter battle, causing him to become as anxious as ants on a hot wok. Li Mao Ming said again, "Good, the overall situation here has been settled. Second young master, how about I take you to drink a few glasses of wine to calm your nerves? If you want to drink, go drink by yourself." Zi Wuji was annoyed, so how could he agree to such a ridiculous request? Up in the sky, the battle suddenly fell into a stalemate. Since Zi Wuji had chosen to have a showdown with Gong Sunliang today, the strength at his disposal was naturally not bad. Basically, he could compete with Gong's son Liang, so when the two sides began fighting, they were evenly matched and it was impossible to tell who was stronger or weaker. However, Gong's son Liang had yet to take action. As a second-order origin king, once he joined the battle, he would inevitably tip the scales of victory. What Zi Wuji feared had come true. Before Zi Wuji could finish his thoughts though, Gong's son Liang's figure flickered and rushed to Third Elder's side. Third Elder was a first-order origin king and was one of the first people to join Zi Wuji. He was regarded as Zi Wuji's right-hand man, but after being targeted by Gong's son Liang, such a master was actually struggling and on the verge of defeat. Zi Wuji's face sank as he shouted, "Venerable Yang, please take action." As soon as his voice fell, a figure flashed mid-air and Yang Kai appeared leisurely, directly beside Gong's son Liang, sighed slightly, and sent out a palm strike towards Gong's son Liang. Yang Kai was also extremely depressed. He had gained a lot in Purple Star's vault and had planned to leave directly after washing the place with blood. After all, his purpose had been achieved and there was no need for him to get involved in Zi Wuji's affairs. The people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce and Li Nuo of Clear Sky Auction House had already made preparations under his secret orders and were waiting for him to escape from Purple Star. But how could he have known that Shen Tu and the others would be transferred away by Zi Wuji? Yang Kai was unable to find any trace of Shen Tu and the others for a while, so he could only quietly release the stone mongoose and let it search for them. Now that he heard Zi Wuji's call, he could only feign civility. As soon as Kai Yang appeared, a light flashed across Li Mao Ming's eyes as he stared straight at him, his heart trembling. Although he had long noticed that there was a second-order origin king in Purple Star Palace, he had not been able to figure out how Yang Kai appeared here. It seemed that this venerable Yang was able to cross the barrier of space. This thought made Li Mao Ming's expression turn solemn. His previous relaxed demeanor disappeared as he said in a low voice, "Second young master, is this the third venerable master that everyone is talking about today?" Indeed. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Zi Wuji's expression finally calmed down. What does Venerable Li think of this Venerable Yang's strength? Very strong. Li Mao Ming quickly said, his Saint Qi is vigorous, even stronger than that of Great Elder and I. Zi Wuji smiled and said, so, Great Elder should not be his opponent? Li Mao Ming slowly shook his head and said, the strength of a cultivator cannot be judged by Saint Qi alone. There are many other factors involved, but, if this person is able to pin down Great Elder will not have an easy time. If Venerable Li can help again, today's matter will definitely succeed. Zi Wuji's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Li Mao Ming. The latter laughed and shook his head, I only promise to ensure your safety. These people here are all brothers of Purple Star, how could I, Li Mao Ming, lay hands on them? Zi Wuji frowned as a look of struggle and hesitation flashed across his eyes before he finally said in a deep voice, if I help you pursue my mother and allow you to marry her, would that be enough for you to take action? What did you say? Li Mao Ming's face sank as he glared at Zi Wuji. Do you know what you just said is tarnishing your mother's reputation? If I hear anything like that again, I'll break your hands and feet. Chapter 1871. Li Mao Ming had been laughing and joking since he appeared, but after hearing Zi Wuji's words at this moment, his expression became extremely serious and his eyes became cold. Zi Wuji couldn't help shivering. He did not doubt the authenticity of the other party's words at all and knew that if he continued to blabber like this, the other party might really break his hands and feet. However, from the other party's reaction, Zi Wuji also learned that his mother's position in the other party's mind was sacred and inviolable, causing him to feel overjoyed. After pondering for a moment, Zi Wuji said, this Wuji did not speak clearly. Please calm your anger, Venerable Li, it's like this. Zi Wuji did not say the rest of his words but instead stared at Li Mao Ming, his mouth moving slightly, apparently sending him a secret message. Li Mao Ming's face, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, suddenly changed as he exclaimed, "What did you say?" "Zi Long, he." "It's true," Zi Wuji nodded seriously. Zi Wuji nodded solemnly, "My mother has been unable to eat or sleep these days. Since Venerable Li is a former friend of my father and mother, can you find an opportunity to persuade my mother? This Wu Ji is afraid that if she is too sad, something bad might happen to her." Li Mao Ming's heroic body staggered slightly as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. His eyes were filled with complex emotions, as if he was recalling something, his expression sorrowful as he remained silent for a long time. After a long time, Li Mao Ming let out a dry laugh as he muttered, "Zi Long, you little brat, you actually, he couldn't say the rest of his sentence, his voice choking with sobs. "Venerable Li, you might as well consider what this Wu Ji just said. This Wu Ji is very worried about my mother's condition," Zi Wu Ji said softly. Li Mao Ming took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and glanced over at Zi Wu Ji. He said coldly, "I will go see her, but it has nothing to do with what happened today. This king will not treat this matter as a transaction. If you really have filial piety, you should be filial to your mother and stop using her as a bargaining chip. If I find something like this again, I will not let you off lightly." Zi Wu Ji's complexion changed slightly as he felt annoyed in his heart, but on the surface, he had no choice but to nod obediently. "Venerable Li's words are correct, this Wu Ji was wrong. Idiot. No wonder you lost to my father in the competition back then. Wu Ji's a loser, you deserve to die alone." Zi Wu Ji cursed in his heart. While the two of them were talking, Yang Kai and Gong Sunliang had already exchanged several hundred moves. The energy fluctuations in the air were so intense that no one dared to come within 100 zhang of the two of them. After several hundred moves, there was still no clear victor. Yang Kai replied seriously, "I am the Purple Star Venerable. Defending the peace of Purple Star is a matter of course, so why would I need any benefits?" Gong Sunliang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Even though he knew that Kai Yang was lying through his teeth, there was nothing he could do. His face turned ruthless as he growled, "Since that's the case, don't blame this old man for being ruthless." As he spoke, he formed a series of seals with his hands, causing the Saint Qi in his body to surge. Yang Kai frowned, mistakenly thinking that this old man was about to use some profound secret technique. He didn't dare to let his guard down and hurriedly retreated. Although with his strength, he wouldn't put Gong Sunliang in his eyes. However, the other party was a second-order origin king after all, so if they really went all out, Yang Kai would not be able to escape. Even Yang Kai had to be wary of this old man. However, Gong Sunliang showed a fierce grin as his figure flickered and split into 2, then 4, then 8, in the blink of an eye. The sky was filled with Gong Sunliang's figures, each of them lifelike. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this. This was undoubtedly a very powerful secret technique, one that was incredibly effective both against enemies and for escaping. Moreover, under the probing of Yang Kai's divine sense, he couldn't tell which Gong Sunliang was the real one and which was an illusion. As soon as this move was used, not only did Yang Kai's expression become dignified, but even Li Mao Ming, who had been standing in the distance and watching the battle, wore a solemn look, his eyes flashing a lavender light as he scanned the countless illusions one by one, seemingly trying to find the real one. Gong Sunliang's laughter rang out, "Second young master, you forced this old master's hand. I hope you can bear the consequences." After saying so, all the illusions no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai and instead shot towards the battlefield. "Ah!" A scream rang out as a cultivator who was fighting with a cultivator on Great Elder's side was suddenly sent flying backwards, a clear palm print appearing on his chest. This palm print was so clear that the cultivator's chest had caved in. Mid-air, this cultivator coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered internal organs and died before he even hit the ground. Screams rang out one after another, each of them belonging to a cultivator on Zi Wuji's side, all of them origin-returning realm masters. On the battlefield, Gong Sun Liang's figure was everywhere, and it was impossible to tell which of these illusions was real or fake. It was as if every one of them was real, and as soon as they took action, they were able to quickly kill Zi Wuji's people. In an instant, everyone felt a sense of danger, and any cultivator who was approached by Gong Sun Liang showed a look of panic as they tried to escape. But in front of a second-order origin king, how could any of them escape? In the blink of an eye, several more people were killed, each of them a core force under Zi Wuji's command. Blue veins bulged on Zi Wuji's forehead as he clenched his fists and turned to look in the direction of Yang Kai, shouting, "Venerable Yang, stop him quickly." Yang Kai rubbed his chin as he stood mid-air and shook his head. "Second young master, this king can't see any flaws in great elders' move, so how can I stop him?" These words were just empty words. He had been forced into this battle and did not want to contribute anything. The life or death of these people from Purple Star had nothing to do with him, so even if they all died, he would not care. He just wanted to stall for time. Once the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao rescued Shen Tu and the others, he could immediately leave this place. However, after standing in place and watching for a while, he had already seen some clues and understood the mysteries of Gong Sun Liang's move. If he used his demon eye of annihilation to see through illusions, it would not be difficult to find his real body. Hearing Yang Kai's irresponsible answer, Zi Wuji's heart sank. Zi Wuji's chest tightened and he almost coughed up blood. If all the people on his side were really killed, there was no need for him to continue fighting. If they were all dead, what was there to fight for? Zi Wuji's expression became ferocious for a moment. Zi Wuji roared, "In that case, I ask Venerable Yang to return an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth." Yang Kai raised his brow and grinned, "That's easy to handle." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and released several dozen golden blood threads, which transformed into several dozen sharp blades that shot out in all directions like arrows. Asterisk shio shio shio, asterisk the sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly. Soon, several screams rang out. 7 or 8 origin-returning realm cultivator were caught off guard and struck by the golden blood threads. Their protective Saint Chi and artifacts were instantly broken and the golden blood threads pierced through their vital points, directly taking away their vitality. With Yang Kai's current cultivation, how could these origin-returning realm cultivator, who was in the middle of a bitter struggle, resist? The golden blood threads shuttled back and forth again, taking the lives of another group of cultivator. In just a dozen breaths of time, the number of people Yang Kai had killed was equal to Gong Sun Liang's. Gong Sun Liang roared in anger. An origin-returning realm cultivator was an indispensable backbone of any great force. After all, it was not easy to break through to the origin king realm. Often, the strength of a great force depended not only on the number of origin kings it had. It also depended on the number of origin-returning realm cultivators it had. After today's battle, no matter who won or lost, Purple Star's Yuan Qi would definitely suffer heavy losses. This was a result neither Gong Sun Liang nor Zi Wuji wanted to see, but it was also an inevitable result. The end of one era ushered in the arrival of another, and it was always accompanied by the price of blood and lives. Up in the sky, all the origin-returning realm masters and even the first-order origin kings were terrified. The situation at this moment was simply like Yang Kai and Gong Sun Liang were engaged in a slaughter competition. They were competing to see who could kill faster and who could kill more people. Whoever couldn't bear it would be the first to admit defeat, in front of these two second-order origin king realm masters. No one could resist their tyrannical power. Li Mao Ming, who had been standing beside Zi Wuji as if he was not interested in anything in the world, also wore a heavy expression as he realized that if he did not take action now, Purple Star would really be finished. He never expected that things would develop to this point. He wanted to intervene, but because of what he had just said, he could not bring himself to drop a stone on his own feet. Just as he was having a headache though, Gong Sun Liang suddenly roared, "Li Mao Ming, if you still remember the favor from back then, follow this old master and kill this little brat first. You don't want Purple Star to suffer heavy losses, do you?" Li Mao Ming frowned and hesitated. This Li does not want to see brothers kill each other, but second young master's safety, this old master will not make things difficult for you. This old master will not act against second young master. Even if this old master controls Purple Star, he will ensure his safety and prosperity for the rest of his life. Li Mao Ming's expression struggled. Ziwu Ji looked at Li Mao Ming in amazement. "Venerable Li, you wouldn't. Now that things have developed to this point, I have no choice but to take action," Li Mao Ming sighed. "You can rest assured, as long as I am here, no one in this world can hurt you and your mother. I will protect you even if I have to die." After saying so, his figure flickered and he disappeared directly from where he stood. Ziwu Ji was stunned in place for a while before he began cursing in exasperation, cursing Gong Sun Liang for being sinister and despicable while cursing Li Mao Ming for going back on his word. He cursed Gong Sun Liang for being untrustworthy and cursed Li Mao Ming for not having any scruples whatsoever. Ziwu Ji was also furious. Li Mao Ming was bound by Gong Sun Liang's favor back then and had agreed to help him deal with Yang Kai. As a result, Ziwu Ji was completely defeated in today's battle. Although Li Mao Ming had said that he would protect him and Gong Sun Liang had guaranteed him a lifetime of glory, the throne that stood above hundreds of millions of Purple Star's people was not something he could hope to obtain. Unless Yang Kai could defeat both of them at the same time. But was that even possible? All three of them were second-order origin kings, and their strength should be about the same. It was impossible for one person to defeat two. Ziwu Ji's eyes filled with despair. Chapter 1872. Asterisk Xiao Xiao Xiao, asterisk with a burst of whistling sounds, the countless phantoms of Gong Sun Liang shot back in the same direction, revealing his true body as he stared coldly at Yang Kai, not saying a word. Not far from him, Li Mao Ming's figure also appeared. The two of them formed a triangle and attacked Yang Kai from both sides. Yang Kai showed a playful smile on his face as he stretched out his hand and recalled the golden blood threads flying around him back into his body. Only then did the others breathe a sigh of relief. In the short 20 to 30 breaths just now, the total number of cultivator who had died at the hands of the two second-order origin kings had exceeded 60. These 60 cultivators were all second or third-order origin returning realm masters, the mainstays of Purple Star. Fortunately, the crisis had passed at this moment, leaving them with some lingering fear and sadness. As if they had reached an agreement, everyone stopped fighting and turned to look at the three second-order origin kings in the sky. Everyone knew that the key to victory or defeat today lay with these three. There was no point in them continuing to fight, and since there was no point, they naturally couldn't be bothered to see blood. In an instant, the originally noisy battlefield calmed down as countless pairs of eyes turned back and forth between Yang Kai, Gong Sun Liang, and Li Mao Ming, their expressions solemn. "What's wrong? You want to bully me with numbers?" Yang Kai looked around with a smile, not showing any signs of panic. Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted but did not speak, as if he was extremely angry with Yang Kai. Li Mao Ming pondered for a moment before saying politely, "Since your excellency's surname is Yang, this Li will call you Brother Yang. Brother Yang, since you have accepted the venerable token, you are a venerable of my Purple Star, a member of my Purple Star. I'm afraid you don't want to see today's situation." Yang Kai chuckled and said perfunctorily, "Naturally." Li Mao Ming forced a smile. "It's good that Brother Yang thinks so. Since Brother Yang has Purple Star in your heart, then why don't you give it a try? How about listening to this Li's words? Brother Li, please speak." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "Today's matter ends here, otherwise, if we continue to fight, the one who will suffer will be Purple Star as a whole, which will not benefit anyone. It is better to squash enmity than keep it alive, so how about the two of you stop here and make peace? Li Mao Ming looked at Yang Kai sincerely. He couldn't help but pray in his heart that Yang Kai would finish what he started. If that was the case, then he still had a chance. But what he didn't expect was that after listening to Li Mao Ming, Yang Kai nodded without hesitation and said, "Brother Li is right. That's exactly what I was thinking. I originally wanted to admit defeat. After all, there are two of you. I can't beat him, can I?" Ziwu Ji's face stiffened as he coughed up a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. At this moment, he understood that he really had no chance of winning. He had never expected that a second-order origin king like Yang Kai would be so spineless. Compared to him, Li Mao Ming was much more reliable. Seeing Kai Yang agree so readily, Li Mao Ming couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The earnest and sincere words he had prepared were completely useless, so he simply smiled and said, "Brother Yang really understands the importance of righteousness. This Li admires you. Great Elder. What do you think?" He turned his head to look at Gong Sun Liang again. Gong Sun Liang narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai and quickly said, "Stopping here and making peace is not an issue." Li Mao Ming was overjoyed, but before he could say anything, Gong Sun Liang cut in, "But this venerable Yang has killed so many of this old master's people, we cannot just let him go like this." Li Mao Ming frowned as a look of displeasure appeared on his face, wondering why Gong Sun Liang was so stubborn. "Then what do you propose?" Yang Kai raised his brow as his eyes met Gong Sun Liang's. "As a venerable, you don't put the lives of my Purple Star's disciples in your eyes at all. What qualifications do you have to sit on the position of venerable and be worshipped by billions of Purple Star's people?" Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted, "Your Excellency, please return the venerable token to Purple Star. My Purple Star does not need a venerable like you." As soon as this statement came out, Li Mao Ming's face could not help changing slightly as he shot a complicated look towards Gong Sun Liang, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, he just sighed and remained silent. With his shrewdness, he naturally saw through Gong Sun Liang's true intentions. Today, even if these two had stopped fighting and made peace with him, there was definitely still a knot in each other's hearts. What's more, Yang Kai was still on Ziwu Ji's side, so if Gong Sun Liang wanted to completely control Purple Star, Yang Kai would have to be removed. Otherwise, Gong Sun Liang would not be able to live peacefully in the future. It was for this reason that Gong Sun Liang made such a proposal. However, this proposal was obviously very insulting, so he did not know if this venerable Yang would be able to accept it. If he became enraged and took action, things would become even more difficult. Li Mao Ming was worried as he carefully observed the changes in Yang Kai's demeanor, preparing to jump out and mediate the situation as soon as something went wrong so everyone could discuss it. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai didn't show the slightest sign of anger. Instead, he smiled and said, "So it's just this. Good, this king didn't want to be a venerable anyway. Since Great Elder wants the venerable token, just take it." Saying so, he casually tossed a token towards Gong Sun Liang. Gong Sun Liang reacted quickly and caught it. After taking a closer look, he found that it was indeed the venerable token, causing him to freeze in place. He had not expected that the other party really did not put the venerable token in his eyes and would simply hand it over, causing him to feel a little disbelief. He did not really want to deprive Yang Kai of his status as venerable, he just wanted to take a step back in order to make it easier for him to make another request. Yang Kai's cooperation had disrupted his plan. Gong Sun Liang did not know what to say. Brother Yang is really a free and easy person, this Li admires him greatly. Li Mao Ming looked at Yang Kai like he was looking at a monster before turning to Gong Sun Liang and saying, "Great Elder, Brother Yang has returned the venerable token, today's matter, it's not over yet." Gong Sun Liang waved his hand, interrupting Li Mao Ming's words as he stared at Yang Kai aggressively. Although the venerable token has been returned, Your Excellency has killed so many people, this matter cannot be forgotten. You're not done yet? Yang Kai could not help sneering. He really did not care about the Purple Star venerable token at all. This time, he had come to Purple Star only for the Star Emperor token, and now that he had obtained it, he would never come here again. The venerable token was useless to him, so if Gong Sun Liang wanted it, he would give it up. Unexpectedly, the other party still continued to harp on and on, making Yang Kai extremely annoyed. Gong Sun Liang said, "A life for a life, it is only right and proper. However, Your Excellency's strength is profound, so this elder is not confident he can take your life. How about this, Your Excellency should compensate me with some property so that this elder can answer to my subordinates." Yang Kai could not help grinning as he stared at Gong Sun Liang with interest. Compensation? What do you want me to compensate you with? Gong Sun Liang's expression was solemn as he stared at Yang Kai, his lips squirming. Li Mao Ming's face was gloomy as he tried to eavesdrop but failed. He did not know what Gong Sun Liang had proposed, but he suddenly felt very powerless. In his opinion, today's matter could not be better. He had repaid Gong Sun Liang's favor and there was no need for him to fight with Yang Kai. Only the heavens knew what kind of medicine Gong Sun Liang had taken to become so greedy. He believed that the property Gong Sun Liang wanted from Yang Kai as compensation would be extremely valuable, and once they failed to reach an agreement, it was bound to cause more trouble. While feeling irritable, Li Mao Ming was also secretly vigilant. Sure enough, after Gong Sun Liang sent him a secret divine sense, Yang Kai said, "So you want that thing, I understand." What Gong Sun Liang wanted was the origin essence crystal he obtained at the auction half a month ago. This old man must have also seen the extraordinary nature of that mysterious auction item at that time and had probably spent a lot of time thinking about it these past few days, so he should know what was inside, which was why he had asked for it at this time. "Hand over that thing and this old master will let you go," Gong Sun Liang quickly said. "And if I don't?" Yang Kai squinted at him. Gong Sun Liang said unhurriedly, "Your Excellency had best think carefully before speaking. Although your strength is extraordinary, if I join forces with Brother Li, we may be able to capture you. Do you really want to oppose this old master?" "Nonsense." Yang Kai laughed, "You're the one who wants a yard after taking an inch. You want that thing of mine? Good, take it yourself, but I don't know if you have the ability." When Li Mao Ming saw this scene, he knew that the negotiations between the two had broken down and could not help feeling a headache coming on as he stood to the side with a bitter expression. If that's the case, it's useless to say more. "Brother Li, follow this old master." Gong Sun Liang roared as his Saint Chi burst out from his body. Stretching out his hand, Gong Sun Liang summoned a short sword-like artifact. Grabbing the hilt, Gong Sun Liang charged forward. He was a second-order origin king who had stagnated in this realm for many years, so his strength was extremely high. While summoning his artifact, Gong Sun Liang also released his territory domain to suppress Yang Kai. In an instant, the space around Yang Kai became extremely viscous and even the flow of world energy seemed to stop. Stepping forward, Gong Sun Liang suddenly appeared above Yang Kai's head and slashed down with his sword. A dazzling brilliance and terrifying energy fluctuations erupted from the short sword, as if it was capable of cutting the world in half. Yang Kai stood in place, staring at Gong Sun Liang coldly, and when the attack was about to reach him, he suddenly stretched out his hand and summoned the edgeless dragon bone sword to block it. Kong, with a loud bang, a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering force spread out from where the two sword-shaped artifacts collided, creating a huge halo of light visible to the naked eye. Gong Sun Liang, who launched the attack, paled as his eyes bulged as he stared at Yang Kai in shock, a look of disbelief filling his face. Chapter 1873. Although he had fought with Yang Kai just now, it was just a fight and he had not used his full strength, but now, in order to obtain the Origin Essence Crystal and break through to the Third Order Origin King Realm, Gong Sunliang did not hold back at all. This blow was definitely 100% of his strength, but it was easily blocked by the other party. Not only that, but there was also a power that he could not resist coming from the other side. Under this power, he seemed to have become a small boat floating alone in the sea in the storm. In the storm, the waves hit, and he was in danger of being overturned at any time. Gong Sunliang was shocked, and while struggling to resist the impact of the energy coming from Yang Kai, he shouted, "Brotherly, why haven't you acted yet?" He had no choice but to ask Li Mao Ming for help. Li Mao Ming frowned and said, "Why bother, why bother?" Complaining, he had no choice but to release his own territory field to pressure Yang Kai. After all, he still owed Gong Sunliang a favor, and now that Yang Kai had returned the Venerable token and was no longer a Purple Star Venerable, Gong Sunliang did not have any moral scruples about attacking Yang Kai. However, from the bottom of his heart, he didn't want to fight with a cultivator in the same realm as himself, so he only released his domain to test the pressure on Yang Kai and didn't use his full strength. The center of this pressure was where Yang Kai was. This increased the pressure on Yang Kai greatly, and he, who had the upper hand, had to divert some of his strength to resist Li Mao Ming's territory field. Gong Sunliang saw this. Immediately regaining the initiative, he suppressed Kai Yang, forcing him to lower his body. While putting pressure on Yang Kai, he gritted his teeth and said kindly to Yang Kai, "Young man, there is a saying that a wise man submits to circumstances. Hand over that thing and this old master will no longer embarrass you and will even treat you as an honored guest of Purple Star. What do you think? Why do you sound like you're certain of victory?" Although Yang Kai had a difficult expression on his face, his demeanor was extremely leisurely as he looked at Gong Sunliang calmly. Gong Sunliang laughed, "Because this old master is confident of victory." "Is that so?" Yang Kai grinned, revealing his white fangs. The moment the second word left his mouth, his territory field expanded outwards. Wang, with a throbbing sensation, the surrounding space seemed to become unstable, as if it was on the verge of collapse. It was as if a boulder had been thrown into a calm lake. The power of Yang Kai's domain formed visible ripples. Sunliang. A fine sound could be heard. Gong Sunliang and Li Mao Ming's faces changed. The former exclaimed, "How is that possible?" He was shocked to discover that even under the combined pressure of his and Li Mao Ming's domains, not only was Yang Kai not suppressed, but he was also able to completely suppress him. Instead, it exploded and disintegrated their domains piece by piece. Gong Sunliang's heart shook. He had broken through to the Origin King Realm 1,000 years ago and had broken through to the Second Order Origin King Realm 300 years ago. He had been immersed in the Origin King Realm for 1,000 years, which meant he had tempered his territory for 1,000 years. He had a unique understanding of his territory, and there were only a few people in the entire star territory who could surpass him. Li Mao Ming was the same. But now, both of their territory fields added together were no match for Yang Kai's. Even after joining forces, they had been defeated. What did this mean? This meant that Yang Kai's territory field was stronger than both of them. This discovery made Gong Sunliang's heart go cold, and his eyes filled with horror as they trembled. Only now did he realize that Yang Kai had not used his full strength. He had tried to overestimate Yang Kai's strength as much as possible, but in the end, he still found he had underestimated him. Not good. Li Mao Ming shouted as he quickly withdrew his territory field, his face going pale. When one's territory field was shattered, it damaged one's foundation. If it was shattered beyond repair, it was very likely that one's realm would fall. This was a consequence no Origin King could afford. Fortunately, Li Mao Ming had reacted quickly, otherwise, he would have really been in danger. As soon as he withdrew his territory field, Gong Sun Liang alone could not resist Yang Kai's power. A series of explosions rang out mid-air, and as these sounds rang out, Gong Sun Liang's body trembled slightly as blood oozed from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. This was a sign that his territory field, which he had condensed for 1,000 years, was about to collapse. After this battle, even if Gong Sun Liang did not die, he would need to enter retreat for at least 100 years to repair his territory field. But that was not the end of it. Yang Kai looked at Gong Sun Liang, who was right in front of him, and slashed down with the dragon bone sword in his hand, sending Gong Sun Liang flying like a rag sack. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded through the world as the dragon bone sword transformed into a giant dark green dragon. Its massive body swayed as it stared at Gong Sun Liang with its two eyes that were larger than houses. It opened its bloody maw, and from the looks of it, it seemed to want to swallow him whole. Dragon bone artifact. Gong Sun Liang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. When Yang Kai took out the dragon bone sword just now, Gong Sun Liang felt that this artifact was extraordinary, but he never expected it to be an artifact made from dragon bones. This was the skeleton of an ancient divine spirit. An artifact made from it would be at least origin king grade. The thick dragon pressure impacted Gong Sun Liang's soul and body, causing him to feel an uncontrollable fear and horror in his heart. This was an instinctive fear, one that no one would not feel when facing an ancient divine spirit. This was an instinct that originated from his blood. Biting the tip of his tongue, Gong Sun Liang forced himself to dispel the discomfort in his heart before forming a series of seals with his hands and pushing his Saint Qi. In the next moment, his short sword artifact burst with light and, with a burst of distortion, transformed into a huge hairtail. This hairtail was a multicolored existence that dazzled the eyes of those who saw it, and the sharp teeth in its mouth were as dense as saws as it rushed towards the giant dark green dragon. The two Origin King grade artifacts collided mid-air and a violent energy fluctuation spread out, shaking all of Purple Star City. The houses below seemed to have decayed like a flowing time great emperor, bursting apart one after another as huge gullies were plowed into the ground. The Origin returning realm cultivator who had been standing nearby to watch the battle all felt as if they had suffered a heavy blow. Their faces changed drastically as they hurriedly pushed their defensive methods, but they were still impacted by the terrifying energy shockwaves. Only a few Purple Star Elder-level existences, relying on their profound cultivations, remained standing in place, but from the looks on their faces, it was obvious that resisting the aftermath of this impact was not easy. Everyone's expression was extremely solemn, but none of them were willing to close their eyes, all of them carefully observing this great battle. A head-on confrontation between second-order Origin Kings was not something one could see often, and learning anything from it was enough to benefit them immensely. In the huge explosion of energy, Yang Kai disappeared like a ghost, and when he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Gong Sun Liang. "You!" Gong Sun Liang's face changed drastically. At this moment, his momentum was extremely weak and he had never imagined that Yang Kai would appear in front of him at this time. Yang Kai did not say a word, his expression cold and resolute as a five-colored light flashed from his fist as he punched towards Gong Sun Liang. 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. This was a peerless body tempering secret art that could be used both offensively and defensively. Yang Kai had covered his fist with 5 elements indestructible sword qi, making it extremely sturdy, almost equivalent to wearing an Origin King grade glove. If this punch hit, Gong Sun Liang would definitely be severely injured. The fist was not swung very quickly, and its trajectory was extremely clear, but Gong Sun Liang was stunned to find that he could not block this punch at all. This was an absolute suppression of strength. It was an attack that he could not resolve no matter what method he used. If he was at his peak, he might have been able to retreat, but at this moment, his momentum was weakened and his territory was damaged, so how could he resist? He could only watch as the fist covered in five-colored light grew larger and larger in front of him, his heart filled with fear. At the critical moment, a figure appeared in front of Gong Sun Liang. Surprisingly, it was Li Mao Ming. Li Mao Ming's face was extremely dignified as he stretched out his hand, patted his chest, opened his mouth, and spat out a wine gourd. Without even thinking about it, he grabbed the gourd, poured it into his mouth, and then spat it towards Yang Kai. Who, a blue flame appeared between Yang Kai and Li Mao Ming, cutting off Yang Kai's attack like a heavenly river. This flame was not hot, but instead extremely cold. As soon as this blue flame appeared, the entire world seemed to be frozen solid. The five-colored light on Yang Kai's fist flickered, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. At the same time, a chill ran up his fist, straight to his heart. Yang Kai could not help shivering. Looking at the wine gourd and the blue flame in front of him, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, realizing that this was definitely an incredible treasure. "Brother Yang, stop." Seeing Yang Kai's action slightly hindered, Li Mao Ming hurriedly spoke. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, ignored Li Mao Ming, and shouted, "Dragon transformation." Kacha, his arms suddenly expanded, and under the incredulous gazes of Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang, dragon scales condensed from Saint Chi appeared all over his arm. His outstretched hand also transformed into a terrifying dragon claw, and the golden divine dragon aura radiating from it caused the hearts of the two men to tremble. The blue flame barrier between them was easily broken through and attached to the dragon scales on Yang Kai's arm, burning fiercely, but unable to cause any harm to him. Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang's eyes trembled violently, and without hesitation, they attacked together, combining their strength to form a fierce attack that was not weaker than a third-order Origin King's, and sending it towards Yang Kai to meet his terrifying dragon claw. Hong, in the void, light flickered and the sound of explosions rang out one after another as a huge halo of light spread out, creating a scene of doomsday for everyone. The three figures were sent flying backwards at the same time. Chapter 1874. All of Purple Star City was shaken as countless cultivators raised their heads and stared towards the place where the battle had broken out. Everyone was filled with fear and trepidation. 90% of the people here did not know what was going on, but they knew that there were masters fighting a life-or-death battle. As the saying goes, when the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat will suffer, so naturally, they did not want to be implicated. In an instant, countless people rushed towards the city gate, trying to escape Purple Star City and avoid the limelight. There were also some courageous cultivators who rushed towards the battle, wanting to fish in troubled waters. The more dangerous a place was, the greater the opportunities. This was an immutable truth. Somewhere below Purple Star Palace, Ziwu Ji grinned silently as a look of fanaticism appeared on his face. He had never expected Yang Kai to be so powerful. When Li Mao Ming agreed to help Gong Sun Liang deal with Yang Kai, Ziwu Ji thought his momentum was gone and had mentally prepared himself for failure, causing him to fall into despair. But now, he was reinvigorated because in the confrontation between the three second-order Origin Kings, Yang Kai had gained the upper hand while Gong Sun Liang and Li Mao Ming were still at a disadvantage. This venerable Yang is actually so strong. Even my father, Zi Long, can't compare to him, right? Besides disbelief, Ziwu Ji was also excited. The beautiful picture of the future slowly unfolded in front of him, and Ziwu Ji was so excited that he could barely control himself. All he could do was urge Yang Kai to cut Gong Sun Liang down with his sword. Up in the air, Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stretched his body. His eyes sparkled as he stared at a spot not far away. A few kilometers away, Gong Sun Liang and Li Mao Ming both turned pale as they stared at this scene in horror. In that head-on confrontation just now, none of the three had gained any advantage. Yang Kai was injured, and Gong Sun Liang and Li Mao Ming were both injured. However, Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang were not having a good time either. It could be said that all three of them had suffered heavy losses. This outcome was unacceptable to Gong Sun Liang and Li Mao Ming. When the two of them joined forces, they could almost display the power of a third-order origin king, but Yang Kai was able to block them. Didn't this mean that the other party was qualified to compete with a third-order origin king? This kind of thing almost overturned Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang's understanding. The difference between the second order and third order was only a single minor realm, but it was like the difference between heaven and earth. With each breakthrough to the origin king realm, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Moreover, not only did those eyes not have the slightest intention of retreating, there was instead a kind of high fighting spirit, causing Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang's scalps to go numb. What kind of freak was this? The two of them found themselves unable to see through Yang Kai. Clang, a crisp sound came from the sky. It was the sound of the two origin king-grade artifacts colliding. The giant dark green dragon transformed back into the dragon bone sword while the fish-shaped existence returned to its original form. The two sword-shaped artifacts flew back to their respective masters' hands. The dragon bone sword was safe and sound. Its entire body was jade green, and a halo of light was circulating about it. Gong Sun Liang's short sword, on the other hand, was dim. Clearly, it had lost a lot of its spiritual energy. Looking at this short sword, Gong Sun Liang's blood rushed to his head, causing his injuries to worsen and causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. "Brother Yang, stop." Li Mao Ming's complexion changed slightly as he looked towards Yang Kai with a dignified expression. He really didn't want to fight anymore. This time, he had only come out of seclusion because he had been entrusted by that person to protect Zi Wuji's safety. Later, he had been forced into a confrontation with a cultivator in the same realm, which was not what he wanted, not to mention that the one he had to fight was a monster like Yang Kai. "If I fight when you say so, won't I lose face?" Yang Kai grinned fiercely. "Then what do you want? We're not outsiders here, so everything can be discussed." Li Mao Ming still regarded Yang Kai as one of his own, so it seemed that the credibility of the venerable token was still very high. "Very simple." Yang Kai grinned and took a step forward. "Let's fight, life or death. I'll leave after we're done, whether you fight me alone or together, I don't care." "You?" Li Mao Ming became anxious and looked at Yang Kai puzzledly. "Why are you doing this?" He never thought that Yang Kai would make such a ridiculous request. When one reached the origin king realm, one would generally avoid direct conflict because no origin king was easy to provoke. Everyone had their own trump cards and forcing them into a corner wouldn't do them any good. Li Mao Ming had never seen someone like Yang Kai, actually forcing him to fight again. "I just broke through to the second-order origin king realm not long ago, so it's rare for me to meet an opponent in the same realm as me. I want to test where my bottom line is." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "You're both good opponents." "Nonsense." Before Li Mao Ming could speak, Gong Sun Liang couldn't help cursing as he glared angrily at Yang Kai, a deep hatred flashing across his eyes. "An old monster still wants to pretend to be young? Do you have any shame?" At first, he also thought that Yang Kai wasn't very old. After all, he looked very young, but after fighting for a while, he immediately concluded that Yang Kai was definitely a cultivator who had lived for more than 1,000 years, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to possess such great strength. If a newly promoted second-order origin king could fight two people alone and suppress him and Li Mao Ming when they joined forces, Gong Sun Liang might as well just kill himself. "Believe it or not, this matter can't end here," Yang Kai coldly snorted. Seeing him being so aggressive, a trace of anger flashed across Gong Sun Liang's eyes and he opened his mouth, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. He was also filled with regret in his heart. If he had given up just now, there wouldn't have been so much trouble, but it was because he wanted to snatch the origin essence crystal from Yang Kai's hands that such a storm had arisen. As a result, his territory had been damaged, his artifacts had lost their spirituality, and his body had been severely injured. If he wanted to completely recover, he would need to enter secluded retreat for at least 100 years. But regretting it now was useless, as Gong Sun Liang's heart was filled with bitterness. If the two of you don't want to fight, I'll make the first move. Yang Kai looked over and secretly circulated his Saint Qi. At that moment, he suddenly frowned and looked up in a certain direction. At the same time, Gong Sun Liang, Li Mao Ming, and even the other Origin King Realm Elders of Purple Star all turned to look in the same direction. Over there, a figure walked over from the horizon unhurriedly. At first, he seemed to be far away, but in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the center of the battlefield. The newcomer was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He wore a linen robe that was spotless and gave off no imposing aura, making him look no different from an ordinary old man. However, Yang Kai's expression was extremely dignified because he felt an unimaginable pressure from this old man. After arriving at the center of the battlefield, the old man turned his head and looked around, his face gloomy. Everyone who was caught by his gaze involuntarily turned their eyes away and lowered their heads. In this vast area, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone even suppressed their breathing for fear of upsetting this old man. Humph. After a long time, the old man snorted softly. This voice sounded very ordinary, but it seemed to have triggered some kind of mysterious power. It was like the morning bell and evening drum that fiercely beat on everyone's hearts, causing everyone's body to tremble and their blood to flow faster. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as his eyes flashed brilliantly. A third-order Origin King. When this old man appeared, Yang Kai had some speculations, but it was only now that he was certain the other party was a genuine third-order Origin King. Throughout the entire territory of Purple Star, the number of supreme existences could be counted on one hand. A name suddenly popped up in Yang Kai's mind. Kuang Shizong. Zidong had once told him about the strength and number of Purple Star's masters, so Yang Kai knew that Purple Star had always had a third-order Origin King, and this person was Kuang Shizong. This old man's seniority was so high that even Zilong had to call him martial uncle when he saw him. However, no one knew where this person was because no one in Purple Star had seen him for 200 years. Some people said he had died long ago, some said he had gone to the most dangerous place in Purple Star's territory to seek a higher martial Dao, while others said he had broken through the void and left Purple Star's territory long ago, but no one had expected that he had been in Purple Star City all this time and had appeared at this time. Gong Sun Liang, Li Mao Ming, and the other Origin King Realm Elders finally recovered at this moment and bowed respectfully in the direction of Kuang Shizong. Greetings, martial ancestor. Many Origin returning Realm Cultivator knew who this old man was, so none of them dared to neglect and quickly bowed their heads. Do you still regard this martial ancestor as your martial ancestor? Kuang Shizong looked at everyone coldly as cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. Even Gong Sun Liang and Li Mao Ming lowered their heads, like children who had made a mistake, not daring to say anything. After 200 years, all of you have grown, Kuang Shizong sneered. Kuang Shizong sneered, Purple Star City has been reduced to such a state by you. You must be worthy of the foundation Purple Star's ancestors established for you. Hearing this question, everyone trembled and sweated profusely. If this old master had not come out of seclusion, were you prepared to tear down this Purple Star Palace? We wouldn't dare. Gong Sun Liang replied in fear and trepidation. Why wouldn't we dare? Aren't all of you very courageous? How come you have the courage to do it but not the courage to admit it? We are unfilial, please forgive us, martial ancestor. Gong Sun Liang shouted. We are unfilial, please forgive us, martial ancestor. Countless people shouted in unison. What is the meaning of today's situation? Kuang Shizong roared, his white hair fluttering in the wind as he shouted angrily, quickly tell me. Gong Sunliang trembled and did not dare to hide anything, quickly explaining the cause and effect. Chapter 1875. In front of an old monster like Kuang Shizong, Gong Sunliang did not dare to play any tricks, so he did not embellish his words at all and simply recounted today's events. When he heard that the ancestral hall's memorial tablets were all broken, Kuang Shizong flew into a rage and a terrifying pressure swept across the audience. This pressure was so heavy that it felt like the sky was collapsing, pressing down on everyone's hearts, causing them to tremble uneasily. His sharp eyes turned towards Ziwu-ji, and with a single glance, Ziwu-ji actually coughed up a mouthful of blood and was seriously injured. With Kuang Shizong's shrewdness, how could he not know that the broken memorial tablets were secretly caused by Ziwu-ji? This was a great disrespect to his ancestors, so he naturally had to punish him. Hearing that Yang Kai had not only not fallen into a disadvantageous position, but had instead gained the upper hand, Kuang Shizong raised his brow and looked towards Yang Kai with interest. Yang Kai showed no fear and simply grinned back at him. After a while, Gong Sunliang finished speaking and stood quietly in place, waiting anxiously. The atmosphere was solemn and no one dared to speak. The place where Kuang Shizong stood had become the focus of everyone's eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking at the moment. After a long time, Kuang Shizong said leisurely, "Why hasn't this old master heard that my purple star has a third venerable? Little brat, where did you obtain that venerable token?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Old sir's question is strange. That venerable token was naturally given to me by brother Zilong. He gave it to you? When and where?" Kuang Shizong's majestic eyes stared at Yang Kai as he asked. Gong Sunliang, Li Maoming, and the others all looked at Kuang Shizong suspiciously, not knowing why he would ask these irrelevant questions. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He had a bad premonition, but he still calmly asked, "What does old sir mean by asking these questions?" "You know what I mean." Kuang Shizong's face suddenly became solemn as he took a step in the direction of Yang Kai. It was only a single step, but the momentum it created was like a giant hammer smashing towards Yang Kai. Even with Yang Kai's current strength, he could not help being forced back 3 steps as his face turned red. "Zilong, where is he? Is he dead or alive?" Kuang Shizong asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai's face changed slightly, but he did not make a sound. Obviously, he already knew something. Or perhaps he had deduced something. No matter how he answered, he might reveal a flaw, so it was best not to speak. "You're not speaking? Does that mean you have a guilty conscience?" Kuang Shizong sneered. "Kid. Little brat, you may not know. Purple Star's venerables didn't just have to possess a venerable token. You still need this old man's approval. If I don't agree, Zilong won't give out the venerable token no matter how bold he is. You have the venerable token, but I don't know of your existence. Is it because Zilong doesn't put this old master in his eyes, or is there some other problem? Shouldn't you explain yourself?" Hearing what he said, Yang Kai could not help chuckling and said casually, "Maybe brother Zilong wants to wait a while before telling old sir, and I have already returned the venerable token to Great Elder, so shouldn't this matter end here?" "Humph." Kuang Shizong coldly snorted and ignored Yang Kai, instead turning to Ziwu-ji below and coldly asking, "Is your father's Yuan life lamp still there?" Although Ziwu-ji had been severely injured just now, he was not seriously injured. At this moment, he was adjusting his breathing, but when he heard this question, his body shook as he struggled for a moment, seemingly hesitating whether to lie or not. In the end, he replied honestly, reporting to Ancestral Founder, "Father's Yuan life lamp has been broken." "What?" Everyone was shocked, even Gong Sunliang showing an expression of disbelief. What a Yuan life lamp represented, they naturally understood in their hearts, and what it meant for a Yuan life lamp to be broken, everyone understood. It meant Zilong had fallen. The sect master of Purple Star had passed away. Only Li Maoming, who had received the news from Zi Wuji early in the morning, remained calm, but his expression was also gloomy as he smiled bitterly. He and Zilong had fought together for the sake of a woman, but that was it, they were not enemies. When he learned that Zilong had fallen, Li Maoming did not feel the slightest joy, instead feeling extremely sad. Sure enough. Kuang Shizong sighed as his face seemed to age a lot. After a moment of silence, he turned to Yang Kai again, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, as if they could see through everything in this world, quickly asking, "Where did Zilong die?" "The severed world." Yang Kai replied with a frown. "Who killed him?" Yang Kai was surprised. "What? Does old Sir think that Brother Zilong's death has nothing to do with me?" Kuang Shizong sneered, "Although you are strong, you are not qualified to kill Zilong. If not, do you think this old master would be telling you this? I would have already taken your life to avenge Zilong. Old Sir's vision is truly sharp." Yang Kai wore a look of admiration, but immediately his expression became one of pain as he said, "Brother Zilong died to the seven-colored radiant light, not by someone." Seven-colored radiant light. Kuang Shizong's face changed, obviously knowing what kind of existence the seven-colored radiant light was. Perhaps he had also been to the severed world in the past and knew how powerful the seven-colored radiant light was. Hearing this, he nodded gently and said, "If that's the case, it was his own carelessness. After Brother Zilong died, I picked up his space ring and the venerable token." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. "So, you are not my Purple Star's venerable?" Gong Sun Liang's eyes bulged as he could not help shouting angrily. "Great Elder, please forgive me." Yang Kai cupped his fists towards him with a smile. "This old master is furious." Gong Sun Liang's blood rushed to his head and he almost burst from anger. Kuang Shizong glanced at him coldly before turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Boy, you are not my Purple Star's venerable, yet you swindled others here and destroyed my Purple Star city. Your crimes are unforgivable. This isn't just about me." Yang Kai said with an aggrieved expression. "If it weren't for you, how could today's situation have occurred?" Kuang Shizong glared at Yang Kai coldly, the murderous intent in his eyes almost tangible. Yang Kai secretly became vigilant as he circulated his Saint Qi, preparing to fight back at any time. But to his surprise, Kuang Shizong did not immediately attack him and instead said, "Boy, this old master will give you two choices. The first is for this old master to kill you and grind your bones to ashes to appease the souls of Purple Star's ancestors. The second is for you to join my Purple Star, become a member of my Purple Star, and serve my Purple Star. Choose for yourself." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Old Sir is making things difficult for me. First, I don't want to die, and second, I don't want to join Purple Star. What should I do?" "Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This old master is also a person who appreciates talents and does not want someone like you to die young. You should think about it carefully before replying." "I've already thought about it thoroughly." Yang Kai nodded seriously. Kuang Shizong's eyes narrowed as he stared in Yang Kai's direction and said unhurriedly, "You pretended to be my Purple Star's venerable, sneaked into Purple Star Palace, and got involved in this muddy water. My guess is, you came here for these people." As soon as his voice fell, Kuang Shizong stretched out his hand and waved. In the distance below, a slight exclamation suddenly rang out, followed by a roar accompanied by a violent energy fluctuation. Kuang Shizong's face became solemn as he stretched out his hand and pulled. A few figures uncontrollably flew over from that direction and came to a place not far from him. These figures were none other than Shuntu and the others. Behind Shuntu and the others, the stone puppet was in hot pursuit with the heaven-shaking pillar in its hand, its small body having swelled to twice its original size. It seemed that it wanted to rescue Shentu and the others but was unable to do so. Shentu and the others looked panicked. They had just been rescued by the stone mongoose and were about to take the opportunity to escape Purple Star City when they were subdued by Kuang Shizong. At this moment, they had suddenly become the focus of everyone's attention, causing them to feel quite distressed. Kuang Shizong stopped Shentu and the others not far in front of him and frowned as he looked down at the stone mongoose, a look of suspicion on his face. With his eyesight, he could not tell whether the stone mongoose was a living creature or a puppet. He could only vaguely feel that this stone-like thing was not simple. What does old sir mean? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at Kuang Shizong. Nothing. Kuang Shizong saw that he was somewhat nervous about Shentu and the others and could not help smiling proudly. It seems that you are a member of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce? But why has this old master never heard of you from Hangluo Chamber of Commerce? This little brat is just a nameless nobody, so old sir naturally has not heard of him, but old sir is a martial Dao Grandmaster level character, yet you still want to play such tricks? If word of this were to spread, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Yang Kai's face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped from it. Who would dare ridicule me? This old master will destroy his entire family. Kuang Shizong said with a look of indifference, I'll give you one last chance, pledge your loyalty to my purple star and I'll let these small fries go, otherwise, all of you will die. Shentu was suspended mid-air, unable to circulate his Saint Chi with his strength sealed. Hearing this, he looked at Yang Kai with a bitter smile and said, Brother Yang, don't worry about us, think of a way. Before he could finish speaking though, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Second young master. The Hangluo Chamber of Commerce cultivator was shocked, one of them turning to Kuang Shizong and cursing, old bastard, you dare, *pang, before this man could finish his sentence, his head suddenly burst open, sending red and white matter flying in all directions as his headless corpse fell from mid-air. Shentu and the others immediately turned pale, never having expected that Kuang Shizong, with his status, would really kill an origin-returning realm cultivator, much less in a situation where he had been subdued. At that moment, none of them dared to make a sound, lest they provoke a fatal disaster. This old master doesn't have much patience, the next one will be him. This little brat seems to have some weight. If he dies, you may seriously consider this old master's suggestion, Kuang Shizong pointed to Shentu and said coldly. As soon as this statement came out, Shentu couldn't help trembling. You dare! Yang Kai shouted angrily, his face suddenly becoming ferocious. Without even mentioning the friendship between him and Shentu, Yang Kai couldn't just sit back and watch Shentu be killed. On top of that, if he really allowed Shentu to be killed by Kuang Shizong, Yang Kai would never have the face to see Xueyu again. After all, Shentu was Xueyu's second brother. Kuang Shizong was startled and said with a strange expression, It's been a long time since someone has said such words to this old master. Interesting, boy, open your eyes wide and see if this old master really dares to kill him. Chapter 1876. Kuang Shizong was decisive and ruthless, so naturally, he would not take Yang Kai's meaningless threats to heart. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand towards Shentu, clearly intending to kill him. Shentu's face went pale as he felt the aura of death envelop him, his entire being feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Right at that moment, a mysterious power pulsed and Yang Kai suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Kuang Shizong's eyes narrowed as he suddenly clenched his outstretched hand and clenched it into a fist. The powerful aura of a third-order origin king suddenly erupted and punched towards the void in front of him. In front of him, Yang Kai appeared like a ghost and stood between him and Shentu, his face extremely solemn as he clasped his hands together and pushed them forward. Secret technique, exile. Space force surged and a black hole suddenly appeared in front of Kwang Shizong. This black hole was like the maw of a beast that wanted to swallow him whole. Inside this black hole was chaos and emptiness. Even a master like Kwang Shizong could not help shuddering when he felt the aura coming from this black hole. The powerful strength of a third-order origin king erupted. Kong, with a loud bang, the black hole shattered like a mirror, inch by inch. However, the chaotic power of space sputtered in all directions, transforming into countless attacks that enveloped Kwang Shizong. Xio, a series of whooshing sounds rang out as a series of huge crescent moon-shaped energy attacks slashed towards Kwang Shizong. Secret technique, Moon Blade. Kwang Shizong's eyes narrowed as he felt the tremendous power contained in these moon blades. Not daring to neglect, Kwang Shizong opened his mouth and spat out a jade-like artifact that twisted and transformed into a giant bird. This giant bird had 3 heads. Each of them was the size of a house. With a flap of its wings, the surrounding wind attribute energy gathered and transformed into countless wind blades. These wind blades met the moon blades head-on. A series of explosive sounds rang out as the moon blades and wind blades formed an airtight killing zone in the air. It was as if they could shatter that part of the sky. A fist emerged from the chaotic battlefield and smashed towards Kwang Shizong, a 5-colored glow blooming around it. It was Yang Kai's invincible sword Qi. Kwang Shizong also saw the opportunity quickly and also greeted it with a punch. With a bang, Kwang Shizong's body shook and swayed 3 times before he stood still. On the other hand, Yang Kai was sent flying back, his face slightly pale. Forcibly circulating his Saint Qi, Yang Kai tried to resolve the energy shock that was invading his body. The two of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. When the two of them joined forces to fight Yang Kai and fell into a disadvantage, they already knew that Yang Kai was not an ordinary second-order origin king. At that time, they guessed that Yang Kai should have the qualifications to fight against a third-order origin king. However, guesses were just guesses in the end, and they couldn't be taken seriously. After all, they couldn't fathom how strong a third-order origin king was. And at this moment, such a thing was really happening right under their noses. Yang Kai really exchanged a few moves with Kwang Shizong, and although he fell into a disadvantage and seemed to have suffered some minor injuries, there was no sign of him losing. What kind of person was Kwang Shizong? He was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, and there were only a few like him in the entire star territory. Each of these third-order origin kings had the power to destroy a star, and ordinary people couldn't fathom their depths. They were the supreme symbols of the martial Tao, invincible legends. Yet, Yang Kai was able to retreat in front of such a person. Not only that, he also took away the people from Hangluo Chamber of Commerce right in front of Kwang Shizong. This discovery made Li Maoming and Gong Sun Liang completely dumbfounded as they asked themselves over and over again, if they were in Kwang Shizong's shoes, could they have done this? The answer was obviously no. It was likely that when Kwang Shizong made his first move, they would have already been injured and forced to retreat. Above Purple Star City, Kwang Shizong's expression fluctuated, neither embarrassed nor angry, but instead solemn as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze, not saying a word. Not far away, Yang Kai stood in front of Shen Tu and the others, wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and raised his head slightly to meet Kwang Shizong's gaze. After a long time, Kwang Shizong asked without rhyme or reason, "Space power?" Senior's vision is truly sharp. Yang Kai grinned at him. You actually know such an obscure power and are proficient in it? Kwang Shizong's heart shook violently as his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Kwang Shizong had naturally heard of the Tao of space before. In the Star Territory and Purple Star, there were also people who cultivated the Tao of space, but at most they had only just crossed the threshold and were unable to use it against their enemies. However, Yang Kai's actions just now clearly showed that he had extremely deep attainments in the Tao of space. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to achieve such a teleportation-like movement skill and condense his moon blade attack and void black hole. This was simply unbelievable. Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang were also stunned. Only now did they realize that what Yang Kai had just used was actually an extremely obscure Tao of space. Realizing this, both of their expressions couldn't help becoming ugly. Didn't this mean that when Yang Kai fought with them before, he hadn't used his full strength? 2 against 1, not only had they fallen into a disadvantage, they hadn't even been able to force out the other party's true strength. This kind of thing made both Gong Sun Liang and Li Mao Ming feel ashamed. Since old Sir knows, do you still have the confidence to keep me here? On the other side, Yang Kai chuckled, his face filled with arrogance and confidence. If I want to leave, no one in this world can stop me. Hearing this, Kwang Shizong nodded slightly and said, although your words are a bit arrogant, you are indeed qualified to say so. It's good that Senior knows. How about we come to an agreement? Today's matter will end here. I will take my friends and leave. Senior won't bother about what happened before. How about it? In your dreams. Kwang Shizong sneered, indeed, since you are proficient in the Tao of space, it would be impossible for me to kill you, but, that's only limited to you alone. Bringing along a few burdens, do you still have the confidence to escape this old master's pursuit? All of you are smart people, so don't try to play games with this old master. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he said helplessly, I didn't expect old Sir to see through me. What should I do now? Shen Tu, who was being protected by Yang Kai, heard this and a look of determination flashed across his face as he said, Brother Yang, go, don't worry about us. Being able to be saved by you today, Shen Tu can die without regrets. If we follow second young master to the death, we won't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. The others also expressed their stance, their expressions unflinching. Yang Kai turned his head, glanced at them, and said with a slight smile, rest assured, since things have reached this point, it's naturally impossible for me to just let you go. Today, everyone will leave together. Leave together? Kwang Shizong sneered, boy, you think too much, don't act so presumptuous in my Purple Star City. Saying so, he waved his hand and the 8 Origin King Realm Elders of Purple Star flew towards Yang Kai. Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang also joined in, and in the blink of an eye, 10 Origin Kings surrounded Yang Kai and the others. Not far away, there was also a third-order Origin King like Kwang Shizong eyeing them covetously. Shen Tu and the others looked sad as they realized that this time they were really doomed. Yang Kai, on the other hand, laughed loudly, interesting. It's rare to encounter so many masters at once, it really makes one's blood boil. Since that's the case, I'll go all out and make a scene. Kwang Shizong frowned, not knowing what other cards Yang Kai had up his sleeves, but he was still as arrogant as before, not showing the slightest worry. Everyone, be careful. Yang Kai grinned fiercely before waving his hands forward and shouting, come out. As soon as his words fell, a behemoth suddenly appeared above Purple Star City. This thing was huge, like a mountain, and as soon as it appeared, it blocked out the sun and cast a shadow over everyone. What is that? Someone could not help exclaiming. So big? A humanoid puppet? What the hell is that? Everyone stared at this huge object and almost lost the ability to think. This was a 1,000-meter-tall humanoid behemoth that looked like it had been piled up from a mountain of stone. Its body seemed to have been carved with a sharp blade, giving off an extremely resolute feeling. From its body, no life aura could be felt, but a pressure comparable to a third-order Origin King swept out in all directions. Every Origin King standing mid-air felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making them feel extremely heavy. Those cultivators below the Origin King realm were on the verge of collapse, with those with lower strength falling directly to the ground. their screams echoing through the sky. The eyes of this behemoth flashed brightly, as if it had gained sentience, and as soon as it appeared, it fell straight down. It was as if it was falling from the sky. Not good. Kuang Shizong roared as he saw Yang Kai's huge embodiment falling down. Just as he was about to take action to stop it, the sky suddenly darkened again. Accompanied by the clear and melodious cry of a bird, a huge firebird with a long tail suddenly appeared and covered the sky. This firebird seemed to be composed of flames, and there were faint flashes of lightning flickering within its body, giving off a great sense of deterrence and unease. As it flapped its wings, the temperature in the air rose sharply. This was not the end though. As golden blood threads shot out, the roars of beasts rang out one after another as an army of blood beasts appeared. Thunder flame flying, tail-crowned snake, Zhu Zhen bird, star emperor turtle, eight-eyed demon toad, purple thunder sky leopard, in addition to the steel flame ghost spider left behind by Yang Kai in Tong Xian realm to guard Nine Heavens Holy Land, the rest of the blood beasts had all been dispatched. Each blood beast was exuding a powerful aura that was no weaker than that of a third-order origin returning realm master. With nearly 20 blood beasts gathered together, the blood-red light seemed to pierce through the sky and pierce into Star Field. Chapter 1877. The situation had suddenly changed. So many strange things had suddenly appeared in the sky above Purple Star Palace, dazzling everyone and leaving them at a loss for what to do. This article was written by Roar. A roar resounded through the sky as the stone mongoose Xiao, who was down below, received instructions from Yang Kai and pounded his chest with both fists. Accompanied by a drum-like sound, Xiao's body suddenly grew in size and transformed into a stone giant. The next moment, a blazing flame burst out from Xiao's body and a terrifying heat burst out, melting the stone on his body rapidly. At first glance, Xiao seemed to be wearing a layer of magma armor. Xiao's final transformation form, Lava Giant. Just this giant that was over 100 feet tall with lava flowing all over its body already gave people an unimaginable sense of oppression, not to mention that it was carrying a thick heaven-shaking pillar on its shoulder. The heaven-shaking pillar that weighed over 100,000 kilograms was held in its small hand as if it was weightless. With a sweep of its hand, all the houses within a radius of 100 feet with it as the center were reduced to dust. The violent shockwaves caused by Xiao's violent power slammed into the hearts of every Origin King Realm Master like a sledgehammer, causing them to show looks of dread. Kong, the embodiment fell to the ground. The mountain-like embodiment fell like a meteor, and the huge impact caused the entire Purple Star City to shake. Even the houses far away in the outer city had many cracks on them at this moment, not to mention the houses in the inner city. The ones close to the embodiment directly collapsed, and even those a little further away were on the verge of collapse. Yang Kai stood mid-air with a leisurely look on his face as he whistled frivolously. With an unbridled smile on his face, Yang Kai stared at the pale-faced Kuang Shizong. The embodiment slowly lifted one of its big feet and took a step forward. The embodiment's movements were extremely slow, as if someone had placed some kind of seal on it. It looked very difficult, but when its foot stepped down, a huge footprint appeared somewhere in Purple Star City. Everything under this footprint disappeared, leaving behind only a deep crater. The embodiment did not make any other offensive moves and simply walked forward step by step. However, the destructive power it brought was unimaginable. What the hell is this thing? Quick! Attack it! If we don't stop it now, all of Purple Star City will be finished. Many masters shouted, and without waiting for Kuang Shizong's order, they attacked the embodiment one after another. A total of 10 Origin Kings, 2 of which were second-order Origin Kings. None of them were stingy with their secret techniques. He revealed his secret treasure. They gathered into a powerful attack and attacked the magical clone in an attempt to stop it. A series of explosions rang out. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, and a bright light bloomed, causing people to involuntarily squint their eyes. When the light dissipated, everyone focused their eyes, and their hearts turned cold. Even with 10 Origin Kings joining forces, they were unable to destroy this behemoth. Although it seemed to have lost a lot of stones and its surface was filled with holes, these losses did not affect the actions of the embodiment at all. Instead, they only served to stimulate its ferocity. The one who controlled the Dharmakaya was a split spirit of Yang Kai, who had inherited Yang Kai's character, way of thinking, and even the way of doing things. How could he tolerate such an attack and not fight back? A ferocious glint flashed in the embodiment's eyes, and its huge body sank slightly. Then, it lifted its foot and stomped. Kacha, huge gullies appeared on the ground, crisscrossing each other and spreading in all directions at an extremely fast speed. The embodiment raised its hands, and from the shattered earth, countless large and small chunks of earth were lifted up by an invisible force. The smallest of these chunks of earth was only the size of a human head, while the largest was comparable to a house. The embodiment's body shook as it roared, and all the controlled chunks of earth shot out in all directions like a swarm of locusts. This kind of attack may not be able to hurt an Origin King, and even an Origin returning Realm Master could easily avoid it, but after these chunks of earth and rocks were sent flying, palaces were pierced and houses collapsed one after another. In just 5 breaths of time, half of Purple Star Palace, centered on the embodiment, was destroyed. Kuang Shizong's face was ugly to the extreme. In his own home base, an enemy had acted so arrogantly, and all the high-end combat power of Purple Star had been unable to stop it. If such a thing were to spread out, Purple Star would inevitably become a laughingstock throughout its territory, becoming the biggest stain in the history of Purple Star. Kuang Shizong wanted to capture the leader of the bandits, but Yang Kai's attention was always on him, so he could not find an opportunity. A bird cry rang out as the Firebird, which had been flying steadily above Yang Kai's head, suddenly flew out without receiving any orders. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, not knowing what this Firebird wanted to do. Sweeping his eyes across the field, he saw something and immediately understood, not stopping the Firebird's actions. The Firebird was extremely fast, and with a flap of its wings, it crossed 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. It arrived directly in front of Li Mao Ming, opened its beak, and spat out a mouthful of flames mixed with thunder and lightning. Perceiving the terrifying power contained in these flames, Li Mao Ming did not dare to neglect and hurriedly dodged. At the same time, he patted the gourd in his hand and released a large amount of blue flames. These blue flames transformed into a river that swept towards the Firebird like a waterfall. Seeing this scene, the Firebird's eyes flashed an anthropomorphic cunning look. Instead of retreating, it opened its beak and bit down on the blue flames. At the same time, its abdomen swelled, and with a rumbling sound, something shocking happened. It actually sucked the blue flames directly into its stomach. With this successful move, the Firebird flew back to Yang Kai without looking back. Li Mao Ming was left standing in place with his mouth wide open, unable to recover for a long time. After a while, he slapped his thigh and cried out in pain, "Ah, my blue ice flame." As he spoke, he constantly formed seals, pushing his divine sense and Saint Chi in an attempt to control the blue ice flame he had refined from the Firebird. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the Firebird's abdomen swelled up and down, as if something was running amok inside it. Its body was also constantly flashing red, purple, and blue lights. The Firebird cried out in pain. It wanted to forcibly take back the blue ice flame from someone else, so naturally it would not be so easy. It had to pay a price. After all, the blue ice flame was not an ordinary treasure. It was a rare treasure Li Mao Ming had obtained after a near-death experience. Among the 3 colors that flashed on the Firebird's body, red represented its own fire attribute power, purple was the power of the heaven-scorching thunder fire that it had devoured and refined before, and blue was naturally the power of the blue ice flame. The three colors intersected, one stronger than the other weaker. With the firebird's body as the battlefield, it seemed like a fierce struggle was taking place. However, in the end, the firebird was still a firebird. It had absorbed the power of the sun's true fire and the heaven-scorching thunder fire. Neither of these flames lost to the blue ice flame, so the stalemate only lasted for a short while before the flickering blue light dimmed. At that moment, the firebird's body shook and the phantom image of an artifact furnace appeared from its body. It was its natal artifact, the Origin King grade artifact refining furnace. At this moment, the blue ice flame was completely sealed inside the artifact refining furnace. Yang Kai believed that as long as the firebird was given enough time, it would be able to refine this strange flame. At that time, its strength would surely rise again. Poo, in the distance, Li Mao Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood as he felt the connection between his artifact and his soul being severed. He knew that it was impossible to retrieve the blue ice flame unless he killed the firebird. While the firebird and Li Mao Ming were competing for the blue ice flame, the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao was also fighting with Gong Sun Liang. Although Xiao Xiao had transformed into a lava giant, compared to the enormous existence of the embodiment, he was still like a grandson in front of his grandfather. Gong Sun Liang saw that he could not do much against the embodiment, so he turned his attention to Xiao Xiao. Gong Sun Liang was not willing to use the short sword artifact that had lost most of its spirituality and instead took out a hammer-like heavy artifact. Pouring all of his strength into this heavy artifact, Gong Sun Liang smashed it towards Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao simply swung his stick to meet this attack. The hammer-like artifact actually burst into dust on the spot and Gong Sun Liang's entire body was sent flying, the bones in his arms completely shattered. It wasn't until now that Gong Sun Liang realized how big of a mistake he had made. Although his hammer artifact was not Origin King grade, it was still an Origin grade high-rank artifact and was extremely sturdy, yet it had been easily blown to smithereens. It was easy to imagine how much power had been contained in that seemingly light stick strike. Just this power alone was enough to defeat 10 people with brute force. With the 2 second-order Origin Kings suffering such a setback, the remaining 8 first-order Origin Kings looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do for a while. The Avatar was still walking at a leisurely pace. Every time it took a step, the ground would crack open and leave behind a huge footprint. Its existence was like a towering mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. Even Shen Tu and the others, who were being protected by Yang Kai, all had their mouths wide open at this moment as they stared blankly at the scene before them, their minds completely blank, unable to think at all. With his own strength, Yang Kai was fighting against all the masters of Purple Star, including 8 first-order Origin Kings, 2 second-order Origin Kings, and 1 third-order Origin King. Not only was he not at a disadvantage, he even held the upper hand in every aspect. If they had not seen this with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. While Shen Tu was shocked, his mood also became slightly bitter. Thinking back to the first time he met Yang Kai, although Yang Kai's performance was outstanding, the latter's cultivation was still far from his. The two of them had only managed to survive by helping each other and taking care of each other. But this time, Shen Tu found that the other party was already standing at a height he could not even see. This huge gap was something he would never be able to close in his lifetime. This discovery made Shen Tu feel a sense of loss. Over the years, he had not wasted his time and had been cultivating diligently, trying to obtain the approval of President Aio and surpass his talented third brother, but all his achievements were not worth mentioning in front of Yang Kai. Chapter 1878. Senior, do you want me to continue making trouble? Up in the air, Yang Kai, who had been confronting Kuang Shizong, looked at him with a smile and asked leisurely, if you continue to make trouble like this, I'm afraid your Purple Star City will really be destroyed. But it doesn't matter. Purple Star is so big, and there are tens of thousands of cities. Even if Purple Star City is gone, there are still other cities. If I sweep through them one by one, I believe it will be enough for me to make trouble for a while. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was frightened. If Yang Kai had said such a thing before, most people would have thought he was just bluffing, but after seeing the powerful combat power and destructive power of those strange things, no one dared to doubt Yang Kai's ability anymore. As long as he had enough patience, with this army of artifacts in his hands, he could definitely destroy all of Purple Star. Everyone looked at Kwang Shizong, and 90% of them had a pleading expression on their faces. They were really afraid. Although Yang Kai was noisy enough, he had not started a killing spree so far. If he was really forced to fight, only a few of these people present would survive. Enough. Although Kwang Shizong was angry, he had to roar. Yang Kai smiled slightly. So, Senior is willing to talk to me? Senior can rest assured, I will not come to Purple Star again. Yang Kai grinned, not caring about Kwang Shizong's harsh words at all. Anyone with a bit of intelligence would know that these were just empty words. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space and was a second-order origin king. In the entire territory of Purple Star, it was likely that no one could kill him unless they trapped him somewhere. Only by wearing down his strength with a large number of people would there be a chance to kill him, otherwise, there would be no chance. This old master will not let this matter rest. Sooner or later, this old master will personally go to Water Moon Star and talk to AIO. Kwang Shizong looked at Yang Kai coldly and said word by word. Until now, he still thought that Yang Kai was from Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. Water Moon Star welcomes you. Yang Kai smiled, then said to Shentu, Brother Shentu, everything is ready, you can leave first. What about you? Shentu frowned at Yang Kai. There was a hint of worry on his face. I'll stay and watch over them. Yang Kai pointed downwards, I'm afraid that if we leave together, they will attack the battleship. Don't worry. They can't stop me. I'll meet up with you guys later. Yang Kai nodded. Be careful. Shentu left without looking back. The other Hangluo Chamber of Commerce cultivator also nodded to Yang Kai to express their gratitude before leaving with Shentu's day below. Xiao Xiao transformed back into his small and harmless form, carrying the heaven-shaking pillar as he chased after Shentu and the others. It had received Yang Kai's orders. They had escorted Shentu and the others all the way. Many of Purple Star's masters remained motionless, or rather, none of them dared to act rashly. They could only watch as a few origin-returning realm masters swaggered away right under their noses. A look of shame appeared on everyone's face as they glared at Kai Yang, their eyes almost spitting fire. Boy, you're quite cautious, Kwang Shizong suddenly said. Senior is too kind, but it's always best to be careful, Yang Kai chuckled. What was that thing that just left and what was that thing down there? Why has this old master never seen it before? Is it a puppet or a living being? Kwang Shizong asked with narrowed eyes. A living being, a very rare race. If Senior wants to find it, I'm afraid you won't be able to. To Kwang Shizong's surprise, Yang Kai didn't try to hide anything and directly gave the answer. I obtained these two by chance. Kwang Shizong nodded lightly before turning to look at the nearly 20 blood beasts with interest. What about these? You're not going to tell me they're also living beings, are you? These are formed by a secret technique. Does Senior want to learn it? If you want, I can teach you. Yang Kai's brow twitched as a look of contempt appeared on his face. Forget it. Kwang Shizong coldly snorted, this old master is afraid he won't be able to afford it. He also knew that Yang Kai was just chatting with him to pass the time, so he took this opportunity to fish out some information. As for the other party saying he was willing to teach him this secret technique, it was obvious he would make some harsh demands, so Kwang Shizong wasn't stupid enough to believe him. Then forget it, Yang Kai didn't care and continued to chat with Kwang Shizong. Suddenly, Li Mao Ming stepped forward with a gloomy expression and cupped his fists. "Brother Yang, can you give me back my blue ice flame?" "Blue ice flame?" Yang Kai raised his brow as he stared at the firebird thoughtfully, immediately understanding that he was referring to the blue flame that was swallowed by the firebird. "And that blue ice flame is of great use to me, if I were to lose it." Li Mao Ming looked embarrassed. Brother Li, it's useless to say such things to me, you'll have to ask it." Yang Kai pointed to the firebird. "Brother Yang must be joking." Li Mao Ming's mouth twitched. "Although this Li can't see what kind of existence it is obviously your master. If you don't return that blue ice flame, Brother Yang can do it. And I can exchange it for an Origin King grade artifact, how about it?" The condition proposed by Li Mao Ming was quite pertinent, so Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before saying, "Then I'll help you ask." "Many thanks, Brother Yang." Yang Kai then turned to look at the firebird and said, "You heard what I said just now, can you return that blue flame? If you want, nod, if you don't, shake your head." The firebird glanced at Yang Kai for a moment before turning her eyes away, showing a look of indifference. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. "Brotherly, as you can see, this guy's temper isn't very good. He probably doesn't want to return it." This. Li Mao Ming was suddenly speechless. At that moment, a starship in the sky suddenly set off, and soon, the starship set sail at an extremely fast speed, breaking through the clouds and heading towards the distant star field. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, this Yang will take his leave. We will meet again." Saying so, Yang Kai put away the Blood Beast army, the Firebird, and his embodiment before turning into a stream of light and chasing after the starship. "Brother Yang, my blue ice flame, if you have something to say, let's talk," Li Mao Ming cried. He stood in place and shouted, but received no response. "Martial ancestor, are you just going to let him leave like this?" Gong Sun Liang stood beside Kwang Shizong. He asked with a look of annoyance. Today's battle was not only a shame for Purple Star, but also a shame for Gong Sun Liang. He had suffered heavy losses in this battle, so naturally, he was unwilling to give up. Kwang Shizong heard this. He did not answer immediately. A light flashed across his eyes, as if he was hesitating whether to take advantage of this opportunity to pursue. "Not good. Not good." Suddenly, a panicked shout rang out, and everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. They found that this person was Ji Jun, who had been assisting Ziwu Ji. "Old Ji, what happened?" Ziwu Ji endured the discomfort he was feeling and asked. "Second young master. That venerable Yang looted the entire Purple Star treasury." Ji Jun shouted. "What?" Ziwu Ji and Kwang Shizong's faces changed drastically at the same time. Everyone else also wore looks of righteous indignation. How did that surnamed Yang enter Purple Star's vault? Where did he get the key? Who lured him there? So that's how it is. I was wondering why second young master had transferred all the people guarding the vault away today. It turns out this was the reason. Gong Sun Liang looked at Ziwu Ji gloomily. "Did you collude with him long ago?" Ziwu Ji's blood rushed to his head for a moment and he found himself unable to defend himself, anxiously saying, "He said he only wanted to take one thing. How could I have known he would be so greedy? I even asked old Ji to follow him to monitor him." Ji Jun suddenly looked ashamed. "I was knocked unconscious by him after he sealed my strength and only just woke up, waste." Kwang Shizong flew into a rage and waved his hand, sending out a surge of power that sent Ziwu Ji flying, his life or death unknown. Kwang Shizong roared, "Everyone, chase after him. No matter the cost, we must kill that little brat in Star Field." Yes. Everyone nodded and used their movement skills to fly off in a certain direction. A moment later, above Purple Star City, more than a dozen Origin-grade high-rank starships set off, one of which was led by an Origin King-grade starship as they aggressively charged toward Star Field. Others may not know what kind of treasures were stored in Purple Star's vault, but how could Kwang Shizong not know? Everything else was fine, but the true dragon scale was a priceless treasure that had existed since the founding of Purple Star. Over the years, generations of Purple Star's geniuses had tried to refine this dragon scale for their own use. Kwang Shizong had also tried, but no one had succeeded. In the end, it could only be put on a shelf and sealed away in the vault. Although no one could refine the true dragon scale, that did not mean it was worthless. On the contrary, its value was immeasurable. Now that this true dragon scale had been stolen by Yang Kai, how could Kwang Shizong give up? This time, he and Yang Kai really had reached a point of no return. Today's shock in Purple Star City was felt by everyone. The aftermath of the battle between the Origin King Realm Masters had caused the weaker cultivators to panic. At this moment, seeing so many starships move out together, even a fool would know that something big was about to happen on Purple Star. It was just that no one knew what was going on today. Inside Star Field, Yang Kai soon caught up with the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce starship. Sending a divine sense message, the starship's hatch opened and Yang Kai rushed in, immediately seeing Shen Tu and the others waiting for him. "Brother Yang." Shen Tu cupped his fists and said with a dignified expression, "Shen Tu will never forget this life-saving grace. If you have any requests in the future, just let me know." Yang Kai chuckled, "Brother Shen Tu is too serious, we're all family, there's no need to be so polite." Family? A trace of doubt flashed across Shen Tu's face, but he didn't think too much about it, thinking that Yang Kai was just being polite to him. However, Yang Kai saying so made him very happy, knowing that Yang Kai did not look down on him just because his strength had improved. Chapter 1879. Aboard the starship, not only were Shen Tu and the others present, but so were the people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Hua Yumeng, Xia Jingwu, Yao Qing, Hai Tang, Gao Hong, and the others were all looking at Yang Kai, their eyes filled with worry for Yang Kai and confusion. These people had always lived on Purple Star's cultivation star, and although they had not joined Purple Star, they could be regarded as half a Purple Star cultivator. Now that they were suddenly forced to flee Purple Star, never to return in the future, they had no idea what to do in the future. However, they knew that after Yang Kai made such a ruckus on Purple Star, there was no longer a place for them on the planet. If they did not leave, only death awaited them. In addition to the people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Li Nuo of Clear Sky Auction House and the beautiful woman named Aunt Chun were also aboard the starship, as well as some of the cultivator from Clear Sky Auction House. At this moment, Li Nuo and Aunt Chun were looking at Yang Kai with gratitude on their faces. The reason was very simple. Clear Sky Auction House was originally a spy planted by Hangluo Chamber of Commerce on Purple Star. After Yang Kai accidentally discovered that Shen Tu had been imprisoned, Shen Tu had asked him to pass on a message to Li Nuo. After such a ruckus, Clear Sky Auction House could no longer establish a foothold on Purple Star, so Yang Kai had asked Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Li Nuo, Aunt Chun, and the others to prepare to leave Purple Star as soon as Shen Tu escaped. The arrangements were appropriate and the plan was extremely smooth. Everything was dependent on Yang Kai's endless trump cards and his own powerful combat power. "President Hua, let me introduce you, this is the son of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's president, Shen Tu." Yang Kai chuckled and pointed to Shen Tu and Hua Yumeng. Hua Yumeng was startled when she heard this and was extremely surprised. Seemingly not having expected that the man who had just fled into the starship would have such a great background, Xia Jingwu and the others were also shocked as they stared at Shen Tuesday. Shen Tu grinned and said freely, "Since you are Big Brother Yang's friends, you will be this Shen Tu's friends from now on." "I was waiting for you to say that." Yang Kai smiled and said, "President Hua and the others were implicated by me this time and had no choice but to leave Purple Star. For the time being, there is no suitable place for them to go. If it is convenient for Brother Shen Tu, would you mind taking care of them on Water Moon Star? What's so difficult about that?" Shen Tu patted his chest confidently. "I now have a fief of 1,000,000 square kilometers on Water Moon Star. There are 7 cities, big and small. If you don't mind, why don't you follow me to the fief and become the general manager of the Chamber of Commerce? He handles many trade matters. 1,000,000 miles of fiefdom, 7 cities, general manager of the Chamber of Commerce?" Everyone from 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce was stunned. All of them opened their mouths wide. He could hardly believe his ears. Before their 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce met Yang Kai, they were just a small, unknown Chamber of Commerce. There were countless existences like 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce in Purple Star City. Such a Chamber of Commerce could only struggle at the lowest level, and no one knew when it would disband. But now, with just a few words from Shen Tu, they could reach the peak and taste a goal that they had struggled for thousands of years to achieve. Coupled with this advantage and the more than 200 million Saint Crystals in Hua Yumeng's hands, it would be difficult for 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce not to soar. Is this appropriate?" Hua Yumeng blushed with excitement as she stared at Yang Kai expectantly. "What's inappropriate about it?" Shen Tu laughed. "My Hengluo Chamber of Commerce is based on commerce, and there are more large and small chambers of commerce on Water Moon Star than in Purple Star City. Since all of you are members of the Chamber of Commerce, your original intentions coincide with my Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's. By leaving this place to you, I can worry less and will have to rely on all of you in the future." Yang Kai looked at Hua Yumeng with a smile and said, "Since Brother Shen Tu has said so, President Hua should not refuse." Hua Yumeng still looked like she was dreaming, a look of longing for a better future on her face, not replying for a long time until Xia Jingwu lightly coughed and she bowed gratefully. "Many thanks, second young master." Shen Tu waved his hand and said, "President Hua is too polite, everyone will be family in the future, there's no need to be so distant." Li Nua stepped forward, took Hua Yumeng's arm, and said affectionately, "Elder sister Hua, younger sister will also work in second young master's territory in the future, please take care of her." Little sister must be joking, elder sister should be the one saying such things. Inside the starship, everyone was either experiencing the joy of escaping from certain death or looking forward to the beautiful scenery of tomorrow. The atmosphere was extremely harmonious. Yang Kai frowned as he glanced back and snorted lightly, "It seems Purple Star hasn't given up yet." Shen Tu's face changed. "What happened?" 10 starships are chasing after us, all of them Origin Grade high rank, and the one leading them is Origin King Grade. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's expression changed drastically. Origin King Grade starships were rare existences no matter where they were placed. Even Hengluo Chamber of Commerce only had a few, and Purple Star was no exception. It was not difficult to guess that the person leading this Origin King Grade starship was undoubtedly Kuang Shizong. Although the starship of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce was an Origin Grade high-rank starship, if it were to fight in the star field, whether it was in terms of speed or firepower, it would be far inferior to the enemy and would likely be blown to pieces in a single confrontation. The enemy's single Origin King Grade starship alone was enough to kill them, not to mention the other 9 Origin Grade high-rank starships. This was almost certain death. What should we do? Run. We can't escape, the enemy's Origin King Grade starship is faster than us, it's better to fight. Everyone started talking at the same time. Everyone was deeply worried. Shen Tu looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully for a moment before suddenly laughing, "Everyone, don't worry, with Brother Yang here, what is there to worry about? Brother Yang was able to bring us out of Purple Star City, so now that we're in the star field, where the sea is wide and the sky is wide, how could Purple Star possibly stop him? Hearing this, everyone's panic suddenly calmed down and they all turned to look at Yang Kai. Seeing that he was indeed not alarmed or afraid, with a calm expression on his face, everyone immediately knew that he definitely had a way to get rid of the pursuit, so they immediately calmed down and looked at him with eager eyes, their faces full of expectation. Brother Shen too seems to think highly of me. Yang Kai laughed and didn't try to keep them in suspense, nodding, good, since Brother Shen too has said so, I will naturally ensure everyone's safety. Leave the outside matters to me, you can just continue forward. Saying so, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was standing on top of the starship. Looking back, Yang Kai could clearly see 10 starships chasing after him. Each of these starships was incredibly fast, and the Origin King grade starship at the front was like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, rapidly closing the distance between them. After 10 breaths of time, the distance had been halved, and after a while, Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's starship entered the bombardment range of Purple Star's Origin King grade starship. Kuang Shizong's roar came from the other side, boy, leave behind everything you obtained from my Purple Star vault, otherwise this old master will fight you to the death today. Kuang Shizong's voice rolled like thunder, demonstrating his anger. Yang Kai smiled lightly and said calmly, there is no need for Senior to be so stingy. Purple Star is a big force, and the things in that vault are of no use to you, so I'll take them first and return them to you later. Easy for you to say. If you return them to this old master now, this old master will pretend nothing happened and let you leave. Otherwise, even if you can escape, everyone in that starship will be buried in Star Field. If Senior says so, then there is no room for discussion. Yang Kai spread his hands, I am not going to return anything that has been handed to me, but if Senior insists on being stubborn, I will be happy to teach Senior an unforgettable lesson. Arrogant. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are proficient in the Tao of space. This star field is so big that there are countless capable people, how can a frog at the bottom of a well like you see the whole picture? This old master will give you one last chance, will you return it or not? Yang Kai coldly snorted, Senior, I will also give you one last chance, don't chase after me anymore, or you may not be able to afford the consequences. Good, good, good. Little brat, you've insulted this old master again and again. Today, this old master will teach you how to behave. Kuang Shizong roared angrily as hundreds of crystal cannons suddenly appeared around the Origin King grade starship, each of which flashed with complex patterns. A dazzling light burst out, making the entire Origin King grade starship look like a dazzling sun. Terrifying energy fluctuations surged from the Origin King grade starship. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he stood atop Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's starship, took a deep breath, and pushed his space force. Kong, a muffled bang rang out as Purple Star's Origin King grade starship trembled slightly and sent out hundreds of white beams of light towards the place where Yang Kai stood. Wherever these beams passed, all the gravel floating in the star field was reduced to dust, as if they had been melted away. Crystal cannons were the most terrifying attack a starship could unleash. The crystal cannons of an Origin-grade low-rank starship were enough to destroy an entire city, and the higher the grade of the starship, the greater the lethality. If the hundreds of crystal cannons of an Origin King-grade starship bombarded a smaller cultivation star, they might be able to destroy 1/10 of its surface area. 10 such shots were enough to destroy a cultivation star. The white beam of light gushed out and directly penetrated Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's Origin-grade high-rank starship. Like snowflakes under a scorching sun, the Origin-grade high-rank starship didn't even last a breath of time before it distorted and disappeared. It was as if it had melted away just like the surrounding gravel. Kuang Shizong was startled, not having expected to succeed so easily. But in the next moment, he realized that something was wrong and quickly turned his head to the other side. In the star field, Purple Star's starship was safe and sound as it continued to flee forward. Yang Kai, who was standing atop the starship, was also unscathed, a leisurely look upon his face. Kwang Shizong could even see the sarcasm on his face. He was able to teleport an entire starship away. Kwang Shizong quickly understood what had happened, and as if he had been struck by lightning, he stood dumbfounded in place, his face filled with shock. Chapter 1880. Kwang Shizong had seen Yang Kai's use of Space Force before and knew what he was capable of, but he never expected that Yang Kai's Space Force would not only allow him to come and go without a trace, but also allow him to teleport an Origin-grade high-rank starship. This was no longer something that could be done by human strength, it was simply a divine miracle. It was for this reason that the destructive crystal cannons had failed to play any role. Just as Kwang Shizong was in a daze, Yang Kai's low voice came from the other side, "Since Senior is so stubborn, please pay the price." "Not good." Kwang Shizong shouted in alarm. Although he did not know what kind of method Yang Kai was going to use, he subconsciously felt that something was wrong. It seemed that what Yang Kai was about to show was not something he could resist. "Quick, activate the defenses to the maximum," Kwang Shizong roared. The cultivator in charge of the Origin King-grade starship did not dare to neglect and immediately sent a series of seals into the spirit array. In the next moment, a thick energy barrier suddenly appeared around the Origin King-grade starship. This barrier seemed to be impregnable, and even a third-order Origin King would not be able to break through it. But even so, Kwang Shizong still felt uneasy in his heart, his pores tightening as a feeling of dread lingered in his heart. A purple light suddenly flashed in front of him. This purple light was not dazzling, and compared to the scene of hundreds of crystal cannons firing just now, it was like a firefly competing with the bright moon, not even worth mentioning. However, the moment this purple light lit up, Kwang Shizong suddenly stopped breathing and stared at it with wide eyes, his whole body shivering as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. From the source of the purple light, he actually felt a majesty that made him submit, that made him unable to even think of resisting. Emperor pressure. Kwang Shizong was a third-order Origin King after all. In an instant, he understood what kind of existence this majestic force was. From the source of this purple light, it was actually filled with Emperor pressure. Didn't that mean the other party had an Emperor artifact? An Emperor artifact was something that only existed in legends, an existence that was as elusive as the starry sky Great Emperor. It was a treasure far beyond Origin King grade. If this was really an Emperor artifact, the Origin King grade starship might not be able to block it. Thinking so, Kwang Shizong immediately roared, "If you don't want to die, run." Saying so, he rushed directly towards the cabin door. Not waiting for this cultivator to open it, Kwang Shizong threw a punch and punched a big hole in the sturdy door. Then he flew into the star field. Kwang Shizong was the supreme existence of the entire purple star, but seeing him in such a state made everyone tremble in fear. How could the other martial artists dare to stay? They all followed Kwang Shizong and escaped through the hole in the cabin door. In the distance, Yang Kai held the Annihilation Thunder Bead in his hand as he stared at the pursuing Origin King-grade starship with a solemn expression, pouring his Saint Chi into it like a flood. Zong Zong of. Inside the Zong of Zong bead was a thin arc of lightning. As Yang Kai poured his Saint Chi into it, it began to pulse. Asterisk Chi, asterisk at a certain moment, when Yang Kai's Saint Chi reached a certain level. The pulsing arc of lightning suddenly burst out from the Zong of Zong and, under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, shot out like a comet through the star field, like a long purple arrow, straight towards Purple Star's Origin King-grade starship. Silently, the purple arc of lightning collided with the barrier outside the Origin King-grade starship, and the seemingly impregnable barrier, which could even withstand the full-strength blow of a third-order Origin King, silently melted a large hole in it. Immediately afterwards, the hull of the starship was penetrated, leaving a hole in the middle, and the barrier on the other side was also broken through. The purple arc of lightning did not diminish in the slightest as it struck one of the 9 starships behind it. Kong, a loud bang rang out and the Origin-grade high-rank starship did not even have time to dodge. The moment the purple arc of lightning struck it, it shattered into pieces, disintegrating in the blink of an eye. It was only at this moment that cracking sounds came from the leading Origin King-grade starship. The barrier arranged outside the star field shattered like a broken mirror, countless cracks appearing on it before it disappeared. The huge hull of the starship was also almost split in two. Fortunately, the materials used to refine this Origin King-grade starship were all precious, so even though it was damaged and did not explode on the spot, the Origin King-grade starship was basically crippled. If it wanted to be repaired, who knew how much money, manpower, and time it would take? Inside the star field, Kuang Shizong, who was the first to escape, stared at the scene in front of him in a daze, his hands and feet cold and his face pale as he muttered unconsciously, "It really is an Emperor artifact, an Emperor artifact." He could never have imagined that not only was Yang Kai's strength extraordinary, but he also had a group of strange subordinates, was proficient in the Tao of space, and even had an Emperor artifact. Any cultivator who possessed all of these attributes of Yang Kai would be able to run amok in the star field, but he possessed all of them. Was there anyone in this world who could be his opponent? Even if Kuang Shizong's cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, he had already stood at the pinnacle of martial Tao in the star territory. At this moment, facing Yang Kai's heaven-defying methods, a strong sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Being proficient in the Tao of space made Yang Kai invincible, and in the entire star territory, there was likely no one who could kill him. Coupled with these methods, it would already be a blessing if he didn't seek trouble with others, so who would dare provoke him? For a moment, Kuang Shizong's heart filled with fear. He had not felt this kind of feeling for many years and had almost forgotten about it. He wanted to retreat. Since he couldn't kill Yang Kai and couldn't withstand the attack of the Emperor artifact, chasing after him would only be asking for trouble. But when he raised his eyes and looked in the direction of Yang Kai, a look of joy appeared on his face and he quickly shouted, "Explode! No matter what, stop him!" He suddenly discovered that after using the Emperor artifact, Yang Kai's complexion was not very good. He immediately understood that although the Emperor artifact was extremely powerful, the price it came at was definitely not small. With Yang Kai's current strength, he probably wouldn't be able to use it a second time. Kuang Shizong's guess was right. Yang Kai really couldn't use the power contained in the Annihilation Thunder Bead anymore. He had used the Annihilation Thunder Bead several times before, and every time he used it, his strength would improve greatly, but no matter which time he used it, it would exhaust him and dry up his soul. Although as his strength improved, the power of the Annihilation Thunder Bead increased, but this feeling was really uncomfortable. Perhaps, only by reaching the level of Yang Inflammation could he fully display the power of the Annihilation Thunder Bead and use it without any hidden dangers. After using the Annihilation Thunder Bead, Yang Kai immediately crushed the spirit pill he had been holding in his mouth beforehand. A trickle of medicinal liquid flowed down his throat and into his stomach, spreading throughout his limbs and soul, allowing him to restore a certain amount of his Saint Chi and soul in a very short time. At this moment, Kuang Shizong's order was issued. The remaining 8 intact Origin-grade high-rank starships all aimed their crystal cannons at Yang Kai, all of them locking onto Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's starships. With a flash of light, enough energy to destroy the heavens and earth began to condense on the 8 starships. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he stood on the hull of the starships, stared at Kuang Shizong from afar, and said coldly, "Senior, this trip to Purple Star has made me very unhappy. If there is a chance in the future, I will pay you a visit again. I hope you live a long life and don't die so early." These words were branded into Kwang Shizong's heart like a branding iron, causing his heart to tremble violently. Thinking about Yang Kai's heaven-defying abilities, if he were to escape today, Purple Star would suffer greatly in the future. Under his uneasy gaze, Yang Kai turned around and thrust his hands forward. What happened next was shocking. Yang Kai's hands were directly inserted into the void, as if there was an invisible wall in front of him, and both his arms were inserted into the other side of the wall. Immediately afterward, Yang Kai exerted his strength and pushed his hands to the side. Kacha, a huge void crack appeared leisurely, as if Yang Kai had simply stretched out his hand and tore apart a piece of cloth. It was a simple and effortless process. The void crack was like the mouth of a giant beast, and inside it was a chaotic void. Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's starship slowly sailed into it. Kwang Shizong's face was extremely ugly as he stared at the starship sailing into the void, his Saint Chi surging several times, but in the end, he was unable to take action. He knew that even if he took action, he would absolutely not be able to stop the other party and would likely be dragged into the void instead. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space and did not need to worry about getting lost in the void, but Kwang Shizong was different. Even if he was a third-order origin king, if he fell into the void, he might lose his way forever. Only a strong sense of unwillingness and fear lingered in Kwang Shizong's heart. He was unwilling because not only did he fail to recover the treasures he had lost from the starship vault, but he had also allowed Yang Kai to destroy an origin-grade high-rank starship and destroy an origin king-grade starship. He was terrified because of Yang Kai's final words. With such a great enemy, Purple Star's future prospects were bleak. Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's starship quickly disappeared into the void, and the void crack closed at an extremely fast speed. Only then did the crystal cannons of the 8 Purple Star starships arrive. The power of these thousands of crystal cannons was even greater than the previous round of fire from the Origin King-grade starship. However, all of these crystal cannons hit empty space and flew towards the distant star field. Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's starship and Yang Kai's starship had long disappeared. Kwang Shizong stood in place in a daze, as if he had suddenly aged several hundred years. The remaining 8 starships also stopped, not knowing what to do. After a long time, many masters flew out of the starships and gathered in front of Kwang Shizong, all of them staring at him nervously. Ha! Kwang Shizong sighed deeply and laughed self-deprecatingly. Sure enough, there are always new talents in every generation. It seems I have no choice but to accept my old age. Martial ancestor. Everyone was shocked, knowing that Kwang Shizong had been completely defeated by Yang Kai this time and wanted to comfort him, but did not know what to say. Chapter 1881. Good, let's all go back. Now that my purple star has suffered great changes, Zilong is dead, and since Dong Lai is with him, it is likely that he has also met with misfortune. Purple Star cannot be without a leader, so in the future, Purple Star will be led by. Saying so, he swept his eyes across the crowd. Gong Sunliang quickly straightened his chest. Wu Ji will be the commander, everyone will assist him and obey his orders. Kwang Shizong looked at Gong Sunliang and said, this time, Yuan Qi is seriously injured, you should go into retreat to recuperate. Yes. Although Gong Sunliang was unwilling, he was not willing to resist and could only nod in agreement. After all, Kwang Shizong was right. His battle with Yang Kai had damaged his foundation, and if he did not properly recuperate, it was very likely he would suffer hidden dangers and even his cultivation would fall. Compared with the position of Purple Star Master, of course, his own strength was more important. Disciple thanks martial ancestor, disciple will do his best to lead Purple Star to glory. Although Zi Wu Ji's face was swollen and his face was pale, he still said excitedly. In any case, this result was what he wanted the most. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, in the end, he achieved his goal. Inside the void, Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's starship sailed slowly, surrounded by the void's turbulence. Yang Kai still stood on top of the ship, his space force fluctuating and wrapping around the entire starship, preventing it from being drawn into the void's turbulence. After the initial panic, the people inside the starship gradually calmed down. Not only were they no longer frightened, they instead began to explore their surroundings with great interest. After all, not everyone had the opportunity to enter the void, let alone be as safe as they were. Unfortunately, there was nothing inside the void, making everyone disappointed. After a short period of novelty, everyone was no longer so curious and went about their own business. After a long time, a humming sound came from the starship. Immediately afterward, light came in from the outside and the starry sky was imprinted in everyone's eyes. The starship returned to star territory. Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared in the crowd, his face slightly pale as he staggered. "Brother Yang." Shen Tu's eyes flashed and he quickly helped Yang Kai up. "It's fine." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. "I'm just a little exhausted. I'll be fine after resting for a few days." He had never tried to bring an entire battleship through a spatial rift, even though his control over spatial energy had reached a new high. However, doing such a thing still placed a huge burden on him, especially after using the Annihilation Lightning Bead. "Then hurry up and rest, leave this place to me," Shen Tu hurriedly said. Hua Yumeng and the others also looked at him with concern. Yang Kai nodded. "It should be safe now. Just be careful. If anything happens, I will appear." "Don't worry, Brother Yang," Li Nua. "Quickly arrange a room for Brother Yang." Shen Tu turned to Li Nua and ordered. "Master, please come with me," Li Nua said. He hurriedly led the way. Although every great force had their own origin-grade high-rank starships, this origin-grade high-rank starship was exclusively used by Shen Tuesday. It represented Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, so its interior was extremely luxurious. Li Nua led Yang Kai to the best room before bowing and retreating. Yang Kai came to the bed, sat down cross-legged, and looked around casually, quickly discovering that the world energy aura in this room was extremely rich, probably because of some kind of spirit array. There was also a fine incense burning in this room, giving off a refreshing fragrance that had the effect of calming one's mind. Yang Kai reached out and took out a spirit pill from his space ring, popped it into his mouth, and swallowed it, absorbing its medicinal efficacies while circulating his secret art to adjust his breathing. Time flew by. About 6 days later, Yang Kai had fully recovered. Squeezing out all of his potential in the void had given him a new understanding of the use of space force, so after recovering, he had been meditating on it. After a few more days, Yang Kai showed a thoughtful look and a smile appeared on his face. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the starship was still sailing smoothly through Star Field, and that everyone on board was performing their duties. The final destination of the starship was Water Moon Star, the home star of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, which was also one of the destinations of Yang Kai's trip, so he decided to make the most of it. He just didn't know what kind of expression Xueyu would have when he arrived at Water Moon Star and saw her. Thinking of Xueyu, Yang Kai thought of Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang, then Shan Qing Luo. Letting out a long sigh, Yang Kai's heart was filled with guilt. Dispelling the negative emotions in his mind, Yang Kai formed a series of seals with both hands and placed a barrier around his room before immediately taking out the sealed world bead and entering it. In fact, back on Purple Star, he could have used the sealed world bead to take Shen Tu and the others away, which would have been the most convenient and fastest method. However, Yang Kai did not do so. After all, the existence of the sealed world bead was too heaven-defying and contained its own independent world, so naturally, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Although Yang Kai's strength had increased and almost no one in Star Territory could kill him, he still had to be careful. If the existence of the sealed world bead attracted someone's attention, the gains would not make up for the losses. Inside the sealed world bead, everything was peaceful. The stone mongoose was still swallowing the sun's true fire when Yang Kai walked over to it, took out all the precious ores he had obtained from Purple Star's vault, and threw them in front of the stone mongoose. Seeing this, the stone mongoose's two black bean-like eyes suddenly bulged and flashed brilliantly. Immediately after, it rushed over to the ores, grabbed one with each hand, and stuffed it into its mouth. It didn't seem to make any chewing movements, but after all the ores were thrown into its stomach, its belly didn't bulge, as if it had its own independent world inside it. A moment later, all the ores had disappeared. The stone mongoose stared at Yang Kai eagerly, a look of dissatisfaction on its face. Yang Kai laughed and said, "There's nothing left, go refine them." Although there wasn't much, these ores were all treasures from Purple Star's vault, so each one of them could be said to be invaluable. Now that they had all been swallowed by Xiao, it would be helpful to his growth. The stone mongoose was easy to deal with and scratched its head after hearing this, smiled at Yang Kai before running off to refine the ores in peace. Yang Kai then turned his gaze to the other side of the room. Over there, an Origin King grade artifact refining furnace stood quietly on the ground. This was Firebird Lu Yan's natal artifact and the source of her birth. Inside the artifact refining furnace, Lu Yan's cries rang out, and from time to time, a burst of flames would erupt from the furnace. These flames not only contained the power of the sun's true fire swallowed by Lu Yan but also the power of the heavenly thunder fire and blue ice flame. It was obvious that Lu Yan was working hard to fuse with the blue ice flame. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's arrival, Lu Yan poked her head out of the artifact refining furnace, glanced at Yang Kai for a moment, then dove back in and continued with her work. There should be no problem. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Lu Yan still had the time to look at him, so she was obviously at ease. Yang Kai's figure flickered and he arrived at a secluded place. This was the place where Yang Kai had planted countless spirit grasses and medicines. It was the medicine garden that he had previously excavated, and all the precious herbs he had brought out from the severed world were planted here. Many long-extinct spirit flowers and rare grasses were thriving here, creating a thriving scene. A rich medicinal fragrance wafted in the air, giving off a refreshing smell. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, took out a few things from his space ring, and placed them in front of him one by one. The first item was a transparent crystal. An earth vein crystal. This was one of the three most valuable treasures Yang Kai had taken out from Purple Star's vault. After observing the earth vein crystal for a while, Yang Kai generously tossed it into the medicine garden. As soon as the earth vein crystal touched the ground, it sank down as if it was nothing. The next moment, a burst of world energy suddenly erupted, and with the medicine garden as the center, the richness of the world energy within a 1,000-meter radius suddenly increased by several dozen times. From the ground, gossamer-like things flew out and lingered between the heavens and the earth. In an instant, they filled the surrounding heavens and the earth. World energy silk. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as his expression became excited. World energy was invisible and invisible to the naked eye under normal circumstances. Only when the world energy reached a certain level of richness could it be seen with the naked eye. Above the famous mountains and great rivers, clouds and mist would appear, but in fact, they were actually the condensation of world energy, which was of great benefit to a cultivator's cultivation. However, it still couldn't be compared to world energy silk. World energy silk was a different kind of condensation of world energy, one that was purer and more powerful. These world energy silk were the purest form of world energy. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed one of these world energy silk, circulated his secret art, and with almost no effort, the world energy silk disappeared from his palm, replaced by a stream of heat that flowed through his palm and into the dantian, condensing into his own world energy. Countless spirit threads floated in the air, making this place look like a fairyland. It was too beautiful to be taken in all at once. The world energy silk fell on the precious exotic flowers and grasses, causing them to sway slightly, as if they were exuding joy. Kai Yang also didn't think that placing the earth vein crystal here would cause such a phenomenon. His original intention was very simple. He just wanted to use the earth vein crystal to nourish the herbs in the medicine garden, and at the same time create a good cultivation environment for himself. However, the result was far beyond his expectations. The earth vein crystal really lived up to its reputation. A small piece of earth vein crystal could actually nurture such a huge amount of energy, which was simply shocking. Yang Kai observed for a while and found that the place where the change occurred was only 1,000 feet in radius. Within this 1,000 feet, it had become a cultivator's paradise. No other spiritual land could compare with it. Chapter 1882. Immersed in this sea of spirit threads, Yang Kai felt that he didn't need to circulate his secret art to absorb the surrounding world energy at all times. Cultivating in this environment would allow a cultivator to grow hundreds or thousands of times faster. Calming his mind, Yang Kai picked up the second thing. This was the 7th Star Emperor token he had obtained from Purple Star's vault. It was almost identical to the previous 6, and was made from some unknown material. There was a striking Emperor character on the front and a residual Emperor pressure radiating from it. After looking at it for a while, Yang Kai also took out the other 6 tokens. The 7-star Emperor tokens were all gathered together. Suddenly, a change occurred. The 7 tokens shot out of Yang Kai's hand uncontrollably and immediately flew in front of him, forming a strange shape in the blink of an eye. This shape looked like the 8 trigrams, but it was actually missing a corner. Yang Kai understood that this was because he was missing 2 Star Emperor tokens, so he couldn't form a complete picture. The 7-star Emperor tokens floated mid-air for a while before suddenly falling down. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and caught them all, stroking them for a while before storing them into his space ring. Yang Kai turned his gaze to the last 2 things. One of them was a scale the size of a palm. The scale looked like a fish scale, but it was covered with complicated patterns. It gave off a ferocious feeling, and an extremely ancient aura was flowing out from the scale. A dragon scale. The scale of a real true dragon. With this dragon scale in front of him, the dragon bone sword in Yang Kai's body seemed to be affected. It was humming endlessly, and it took Yang Kai a lot of effort to suppress it. This dragon scale, in terms of value, was even more valuable than the previous earth vein bead. It was something that one of Purple Star's ancestors had inadvertently obtained, but unfortunately, no one in Purple Star had been able to put it to good use for many years. Kwang Shizong had also tried to obtain this dragon scale but was ultimately unsuccessful, so he could only reluctantly give up and keep it in his pavilion. If there was a Grandmaster grade artifact refiner, this dragon scale was the main material. If an artifact was created, it could definitely become an Origin King grade high-rank artifact. Whether it was an offensive or defensive artifact, it could be used to dominate the entire star territory. Of course, this dragon scale was extremely strong. It was the best choice for a defensive artifact. This was especially true for a shield. Unfortunately, even an Origin King grade artifact refiner might not be able to refine such a dragon scale. It was only possible if one possessed a special divine flame. Yang Kai was artifact refiner, so he could refine this dragon scale to him, but he had an advantage over others. Because he possessed Golden Divine Dragon Source. Of true dragon, Golden Divine Dragons, the leader of 10,000 dragons. With the Golden Divine Dragon Source in his body and the monster transformation secret art he had obtained from Red Moon Tribal Lord, Yang Kai could completely refine this dragon scale into his body and integrate this true dragon artifact into his body, allowing him to possess a portion of the divine abilities of a true dragon. The dragon scale was a kind of true dragon artifact, and so was the dragon bone sword. The dragon bone sword was composed of a piece of dragon bone and a dragon bead. When Yang Kai refined it, he did not fully refine it, or rather, he did not have the ability to fully refine it. At that time, Yang Yen had passed down a secret technique to Yang Kai, allowing him to use his own body as a furnace to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead. This method completely guaranteed the efficacy of the dragon bone and dragon bead. In other words, Yang Kai now had 3 true dragon artifacts in his hands: a dragon scale, a piece of dragon bone, and a dragon bead. If he could fully integrate these 3 true dragon artifacts into his body with his monster transformation secret art, his strength would greatly increase. It was impossible for others to accomplish this, only Yang Kai, who possessed the golden divine dragon source, could. Yang Kai was not in a hurry though, and instead turned to the last artifact. This was a hexagonal crystal that looked somewhat similar to an earth vein crystal, but was completely different. An earth vein crystal's energy was restrained and could not be seen from the outside. Only by probing it with one's divine sense would one be able to sense the huge amount of energy it contained. However, this hexagonal crystal radiated energy, and even someone as strong as Yang Kai felt a slight pressure from it. This crystal was none other than the origin essence crystal extracted from the mysterious auction. Only a third-order origin king master could form such an essence in their body, and it contained their lifetime comprehension of the martial Tao. An origin essence crystal was a fatal temptation to any origin king realm cultivator, one that was even stronger than a territory stone. A territory stone could only allow an origin king realm master to comprehend the power of their territory and better temper it into their own territory, but an origin essence crystal could allow an origin king realm master to take a step further. This was what Yang Kai needed the most. The phoenix star silver wrapped around the origin essence crystal had already been divided up by Xiao and Firebird. As long as he could absorb the energy in this origin essence crystal, Yang Kai believed that even if he could not immediately break through to the third-order origin king realm and reach the peak of stars territory, his martial Tao path would become much smoother. After looking back and forth between the origin essence crystal and the dragon scale for a long time, Yang Kai made a decision and put away the origin essence crystal. He decided to refine the dragon scale first. Absorbing an origin essence crystal was extremely time-consuming and could not be completed in a short time. Yang Kai still had many things to do next, so it was not suitable for him to speculate about the mysteries of the third-order origin king realm. As for the 3 true dragon artifacts, the dragon bone sword itself contained the dragon spine and dragon bead, so it could still play a role in Yang Kai's hands, so naturally, only the dragon scale was left to refine. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and held the dragon scale in his palm, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in it with his divine sense, beginning to study the second half of the monster transformation secret art. The monster transformation secret art was the supreme secret art of the monster race, allowing them to display a trace of the power of their ancestral bloodline. Any monster race member had the blood of a great ancient monster flowing through their veins, so the monster transformation secret art could draw out the power hidden in this blood. This was the key point of the first half of the monster transformation secret art. The second half of the secret art explained how to fuse with the body parts of a great ancient monster for one's own use. Strictly speaking, the true dragon race was also part of the monster race, but they were born monster emperors, so the true dragon artifacts were naturally suitable for the monster transformation secret art. After spending a full 10 days, Yang Kai thoroughly comprehended the monster transformation secret art before putting it into action. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai sighed softly, a look of determination flashing across his eyes as he stretched out his hand and cut his wrist. In the next moment, a wound appeared on his wrist, from which golden blood seeped out. His powerful healing ability took effect in the blink of an eye, and the wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it would be healed in the next moment. Yang Kai quickly picked up the dragon scale and placed it on his wound. At the same time, he used the monster transformation secret art to force out the golden divine dragon source from his body and pour it into the dragon scale. Wang, with a strange sound, a massive phantom of a dragon's head suddenly appeared on the dragon scale. This phantom of a dragon's head was more majestic and terrifying than any other dragon's head that Yang Kai had ever seen. In front of this phantom, Yang Kai could not help but feel as insignificant as an ant. The dragon's eyes widened as it stared emotionlessly at Yang Kai, its supreme dragon pressure pressing down on Yang Kai's heart. Roar, a resounding dragon's roar exploded in Kai Yang's ears. That roar contained a power that could not be provoked, causing Kai Yang's heartbeat to speed up. Dragon pressure filled the air. Yang Kai coldly stared back at the dragon's head without flinching. After a while, the phantom of the dragon's head flickered slightly and suddenly turned into a golden light that shot into the dragon scale. At the same time, this dragon scale, which had been shed from a true dragon for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years, seemed to be endowed with life and became unbearably hungry, swallowing Yang Kai's blood. Gudong, a clear sound came from the dragon scale as Yang Kai's blood flowed into the dragon scale at a rate visible to the naked eye, dyeing it a brilliant golden color. A feeling of dizziness and discomfort rose up in his heart. Yang Kai's expression became solemn and he did not dare to neglect, quickly exploding a drop of pure golden blood in his body to supplement his lost blood. A loud dragon roar came from the dragon scale, as if it was extremely happy, and it began swallowing even more unscrupulously. Yang Kai's blood contained an unimaginable amount of vitality, especially the pure golden blood he had condensed with the life-revitalizing jade cream. Any drop of golden blood had the effect of regrowing flesh and reviving the dead. This was the most indispensable ingredient in refining a true dragon artifact. Time passed by, and Yang Kai had already exploded 10 drops of pure golden blood, but the dragon scale still seemed to be unsatisfied and continued to swallow it without restraint. The entire dragon scale had turned a pure golden color, and the power of its dragon pressure was even stronger than before. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the flow of his blood had stopped, and he was overjoyed, knowing that he had finally satisfied the dragon scale. Looking at it, the originally solid dragon scale had now turned into a pool of golden light that wrapped around the wound on his arm like flowing water. Yang Kai took a deep breath and prepared himself. With a single thought, a weak suction force came from his wound and sucked the golden dragon scale into his body. The next moment, Yang Kai's eyes bulged as he covered his wound with one hand, his whole body trembling as his face suddenly turned pale. Large beads of sweat oozed from his forehead and rolled to the ground, drenching his clothes in an instant. An unimaginable pain came from his wound, as if it had been magnified thousands of times over, strongly stimulating Yang Kai's physique and nerves. Yang Kai tried his best to endure, but in the end, he couldn't hold back and let out a scream that resounded throughout the mysterious small world. The pain was unbearable, but Yang Kai's senses were countless times clearer than usual. He could clearly feel that the dragon scale he had absorbed into his body was slowly crawling up his arm, following the flow of his blood and slowly crawling up his arm. Every time it moved, it brought him a pain that felt like his bones were being crushed to pieces. Yang Kai screamed. In any case, he was the only living person in the mysterious small world, so there was no need for him to worry about losing face. On the other hand, Xiao, who was refining ores, and Firebird, who was fusing with the blue ice flame, couldn't help raising their heads and looking over. Both of their eyes filled with worry, as if they were afraid that Yang Kai would have an accident. Chapter 1883. Yang Kai's screams never subsided. In the end, his voice was already hoarse. It was an unbearable torment. Every time the dragon scale moved up, he would feel as if he was being cut into pieces. Wherever the dragon scale passed, his flesh and meridians would be eroded. Even with the strength of Yang Kai's body, he could not resist the corrosive power of the dragon's might. Fortunately, his vitality was extremely tenacious, and his blood and qi were abundant enough. Therefore, his recovery speed could keep up with the speed of the damage. One day, the golden light from the dragon's scale flowed into Yang Kai's heart. Peng peng, two powerful heartbeats resounded and Kai Yang's entire body froze. In the next moment, the heart in his chest completely stopped beating. Wrapped in a golden light, Kai Yang fell straight to the ground. The worried firebird Lu Yen and stone mongoose Xiao Xiao, who were watching from afar, turned pale with fright and immediately rushed over. Lu Yen helped Yang Kai up and checked his breathing and pulse with a solemn expression. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, was jumping up and down anxiously, but there was nothing she could do. When she noticed that not only did Yang Kai's heartbeat stop, but even his breathing had stopped, Lu Yan's eyes darkened. She looked up at the stone mongoose and slowly shook her head. Xiao Xiao made whimpering sounds and kept wailing. She pointed her finger at Lu Yan, then at Yang Kai. She kept gesturing with her hands, as if urging her to quickly think of a solution. Lu Yan was speechless. Suddenly, Yang Kai, who seemed to have died, opened his eyes. He took a deep breath and jumped up from the ground as if his soul had returned to him. He covered his chest with his hands. His eyeballs trembled violently. Thump, thump, a heartbeat stronger than ever came from his heart, one after another, like the beating of a war drum. It was deafening. As time passed, this abnormal heartbeat gradually calmed down and finally returned to normal. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai fully recovered and slowly stood up straight, his eyes filled with lingering fear. Lu Yan frowned and looked at him. After confirming that he was not in danger, he let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, was much more innocent. They danced around Yang Kai's feet with joyful expressions on their faces. "I almost had an accident. Sorry for making you guys worry." Yang Kai smiled and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He didn't expect it either. Just fusing with a dragon scale was actually so dangerous. Everything before this had gone very smoothly. It wasn't difficult for Yang Kai to fuse with the dragon scale, but when the dragon scale entered his heart, Yang Kai suddenly felt like he was about to die. Fortunately, his body was different from ordinary people. It was only because of his powerful vitality that he managed to hold on. Otherwise, there might have been a problem. With his powerful second-order origin king cultivation, fusing with a true dragon artifact like the dragon scale had almost been an accident. It was easy to imagine how difficult it had been. This was only the first true dragon secret treasure. If he wanted to fuse with the second and third true dragon secret treasure, he would not be able to do so in a short period of time. He would have to wait until he was stronger before he could even think about the dragon spine and dragon pearl. Seeing that he was fine, Lu Yan nodded slightly before her tender body flickered and she transformed back into her firebird form and rushed to a certain place in the sealed world bead to continue her retreat. The stone mongoose stood at Yang Kai's feet, patted Yang Kai's calf, then patted its own chest, trying to straighten its hunched back, as if telling Yang Kai not to worry the next time he encountered danger. It was here. It had an extremely reliable appearance. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted its head with a happy look on his face. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and released his divine sense, his expression becoming strange as he turned to Xiao Xiao and said, "You also go cultivate, something happened outside. I'll go take a look." Xiao Xiao seemed to understand, but Yang Kai had already disappeared. Inside the star field, the starship that was supposed to be sailing towards Water Moon Star had stopped at some point, and a battle was raging outside. The overall level of the cultivator on this Hangluo Chamber of Commerce starship was not low. In addition to Yang Kai, there was another Origin King, Aunt Chun of Clear Sky Auction House, but she was only a first-order Origin King. Below her, whether it was Li Nua, Hua Yumeng, or the other cultivator on Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's side, all of them were Origin returning realm masters, many of whom were third-order Origin returning realm masters. Such a force was not weak at all. But even so, Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's side was being suppressed. Aunt Chun was being entangled by a first-order Origin king and was unable to divert her attention. Li Noa, Hua Yumeng, and the other third-order Origin returning realm masters were also being disrupted by their respective opponents, so they could only split up and fight their own battles. Originally, Xia Jingwu, Hai Tang, Yao Qing, and the others from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce were all pale, obviously unable to fight. On the other hand, there were many enemies scattered around, but none of them were in a hurry to take action and were instead calmly observing the situation, seemingly looking for a suitable opportunity to strike. It was obvious that this battle had not just begun and had instead been going on for a long time. Even Aunt Chun and the other Origin king seemed to be running out of St. Chi. It was also because both sides had Origin kings that no one dared to kill. Otherwise, once an Origin king was angered, neither side would have a good ending. Why hasn't Brother Yang come out yet? Shen Tu forced back an enemy while asking Yao Qing, who was panting beside him. Yao Qing said with a depressed look, "How should I know? I went to Master's door to call him before, but Master never responded. I don't know what Master is doing. Perhaps he's in retreat, otherwise, he would never ignore us," Shen Tu said worriedly. Shen Tu's face was filled with worry. With Aunt Chun here, although he didn't need to worry too much, if something unexpected happened, he was afraid that they would all become prisoners. Shen Tu felt that this trip had been extremely unlucky. Normally, when piloting Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's starship, he could roam the star territory unhindered, and any cultivator who recognized the Chamber of Commerce's logo would avoid him. This time, however, he had been involved in the power struggle of Purple Star and had been detained. After escaping with great difficulty, he had encountered this kind of situation on his way back. It was simply unlucky. Looking around, Shen Tu could not help feeling his heart sink as he found that the situation of the others was not very good. If Yang Kai did not appear soon, they were bound to suffer casualties or be captured alive. Just as he was filled with anxiety, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ear, "We're all on the same side, stop fighting, everyone stop." When the people from Hangluo Chamber of Commerce heard this, they were overjoyed and all looked towards the source of the voice, finding a familiar figure standing in the void. Immediately, all of them felt relieved and their previous fatigue was swept away. The appearance of Yang Kai seemed to have given them infinite confidence. This change surprised the enemies of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce slightly. The first-order Origin King cultivator who was fighting with Aunt Chun sneered when he heard this, "Nonsense, who's on your side?" Yang Kai looked over and chuckled, "What's wrong? It's only been a few years since we last met, yet Senior has already forgotten this Junior? You know this old master?" Over there, the enemy Origin King was shocked and immediately exclaimed in amazement, "This voice." Saying so, he finally glanced over at Yang Kai and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he pointed at Yang Kai, You, Senior Bahi, I trust you have been well since we last met." Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Bahi still stared at Yang Kai in a daze, rubbing his eyes hard to make sure he was not seeing things, a strange look appearing on his face as he called out, "Yang Kai. It's really you, little brat. Yo, hello, brother-in-law." To the side, a vigorous voice sounded, seemingly also greeting Yang Kai. The speaker was burly like an iron tower and had a furry beard on his face, giving him the appearance of a bear, causing those who saw him to shudder. "So, Yu Xiong is also here." Yang Kai looked at the other party with a smile. "Call me brother-in-law." Yu Xiong snorted. "Huh." Yang Kai laughed but did not say anything. Yu Xiong could not help rolling his eyes. After Yang Kai's interruption, the battle between the two sides came to an abrupt end and both sides stared at Yang Kai with strange expressions, but none of them lowered their vigilance and remained vigilant against their opponents. Brother Yang. Shen Tu flew over to Yang Kai and asked softly, "Do you know this group of monster race masters?" Yang Kai nodded, "I have some friendship with them." When he discovered that the ones fighting Shen Tu and the others were actually cultivators from Monster Emperor Star's Red Moon territory, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling puzzled. He couldn't understand how these people had come to the star field. However, Ba He had already broken through to the First Order Origin King realm, which was within Yang Kai's expectations. When Yang Kai first met Ba He was already a master on the same level as Yi Shiyun. Since Yi Shiyun could break through to the Origin King realm, so could he, especially since he had also gone to the Blood Prison trial and obtained many benefits from it. On the other hand, Yu Xiong was still stuck at the Third Order Origin returning realm, but his aura had become much more condensed. "Do you know where they came from?" Shen Tu looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "As far as I know, they are monster race masters from Monster Star's Red Moon territory." "How do you know them?" "I know," Yang Kai chuckled and asked, "How did you end up fighting?" Shen Tu sneered, "Of all the things these guys could learn, they just had to learn from those star pirates from Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair. They wanted to snatch our starship, perhaps because they thought there was something good inside." Yang Kai's face went black. Yu Xiong shouted, "We are not star pirates, it was you humans who broke into my Monster Star's territory, that's why we took action to punish you." "Monster Star is nearby?" Yang Kai was shocked as he looked around and found that in a very distant location, there was a familiar-looking star that stood across the star field like a giant monster exuding a strong demonic chi, 5 million kilometers away. Yu Xiong replied confidently. "So you know it's 5 million kilometers away? Aren't you monster race overstepping your boundaries?" Shen Tu said with a disgruntled expression. "Father doesn't care. Father says this is Monster Star's territory, so it is Monster Star's territory. It was you humans who trespassed, so naturally you need to be taught a lesson," Yu Xiong said with an unreasonable expression. Chapter 1884. What a joke, Monster Star is 5 million kilometers away, how could that be considered crossing the boundary? Shen Tu sneered, "Are you dreaming?" Yu Xiong tilted his head and looked at him before turning to Yang Kai and asking, "Brother-in-law, does it matter if I kill him?" This little brat's words are quite unpleasant to listen to. As soon as this statement came out, the atmosphere between the human and monster races, which had just calmed down, suddenly became tense. Aunt Chun's Saint Chi fluctuated wildly as she glared at Yu Xiong with murderous intent. Ba He was naturally not to be outdone, releasing his divine sense to lock onto Aunt Chun while the others also drew their swords, preparing to fight. "Stop making trouble." Yang Kai coldly snorted as he released his Origin King realm pressure slightly. Perceiving this power, Ba He immediately exclaimed, "Yang Kai, you're already a second-order Origin King?" He almost bit his tongue as he stared at Yang Kai incredulously, unable to believe his perception. When he saw Yang Kai just now, although he faintly felt that he had become much stronger than before, he did not pay much attention to him. However, when Yang Kai revealed his strength, Ba He realized that his cultivation had surpassed his own, reaching the second order. How was this possible? When he first met Yang Kai, he was a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, and even after experiencing the Blood Prison trial together, he was still only a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. How many years had it been since they last met? Was he already a second-order Origin King? Was there anyone in this world who could break through so quickly? Ba He was dumbfounded. What? Second-order Origin King? Senior Ba He, are you sure? Yu Xiong's eyes also bulged as he asked in amazement. Of course. How could I be mistaken? Ba He gulped and said in a hoarse voice, seemingly having suffered a blow. Anyone who knew about Yang Kai's cultivation speed could not remain calm. Compared with Yang Kai's aptitude and cultivation speed, He felt like he had wasted all these years. Yu Xiong froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. As expected of my good brother-in-law, only someone like you is worthy of little sister. He was truly happy for Shan Qing Luo. Hearing him mention Shan Qing Luo, Yang Kai's expression also eased. Saying, "Everyone, give me some face." Regardless of the cause of today's matter, there were no casualties, let's end it here. As he spoke, he glanced at He. Then he looked at Shen Tuesday. He said, "There is no hatred. Since these people were brought by you, Kai Yang, then this old man will naturally not pester you." Shen Tu snorted, "I'll give Brother Yang face and not lower myself to your level." "Good." Yang Kai nodded lightly before turning to Yu Xiong and asking, "How is Qing Luo now?" "Little sister?" Yu Xiong scratched his head. Chuckling meaningfully, "She's doing very well. Since returning from the blood prison last time, she has been in retreat. When she comes out, she will break through to the Origin King realm. Adoptive mother is very optimistic about her future, so you don't need to worry." "What about Senior Qiyu?" Yang Kai asked again. "Adoptive mother is also in retreat," Yu Xiong grinned. "Senior Qiyu is in retreat. Doesn't that mean?" Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. Yu Xiong laughed, "When adoptive mother comes out, Monster Star will belong to my Qiyu territory. Qiyu was a second-order Origin King, and now that she obtained the Origin Essence Crystal of Mad Crocodile Monster King and entered retreat, if she could successfully break through, she would become the only Monster King level existence on Monster Star. Only when a monster race master reached the third-order Origin King realm could they be called a Monster King. Right now, Qiyu was just a tribal lord. A Monster King who ruled over the monster race, so when the time came, Monster Star would inevitably be under her control. Then I must congratulate Senior Qiyu." Yang Kai's expression changed as he said, "If it is convenient, I would like to go to Qiyu territory to see Senior Qiyu. I wonder if Brother Yu can lead the way? Call me brother-in-law and I'll take you there." Brother Yu chuckled. Yang Kai ignored him and turned his eyes to He. He showed an awkward look and said slowly, "Yang Kai, you are not an outsider, so we naturally welcome you to visit Monster Star's Red Moon territory, but if you want to see Tribal Master, I'm afraid now is not a good time. As I said just now, Tribal Master is in retreat and cannot be disturbed." "I naturally understand this, but Senior Qiyu is not in retreat, so I only need to say a few words to her, it won't take up too much of her time." He frowned while Yu Xiong no longer interjected, knowing that this matter was not something he could casually decide. "Rest assured, if Senior Qiyu blames us, I will bear the consequences for you, and I believe Senior Qiyu will be very happy with the news I bring her and will not blame you." "Ha!" He sighed, "Since you've said so much, what else can I say?" "Many thanks, Senior He." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Brother Yang, are you going to Monster Star?" To the side, Shen Tu's expression changed slightly as he asked in a low voice. Need to see Senior Qiyu." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "What about you? Will you wait for me here, or will you come with me to Monster Star?" Shen Tu's expression became awkward and after a long time said, "The monster race is cruel, so I'll go with you. Also, I want to see what Monster Star is like. Then let's go together." Yang Kai smiled lightly, not taking this matter seriously. Shen Tu passed down his words and the others followed his arrangements. Soon, another starship emerged from the asteroid sea, one owned by the monster race. The monster race was not good at alchemy or artifact refining, but Monster Star was not entirely composed of monster race cultivators. There were also human race cultivators, but their status was not high. Monster Star's 10 territories and 10 tribal lords had very different attitudes towards the human race. Some would let them go, some would exterminate them, and some would entrust them with important tasks. In Red Moon territory, the human race was the most important, especially the alchemists and artifact refiners, whose status was higher than that of the average monster race cultivator, so Red Moon territory's development over the years had been much faster than that of the other tribal lords. There were also many talented human race cultivators who went to Red Moon territory to recommend themselves and work for Qiyu. The starship that Ba He, Wuxia, and the other monster race cultivators were riding was refined by human race artifact refiners, and although it was only origin grade mid-rank, it was enough to support short to medium distance navigation. The two starships flew side by side towards Monster Star at an extremely fast speed. The 5 million kilometer distance was crossed in less than a day and night. Atop Half Moon Mountain was Red Moon Palace, Qiyu's residence and the most important place in Red Moon territory. When the two starships broke through the clouds and arrived above Half Moon Mountain, they saw that the mountain range below was covered in a huge energy barrier that exuded a dazzling light. Outside this energy barrier, there seemed to be a large number of monster race masters gathered, the two leading them exuding an extremely vigorous aura. Rolling demonic chi radiated from their bodies, seemingly wanting to pierce the clouds. One of them had a head of wild hair and was even more burly than Wuxia. He wore a short robe that exposed his bare chest, giving him an extremely bold appearance. The other person was much more feminine. His appearance was not like the typical demon clan's rough and unruly appearance. Instead, he had the refined aura of a human. This person's eyes were pale silver, and when his eyes moved, there was a faint silver light. It seemed to contain some mysterious power. At this moment, many monster race cultivators were attacking the light barrier, and the rough-looking monster race cultivator roared, "Qiyu, we have come from afar, yet you have closed off Half Moon Mountain. Is this how you treat your guests? Are you looking down on this blood flood dragon?" As soon as these words came out, the identity of this man was instantly clear. He was one of the 10 tribal lords, Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord, and one of the tribal lords on Monster Star who hated the human race the most. It was said that in his territory, there was not a single human race cultivator, unless they were slaves or servants. However, there was no response from Half Moon Mountain. The feminine monster race cultivator standing next to Blood Flood Dragon quickly said, "Blood Flood Dragon, why ask when you already know the answer? Qiyu is clearly not giving us any face. You and I are both tribal lord level existences, but now that we have come to visit her, she has closed the door and refused to see us. This is truly outrageous. If you don't give this Blood Flood Dragon face, then I won't give you any face either." Blood Flood Dragon was already grumpy, so when he heard this, he became even angrier and shouted, "Qiyu, my son Shuel Yen set out from here to enter the blood prison trial a few years ago and eventually died there. I haven't settled this matter with you yet, but today you dare to humiliate me like this? Good, 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 if worst comes to worst, we'll just break up and fight using the name of tribal lord. Do you have the courage?" There was still no response from Half Moon Mountain. Blood Flood Dragon's eyes went bloodshot as he roared in a low voice, turning his head to the feminine monster race cultivator beside him and whispering, "Brother Qian Yen, this woman doesn't want to fight, what should we do?" Qian Yen narrowed his eyes and said, "We've already spent a lot of time here. Since she doesn't want to fight, then we'll just have to attack. In any case, we can't let her refine the origin essence crystal of Mad Crocodile Monster King. If she succeeds in becoming a Monster King, there will be no place for you or me on Monster Star." Hearing this, a trace of fear flashed across Blood Flood Dragon's eyes as he grit his teeth and said, "Good, since that's the case, I ask Brother Qian Yen to join forces with me to break this Half Moon Mountain barrier. Brother Blood Flood Dragon, be careful. This Half Moon Mountain can absorb the essence of the moon and is known to possess the power of the half moon. Once this barrier is activated, it won't be easy to break through." Blood Flood Dragon curled his lips and said, "This barrier is just an inanimate object, why should we be afraid of it if we join forces? Brother Qian Yen is being too cautious. Don't forget, it wasn't just my son who died in the blood prison, but also your son. The human who killed them all came from Qi Yu's territory. If you say there isn't something fishy going on here, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Hearing what he said, Qian Yan's silver eyes filled with murderous intent as he shouted, "Then let's attack together." The two overlords of the demon clans looked at each other and began to circulate the demon qi in their bodies. In an instant, the world buzzed and the demon qi that soared into the sky condensed into a solid substance, escaping from the two overlords' skin. The scene was extremely frightening. The demon clans that followed them all felt the pressure of this pressure and could not help but turn pale. They quickly retreated in fear of being affected. Chapter 1885. The two lords of the demon clans attacked without hesitation. The gore-fiend dragon roared in a low voice, and his already burly body suddenly swelled up. The power of qi and blood that was visible to the naked eye spread around his body like a red mist, rolling like a tide. His figure flickered as he shot out like a cannonball towards Half Moon Mountain's barrier. The monster race was known for their physical strength, and the Blood Flood Dragon tribal lord was innately gifted, so this simple collision contained unimaginable destructive power. Wherever he passed, he left a trail of light behind him, igniting even the air around him. Kong, when Xue Jiao's body slammed into Half Moon Mountain's barrier, the entire mountain seemed to shake and the outer layer of the barrier flashed wildly, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Xue Jiao's face filled with joy as he thought to himself that Half Moon Mountain's barrier was only a so-so. But just as he was about to increase his strength to completely break the barrier, an extremely violent rebound force erupted from the opposite side, one that was even more violent than his previous collision. Xue Jiao was caught off guard for a moment, and by the time he reacted, it was already too late. With a muffled groan, his burly body was sent flying. All the monster race masters looked at each other in shock. Fortunately, Xue Jiao's skin was thick, so although the rebound force was powerful, it did not hurt him at all, only leaving him covered in dust. To the side, Qian Yen said with a dignified expression, "It is said that Half Moon Mountain was formed from half of the body of an ancient monster king, so it is naturally extraordinary." Xue Jiao glanced at him with dissatisfaction. "Don't make such sarcastic remarks, just attack." Qian Yen nodded and no longer spoke, his two silver eyes suddenly bursting with dazzling silver light. This silver light condensed into two sharp swords and shook slightly. Like an arrow from a bow, the two swords shot towards the barrier as fast as lightning. Seeing this, Xue Jiao did not remain idle and cooperated with Qian Yan's secret technique to rush forward again, swinging his huge fists towards Half Moon Mountain's barrier. The joint attack of the two monster race tribal lords was enough to destroy the world. When the attack arrived, Half Moon Mountain's barrier flashed even faster, but this time, Xue Jiao was prepared and naturally could not be sent flying by the rebound force. After this attack, the light of Half Moon Mountain's barrier seemed to dim a little. Seeing this situation, Qian Yen and Xue Jiao's eyes suddenly lit up. The two great commanders naturally saw some clues and knew that as long as they joined forces a few more times, the barrier would break and they would be able to enter. After breaking into Qiyu Palace, Yang Kai could not allow Qiyu to peacefully absorb the power in Mad Crocodile Monster King's Origin Essence Crystal. Many of the monster race cultivators who were fiercely attacking Half Moon Mountain's barrier stopped what they were doing, their faces filled with fear. Even Xue Jiao and Qian Yen wore dignified expressions as they tried to dispel the discomfort in their hearts. Xue Jiao. Qian Yen, this queen is a cornerstone of the monster race just like you and does not want to make things too tense. If you leave now, this queen can pretend that nothing happened, otherwise, you will have to pay the price. Qi Yu. Xue Jiao and Qian Yen called out in unison. They were all demonic overlords and had interacted many times before. Naturally, they could recognize Qi Yu's voice. But this time, Qi Yu gave them a very different feeling. Her words were not fierce and could even be considered calm. However, they gave off a feeling of dread, as if this continued, they would really have to pay an unimaginable price. The two monster race overlords' hearts clenched as they glanced at each other. Qian Yen grit his teeth and shouted, acting all mysterious. "If you have the ability, remove the barrier and let this queen in to talk with you." "That's right." Xuejiao echoed from the side, "Qi Yu, you also know that we are all cornerstones of the monster race, but I, Xuejiao, have come here today with brother Qian Yen, yet you refuse to see us. What kind of reasoning is this? If you know what's good for you, quickly open the barrier and let us in. It's useless to say more. Whether you live or die, it's up to you. This queen has done her part." Qi Yu's voice came from inside Half Moon Mountain before falling silent. Xuejiao and Qian Yen both had cold sweat dripping down their foreheads as they faintly realized something. After a long time, Qian Yen turned to look at Xuejiao and asked, "Brother Xuejiao, are you afraid?" "Father has never been afraid of anyone," Xuejiao coldly snorted. "That would be for the best," Qian Yen nodded lightly before grinning, "since that's the case, let's go all out." Xuejiao frowned, seemingly hesitating for a moment, but eventually gritted his teeth and nodded, "Fine." As soon as his voice fell, the two monster race overlords released their monster qi again as they each displayed their shocking strength and bombarded Half Moon Mountain's barrier. "Stubborn fools." Qi Yu's angry voice rang out as the world energy around her suddenly fluctuated. Immediately, a huge palm print appeared high up in the sky. This palm print seemed to fall from the sky as it pressed down towards Xuejiao and Qian Yen. The two monster race overlords both lowered their heads as they looked up in horror. Xuejiao even exclaimed, "Heaven and earth, a third-order origin king?" Qian Yen was also taken aback. The reason they dared to act presumptuously here was because they had the advantage in numbers. Both of them were second-order origin kings, so naturally, they had the advantage in numbers. However, if Qi Yu had really become a monster king, a third-order origin king, then numbers were useless. At this moment, Qian Yen involuntarily wanted to retreat, only wanting to escape from Half Moon Mountain as quickly as possible. But soon, Qian Yan's silver eyes flashed and he shouted, "No, this is just a secret technique, Xuejiao, quickly attack." While urging Xuejiao, Qian Yen opened his mouth and roared, sending out a sound wave visible to the naked eye towards the giant palm print. Xuejiao had already lost all fighting spirit and his face was ashen, but after being reminded by Qian Yen, his survival instincts erupted and his strength suddenly surged as he punched out, sending out one giant fist after another. Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk fist shadows, sound waves, and palm prints collided with each other, and outside Half Moon Mountain, the world seemed to be in chaos as even the omnipresent light seemed to be swallowed up. After a long time, the dust settled. Qian Yen and Xuejiao both showed joy on their faces as they glanced at each other and regained their confidence. On the other hand, there was no movement inside Half Moon Mountain. "Qi Yu really hasn't broken through," Xuejiao sneered in a low voice, the panic on his face completely swept away. "But she will soon." Qian Yen wore a worried look, "Xuejiao, if we delay any longer, once she succeeds, there will really be no place for us on Monster Star." "I know," Xuejiao's eyes flashed a fierce light as he nodded heavily. "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and break this damn barrier, we can't let her succeed no matter what," Qian Yen shouted angrily. Just as the two monster race overlords were about to attack again, their vision blurred and a figure strangely appeared not far in front of them, standing mid-air and staring at them indifferently. "Who?" Xuejiao roared. "A human?" Qian Yen saw through Yang Kai's identity at a glance and could not help frowning as he released his powerful divine sense towards Yang Kai, wanting to see his depths. Soon, a look of shock appeared on Qian Yan's face as he muttered, "Second-order origin king." It was absolutely impossible for a human race origin king to appear on Monster Star, and even origin returning realm masters were extremely rare, so the only explanation was that this boy had come from another cultivation star. Looking at Yang Kai's posture at the moment, it seemed that he intended to embarrass them, which made Qian Yan puzzled. "This guy looks familiar," Xue Jiao muttered to himself. Xue Jiao muttered in a low voice, his eyes widening as he stared at Yang Kai. He didn't know when he had met this person, but he had no impression of him at all. Yang Kai grinned as he looked at the two monster race overlords before turning to Qiyu inside Half Moon Mountain and saying, "Senior, you seem to have encountered some trouble." "It's you, little bastard." Qiyu also looked extremely surprised, not having expected that the one who would appear outside Half Moon Mountain at this time would be Yang Kai. You've already reached the second-order origin king realm? How is that possible?" An even stronger cry of surprise came from inside Half Moon Mountain as the world energy there seemed to fluctuate due to Qiyu's mood. Yang Kai smiled lightly, "The world is big and full of wonders, nothing is impossible. Senior, on the other hand, you shouldn't get distracted and fail." Qiyu said angrily, "Do I need you to remind me of this kind of thing?" It seems Junior spoke too much." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly, "Senior's little problem in front of your door, would you like this Junior to help you solve it?" "You're quite confident," Qiyu was surprised. "How long has it been since you broke through to the origin king realm?" "Two tribal lords." Although Junior can't guarantee too much, self-preservation is not a problem. "Oh?" Qiyu was surprised, not knowing where Yang Kai's confidence came from. After a moment of silence, she quickly said, "It's not convenient for me to take action right now. If you really have the ability, go play with them. You're not an outsider, so it's only natural for you to help me. Junior understands. Be careful. Although this queen doesn't know what kind of pills you took that allowed you to improve your strength to this extent in such a short time, but, the origin king realm takes time to accumulate strength. Don't die, this queen doesn't want Qing Luo to blame her in the future." Qiyu obviously thought that Yang Kai being able to grow to this extent in such a short time was due to pills, and not ordinary pills at that. "Many thanks for Senior's concern, I will try my best to survive," Yang Kai nodded seriously. As the two spoke, Xue Jiao and Qian Yan remained silent, but as time passed, the two tribal lords became even angrier. Yang Kai acting as if he didn't put them in his eyes made them extremely uncomfortable. They were both famous tribal lords on Monster Star and were among the top masters in their territory, so when had they ever been so despised? Yang Kai had successfully angered them. Chapter 1886. Qian Yan stared at Yang Kai gloomily and sneered, "Everyone says that the human race is rampant and arrogant. This tribal lord didn't believe it before, but now I know that the rumors are not false. The human race has been rampant for more than a day or two." Xue Jiao coldly snorted as he glared at Yang Kai fiercely, "But boy, this is my Monster Star, Monster Star. A human like you had best tuck your tail between your legs." Yang Kai just smiled and did not speak, simply staring at the two tribal lords quietly, not showing any intention of refuting. Qian Yan rolled his eyes and said, "Boy, this king doesn't know what your relationship with Qiyu is, but if you continue to stand in our way, don't blame us for being impolite. If you know what's good for you, withdraw quickly. This is a matter of my monster race, it has nothing to do with you." "That's right, even if you and I are both second-order origin kings, what are your chances of winning?" Xue Jiao snorted. "My chances of winning aren't decided by words, we'll only know after we fight." Yang Kai smiled lightly, not showing any intention of backing down. Qian Yan's face sank. "Do you insist on meddling in other people's business?" How could it be other people's business? Yang Kai shook his head. According to seniority, I have to call Qiyu tribal lord mother-in-law, so naturally, mother-in-law's business is not other people's business. Qian Yen and Xue Jiao suddenly showed strange expressions, but soon, Qian Yen seemed to remember something. So, it's that half-monster man. The half-monster he was referring to was naturally Shan Qing Luo. Shan Qing Luo, in her human form, had obtained the source of the heavenly moon demon spider and the special constitution of the poison widow, complementing each other. Today, Shan Qing Luo's blood was half-human and half-monster race. She was a rising star on Monster Star and was the focus of everyone's attention. All the monster race on Monster Star knew of Shan Qing Luo's existence. From inside Half Moon Mountain, Qiyu's voice called out, "Smelly brat, don't call me that so intimately. This consort hasn't fully acknowledged you yet." Yang Kai turned his head and smiled lightly. It doesn't matter if senior agrees or not, as long as Qing Luo agrees. Qiyu was speechless. Enough! Qian Yen roared, his silver eyes glaring towards Yang Kai as he coldly declared, "Since you court death, we'll fulfill your wish. Xue Jiao, play with him. This barrier will be broken by me alone. Don't worry, leave it to me." Xue Jiao's expression was ferocious as he licked his lips and stared at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a delicious meal, grinning meaningfully as he said, "The brain of a human race origin king must be a great tonic. Father has never eaten such a good thing before." "Enough nonsense, let's end this quickly," Qian Yen urged impatiently. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-horned dragon rushed out. His speed was so fast that the friction between his body and the air created a whistling sound. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Yang Kai and swung his iron arm. Suddenly, he slammed it towards Yang Kai. This blow seemed extremely ordinary, but with the assistance of Xue Jiao's powerful physique and cultivation, it was like a towering mountain blocking his path. It would be easily smashed to pieces. "Be careful." Qiyu's voice rang out, accompanied by a trace of nervousness. As a fellow monster race tribal lord, she was extremely clear about the details of Xue Jiao's strength. Even she did not dare to make physical contact with Xue Jiao easily. His innate divine strength was not something an ordinary master could block. Yang Kai stood in place without moving and simply stretched out his hand to block in front of him. Seeing this scene, Xue Jiao was stunned. Immediately, he was overjoyed and grinned fiercely, "You overestimate yourself. Watch how this master smashes you to pieces." As soon as these words fell, his iron arm slammed into Yang Kai's arm. Dang, like a collision of gold and iron, a huge sound spread throughout Half Moon Mountain and spread outwards. Xue Jiao's victorious expression stiffened on his face and was replaced by a look of disbelief. To the side, Qian Yen, who was preparing to attack the barrier, could not help being stunned as he stared forward in a daze. Inside Half Moon Mountain, Qiyu's cry seemed to resound. At this moment, the three monster race tribal lords were all shocked, feeling as if they were in a dream. Yang Kai slowly raised his eyes and looked at Xue Jiao indifferently, grinning as he said, "This friend seems to be very confident in his physique, you." Xue Jiao's complexion changed drastically as his eyes trembled violently as he stared at Yang Kai, unable to believe that his full-powered blow had been so easily blocked by his opponent. What's more, Yang Kai showed no signs of retreating. Xue Jiao was attacking while Yang Kai was defending. In other words, Xue Jiao was at a disadvantage. "Your physique." Xue Jiao suddenly understood something and his eyes filled with surprise. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Sorry, but my physique doesn't seem to be bad either." Xue Jiao's eyes narrowed as he knew that his guess was true, a look of anger and humiliation appearing on his face as he madly circulated his monster chi and roared, "A trivial human like you dares to compete with my Xue Jiao clan in terms of physical strength? Today, I will open your eyes." As he spoke, his fists rained down on Yang Kai like raindrops. Every strike was accompanied by a vortex of world energy, each strike terrifying to the extreme. What happened next was truly shocking. Not only did Yang Kai not dodge, he instead laughed and met the attacks with his own fists. When the fists collided, a violent explosion rang out, as if two mountains were colliding at an extremely fast speed, each shockwave causing one's blood to boil. Hong hong hong. In just 30 breaths of time, Yang Kai and Xue Jiao had exchanged countless punches, all of them landing squarely on each other. But what was strange was that neither of the two masters actually took half a step back, both of them standing firmly in mid-air, using their bodies to diffuse each other's strength. Such a simple and crude battle was breathtaking, but Qian Yan, who was watching from the side, showed a worried expression instead of joy. This could not be helped, as the greatest advantage of the human race was not their physical bodies, but their mastery of various secret techniques and artifacts. However, Yang Kai had given up on these advantages and decided to compete with Xue Jiao in terms of physical strength, obviously not using his full strength at all. In this confrontation, Yang Kai was simply probing. If Yang Kai used his secret techniques or artifacts, it was unknown to what extent his strength would increase. Thinking so, Qian Yan quickly shouted, "Xue Jiao, stop playing around, quickly deal with him." Hearing this, Xue Jiao's expression became fierce as he roared, "Flood Dragon Transformation." As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Jiao's body suddenly erupted with qi and blood that was several times more violent than before. His body swelled up again, and blood-red scales appeared densely on his body. Two horns grew on his forehead, and something that looked like a dragon's tail appeared on his back. The Blood Flood Dragon clan was born with the bloodline of a true dragon, and the most powerful Blood Flood Dragon of ancient times was a descendant of a true dragon. The Flood Dragon transformation technique allowed Xue Jiao to stimulate the power of his ancestral bloodline, allowing him to gain infinite strength. With his powerful body and violent strength alone, Xue Jiao was able to crush everything in front of him. As soon as the Flood Dragon transformation technique was used, an unimaginable force struck Yang Kai from the opposite side, causing him to tremble violently as he was sent flying. Xue Yan roared, "Human, this king doesn't know how you cultivated such a body, but in front of this king's Blood Flood Dragon ancestral bloodline, you are far from enough." Saying so, he chased after Yang Kai, using both his fists and feet to launch a fierce barrage of attacks towards Yang Kai's vitals, the power behind them seemingly capable of shattering space itself. Yang Kai did not dare to neglect and hurriedly responded. Hong hong hong. The two figures flew back and forth, the sound of fists and feet colliding constantly filling the air. Yang Kai instantly fell into a disadvantageous position, seemingly only able to parry but unable to fight back. Qian Yan sneered, "Stupid, actually competing with Xue Jiao in terms of strength, this human's brain is so rotten." High up in the clouds, two starships were hidden side by side, naturally belonging to Hangluo Chamber of Commerce and Red Moon Territory. Yu Xiong, Ba He, Shen Tu, and the others all looked down nervously, so the scene of Yang Kai being suppressed was naturally seen clearly. "Brother-in-law is too arrogant," Yu Xiong said with a frown. Yu Xiong wore a worried look. Xue Jiao's physique and strength are among the top existences in the entire monster race, yet a human actually dared to fight him head-on. Is he out of his mind? Is little sister going to become a widow? "Shut your crow's beak," Ba He coldly snorted from the side. Although Yu Xiong was Qi Yu's adopted son and had a high status, Ba He's identity was not bad either. He had been Qi Yu's most trusted subordinate since several hundred years ago, and now that he had broken through to the Origin King realm, he had become Qi Yu's #1 subordinate. Yu Xiong did not dare act presumptuously in front of him. Hearing Ba He say this, Yu Xiong smiled awkwardly. "I was just saying. Perhaps brother-in-law still has some tricks up his sleeve. I don't think he's the type to die so early." Ba He shook his head. He really overestimated himself this time, but his cultivation is not weaker than Xuejiao's, so he won't be killed, but he will definitely suffer a loss. As soon as Bahi's words came out, the battle between the human and monster race down below seemed to have concluded. Accompanied by a loud bang, a figure was blasted towards the ground like a rag sack, leaving behind another figure standing proudly in the void. Everyone's eyes immediately turned towards the figure standing mid-air and found that it was shrouded in blood qi, had 2 horns on its head, and had a dragon tail on its back. Who else could it be but Xuejiao? Xuejiao was safe and sound, so the one who was blasted down was definitely Yang Kai. This discovery made many people's hearts sink as they quickly looked down. On the ground, a huge pit had appeared, and with this pit as its center, a series of cracks spread out like a spider web. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen, seemingly having been blasted into the ground. Ha ha ha! Xuejiao threw his head back and laughed wildly as a look of disdain appeared on his face. A human origin king, nothing more than this. He was absolutely qualified to act so arrogantly. After all, no matter how weak Yang Kai was in his eyes, he was still a second-order origin king. Seeing him easily suppress an opponent in the same realm, Xuejiao was naturally overjoyed. Seeing this situation, Qian Yan, who had been on edge all this time, could not help breathing a sigh of relief and quickly reminded Xuejiao, "A long night is fraught with dreams." Chapter 1887. Hearing this, Xuejiao nodded and was about to go down to deal with Yang Kai when Yang Kai suddenly climbed up from the pit below, stretched out his hands, and patted the dust off his body before leaping out of the ground and sighing lightly, "Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord, your reputation is well deserved. In this world, there are few who can beat you in terms of physique and strength." Qian Yan's eyes shrank suddenly as he stared at Yang Kai in shock. Sweeping him with his divine sense, Qian Yan immediately discovered something that made him shudder in fear. Although Yang Kai seemed to be in a sorry state and was covered in dust, there was no trace of injury at all. How is this possible? Qian Yan wished he could gouge out his eyes and place them on Yang Kai's body to take a closer look. Xuejiao's ferocious attack just now would have left even Yang Kai half dead, so how could a second-order origin king come out unscathed? Qian Yan's divine sense did not detect what artifact armor Yang Kai was wearing, and when he fought with Xuejiao just now, the other party did not use any defensive artifacts at all. This human had withstood all of Xuejiao's attacks with his physique and remained unscathed? Could it be that his physique was even more powerful than Xuejiao's after he used his flood dragon transformation? On the other side, Xuejiao could not help gaping as he stared at Yang Kai stupidly, completely losing the ability to think. But if that's all, it's still not enough. Yang Kai raised his head, looking up at the sky faintly. Xuejiao opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but he found that no matter what he said at this moment, it would be futile. Being despised by a mere human in the territory he was most proud of, Xuejiao's heart was in turmoil. Only blood could wash away the shame at this moment. "Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord, you haven't used your full strength yet, have you? It's rare to meet an existence with such powerful physique. I hope you can play with me." As soon as these last few words were spoken, Yang Kai's body shot up into the sky like a cannonball. Before he even reached Xuejiao, a faint golden halo suddenly appeared on his body. This layer of pale gold was not the color of his golden blood, but rather the metal sword qi of his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Yang Kai's metal sword qi circled around his body, making him look like a peerless sword that had just been unsheathed, tearing through the sky. It pierced straight towards the blood dragon. Clang! A loud sound rang out. The golden light that Yang Kai had transformed into paused for a moment and retreated a few steps. However, this confrontation caused the Gorfiend dragon to stumble back. His expression was no longer as relaxed as before, and he could no longer completely suppress Yang Kai. Tick-tock, tick-tock, a few rhythmic sounds were heard. It was the sound of blood dripping from Xuejiao's fist. In this confrontation, the blood flood dragon had been injured. The metal sword qi was incomparably sharp and could cut through anything. Although Yang Kai had not yet cultivated the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art to the highest level, he had still reached the minor accomplishment stage, so as soon as the metal sword qi appeared, he instantly reversed the situation. So mediocre. Although the blood flood dragon was shocked by Yang Kai's methods, he could not allow himself to be at a disadvantage, so he shook off the blood on his hand and sneered. Is that so? Yang Kai grinned, then I ask Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord to wait and see. As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of light suddenly appeared on his body. This layer of light was different from the golden one from before, it was an earthen yellow. Earth Sword Qi. The earth attribute was heavy, and the earth sword qi could form a wall of sword qi, which could be used as a strong and powerful defense. Moreover, in the 5 elements, earth gave birth to metal, so as soon as the earth sword qi appeared, it instantly resonated with the metal sword qi. Not only did it not cover up the sharpness of the metal sword qi, but it instead strengthened it. Yang Kai's body was wrapped in a 2-colored light, and his figure flickered as he arrived in front of the blood flood dragon. Staring at him coldly, he raised his hand and chopped down. The blood flood dragon's eyes narrowed, and he raised his arm to block. Xuejiao let out a low roar and retreated. Suddenly, 2-foot-long wounds appeared on his arms. Blood spurted out from the wounds like a fountain and instantly dyed his clothes red. The wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen, and his flesh was overturned, looking extremely shocking. The pain made the blood flood dragon furious, and anger devoured his soul. He roared, "Brat, don't be too arrogant." The monster clan had this drawback. Once they were angry, they would slowly lose their minds and follow their instincts. Even though the blood flood dragon was a powerful tribal lord, this characteristic hidden in his bones had not changed. It was just that compared to ordinary monster clan members, he could control his emotions better. But at this moment, under the premise of using the flood dragon transformation technique, he was still hit twice by Yang Kai, which made him a little angry out of shame. His figure flickered, and he directly turned into a blood-red flood dragon more than 100 feet long, covered in scales. His 2 bell-like blood-red eyes glared at Yang Kai, and he opened his mouth, spewing out a blood-red beam of light towards Yang Kai. Blood flood dragon body. In the clouds, Bahi's eyes narrowed. He never expected that Yang Kai could still force the blood flood dragon to such an extent after being careless and even falling into a disadvantageous position. The flood dragon transformation technique was a method for the blood flood dragon to enhance his strength, but it only stimulated some of the ancestral power in his body. The blood flood dragon body, however, was fully stimulated, returning to the form of the blood flood dragon clan tens of thousands of years ago. Forcing the blood flood dragon to show this form meant that he was going to go all out. The blood-red beam of light shot straight towards Yang Kai's face. It was extremely thick, and if Yang Kai was hit by it, he would likely be completely wrapped up in it. The blood-red beam of light not only gave off a nauseating aura but also an unparalleled corrosive power. Even a second-order origin king would not be able to survive if struck by it. Yang Kai still did not dodge and simply shouted, "Water, come." As soon as his words fell, a layer of blue light emerged and wrapped him up. This blue light was like the color of the sea, and the power that wrapped Yang Kai was obviously not very strong, but it gave off an extremely reliable feeling. It was as if Yang Kai was completely submerged in the sea, and no matter how violent the outside world was, he would remain motionless. The blood-red beam of light arrived as expected, pierced through the sky, and submerged Yang Kai. The blood flood dragon's eyes flashed fiercely as he stared forward, sensing Yang Kai's vitality fluctuations. Suddenly, as if he had discovered something inconceivable, his eyes widened as he shouted, "Not good." After transforming into his blood flood dragon form, this shout was like a thunderclap that swept across the world. As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure charged out from the blood-red light pillar. Ignoring the powerful blood-red light pillar, he fiercely punched towards the Blood Jiao's huge head. Who else could this figure be but Yang Kai? However, at this moment, Yang Kai's body was no longer shrouded in 3 colors, but 4. In addition to the initial golden, earthy, and blue colors, there was now a layer of fiery red, like a burning flame. Yang Kai's aura had also risen more than 10 times compared to before. It seemed that as the colors on his body increased, his strength was also being unsealed step by step, as if there was no limit. Kong, the fist smashed into the blood flood dragon's head, causing a scream to resound through the sky as the blood flood dragon's huge body was sent flying backwards by this force, howling miserably. After retreating more than a dozen miles, Xue Jiao barely managed to stabilize his body. However, there was a burnt fist mark on his huge head. Around the fist mark, there were traces of flames burning. No matter how Xue Jiao tried to use his blood qi, he could not extinguish the flames. What kind of fire is this? The blood flood dragon cried out in horror. Sun's true fire. Yang Kai grinned. Hearing this, the blood flood dragon's face changed dramatically. Sun's true fire was a flame born at the core of the burning sun in the star field. Together with the nirvana flame of the ancient divine spirit phoenix, it was known as the world's 2 great divine fires and could burn all things in the world. If one was contaminated by this divine fire, unless they were extinguished with a corresponding level of water attribute treasure or refined into one's body, it was impossible to remove it. The Gorfine dragon's eyes revealed a look of despair. The true sun fire on its head suddenly became fierce and enveloped the Gorfine dragon's huge body. With a series of screams, the blood flood dragon seemed to be suffering unimaginable torture. Yang Kai's expression changed, not showing the slightest joy after defeating a master in the same realm as him. Instead, he stared at the sun's true fire wrapped around the blood flood dragon with a strange expression for a moment before smiling. So that's how it is. It looks like you've already noticed. Xian Yan's voice suddenly sounded in his ear, and the moment this voice rang out, the blood flood dragon that was being burned by the sun's true fire turned into a silver light and dissipated from the world. Yang Kai turned his head towards the source of the voice and found that not far away, the blood flood dragon was floating in the air, safe and sound, but his eyes were filled with fear. Next to him, Qian Yan was also staring at Yang Kai with a dignified expression. "When did you attack me?" "I didn't even notice." Yang Kai looked at Qian Yan with interest. Not long ago, he thought that the blood flood dragon had been hit, but the moment he was burned by the sun's true fire, he suddenly understood the truth. What was being burned was not the blood flood dragon's real body, but his own illusion. There was only one person present who was capable of silently causing him to hallucinate without him noticing, and that was Thousand-Eyed Tribal Lord. "Do you think I'll tell you?" Qian Yan asked solemnly. Yang Kai sneered, "When I was wrapped in the blood-red beam of light." The heaven-breaking moon pupil really lives up to its reputation. This Yang has learned a lot. Chapter 1888. Hearing Yang Kai call out the name of his greatest divine technique, Qian Yan's expression changed slightly, but when he remembered that he was related to Qiyu, he quickly relaxed. The reason he was called Qian Yan Tribal Lord was because of the existence of the heaven-breaking moon pupil. This was an innate talent and a divine technique unique to the Qian Yan clan. No other creature could learn it, and it was his greatest reliance. Others did not know about the existence of the heaven-breaking moon pupil, but since Yang Kai was so familiar with Qiyu, he would naturally have heard about it from her, so Qian Yan was not surprised. With a dignified expression, he looked at the four-colored halo around Yang Kai's body and said, "Your Excellency's secret technique encompasses all 5 elements, right? Now that you have 4, why not display all 5? Xuejiao alone is not your opponent, so this king will join forces with him. If you don't show it now, I'm afraid you won't have a chance." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Then as you wish." As soon as these words fell, the final layer of blue light rippled outwards. Yang Kai's already tyrannical momentum increased by a few notches. Qian Yan and Xuejiao both wore solemn expressions. The 5 elements sword qi lingered around Yang Kai's body, mutually reinforcing and suppressing each other. Not only did they look extremely dazzling, but they also gave off an extremely strong pressure. "Is this your strongest strength?" Qian Yan's expression was dignified as he sneered, his words attacking Yang Kai's momentum and confidence. "If that's all you've got, then you should obediently retreat. It's better for you to obediently retreat, lest we hurt each other later." "So much nonsense, if I were to tell you. Your sons died at my hands, would you still want me to retreat?" Yang Kai stared forward coldly. "What?" Qian Yan looked angry. "What did you just say?" Xuejiao suddenly thought of something and shouted, "So, it was you. I was wondering why you looked so familiar, so it turned out to be you, you little bastard." "Xuejiao, speak clearly." Qian Yan's silver eyes flashed with murderous intent as he turned to look at Xuejiao. "You still haven't figured it out? This guy is the human who set off from Monster Star a few years ago and went to the blood prison trial with Shuel Yen and Mi Tian." Xuejiao grit his teeth and roared. "Impossible." Qian Yan's face changed drastically. "Only origin-returning realm masters can participate in the blood prison trial. How did he break through to the second-order origin king realm?" Qian Yan froze for a moment before turning to Yang Kai again and nodding, Good, this king was just worried about finding the murderer of my son, Mi Tian. Since you've taken the initiative to appear in front of me today, there's no need for you to leave." "That's more like it." Yang Kai laughed. "Xuejiao, attack. Today, we won't rest until one of us is dead." Qian Yan was completely furious and waved his hand before rushing towards Yang Kai. In the middle of the journey, he suddenly and mysteriously disappeared. No one knew where he had gone. On the other hand, Xuejiao seemed to be used to this scene. He was not disturbed by Qian Yan's disappearance and instead rushed towards Yang Kai even more aggressively. Xuejiao's huge body swayed, and before he even reached Yang Kai, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Kai sneered, "This move is useless against me." "No need." Xuejiao coldly snorted as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flickered as he leapt up and arrived directly at Yang Kai's right side, his huge tail sweeping out fiercely. The scales on this tail stood erect. It was like a sharp blade, and if one was struck by it, they would definitely suffer. Yang Kai easily avoided them. But before he could regain his footing though, his brow suddenly furrowed. Without moving, Yang Kai released his territory, locking down the space around him in a 10-meter radius. Behind him, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was naturally Qian Yan, who had disappeared before. At this moment, Qian Yan stabbed his fingers directly towards the back of Yang Kai's head. However, after being blocked by the Origin King's territory domain, Qian Yan's offensive paused for a moment. Not showing any weakness, Qian Yan also released his own territory domain to neutralize Yang Kai's territory domain while continuing to attack. Yang Kai flicked his hand and summoned out his dragon bone sword before sweeping it behind him. Qian Yan frowned and had no choice but to give up his attack and retreat quickly. He did not want to be swept by the dragon bone sword. Although the dragon bone sword had no edge, anyone could see that it was an Origin King grade artifact. Being struck by such a weapon was destined to be disastrous. "You want to run? Too naive." Yang Kai shouted coldly as he suddenly increased the power of his territory domain, *Wang, the heavens and earth trembled as tiny cracks suddenly appeared one after another in the sky within a radius of 100 feet that he had locked onto. They were densely packed and innumerable. This is... Qian Yan was shocked, never having expected that Yang Kai's territory domain would be so terrifying. Not only was it more condensed and powerful than his own territory domain, but it also contained a special kind of power. This power was capable of causing the surrounding space to collapse, forming a series of deadly void cracks. Don't panic. At the critical moment, Xuejiao shouted and released his own territory domain, merging it with Qian Yan's territory domain to resist Yang Kai's space force. Kacha, the surrounding space became more and more unstable, as if it would collapse at any moment. Xuejiao stretched out his claw, allowing the countless void cracks to cut into his claw as he grabbed Qian Yan, who was wrapped in his territory domain, and pulled him back. A series of crackling sounds rang out. Within the range of the superimposed domains of the 3 second-order origin kings, space shattered like a mirror, revealing a vast expanse of the void. This expanse of the void was completely empty and dark, causing anyone who saw it to shudder. This void black hole did not last long though. Under the power of Monster Star's world principles, it quickly repaired itself and returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. The 2 monster race tribal lords retreated in unison, their hearts shaking as their expressions filled with shock. 2 against 1, yet they were still at a disadvantage. This was something they would never have imagined before, but today, it was happening right under their noses. 2 human race origin kings. Were they all so powerful? Qian Yan and Xuejiao had a horrifying thought in their hearts. If this was the case, how could there still be a place for the monster race in this star territory? Any random second-order origin king from the human race would be able to raise Monster Star to the ground. The monster race would be driven out of this last paradise. Go all out, Xuejiao. Qian Yan quickly said, knowing that if he did not go all out, it would be impossible for him to defeat Yang Kai. When Yang Kai came here, he had said to Qiyu that he would have no problem protecting himself. At that time, Qian Yan thought he was being arrogant, but now he realized that not only was the other party not arrogant, he was actually quite modest. Not only would he have no problem protecting himself, but he would also have the absolute upper hand. Good. Xuejiao roared and suddenly opened his mouth. From his mouth, he spat out a fist-sized bead. A monster core. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, knowing that Xuejiao was really going all out. Monster race cultivators all had monster cores, but they would never use them lightly because their monster cores were the essence of their life and the source of their combat power. If their monster core was damaged or lost, it might not be enough to kill a monster race cultivator, but it would definitely cause their strength to plummet, and if the situation was serious, it would be impossible for them to improve in the future. As such, no monster race cultivator would release their monster core in battle unless they had no other choice. Xuejiao spat out his monster core. He was really going all out, and what he was about to show was his most powerful card. Xuejiao was a second-order origin king. His monster core was extremely rare even in the entire star territory, and with this kind of monster core as a pill spirit, he could definitely refine the best origin king grade spirit pill. What's more, Xuejiao's body could also be refined into a blood beast. A second-order origin king blood beast with the bloodline of an ancient variant beast was definitely not ordinary. Yang Kai was already planning how to refine Xuejiao in his heart. Unlike Xuejiao, Qian Yan did not spit out his monster core and instead let out a loud roar. In the next moment, his whole body suddenly became extremely fat. The originally feminine Qian Yan suddenly underwent a huge change at this moment. He now looked like a round ball. His clothes burst open, revealing his upper body. Yang Kai stared at him intently. Yang Kai could not help feeling his scalp go numb. Because he found that there were many eyes on Qianyan's upper body, each of which exuded a silver light that blinked from time to time and stared towards him with malicious intent. Counting these eyes, Yang Kai found that there were 70 to 80 of them, each of which exuded a mysterious aura. Being able to force this king to show such a form, you should be proud. Qianyan shouted coldly as he formed a series of seals with his hands, his expression suddenly becoming solemn. In the next moment, all of the eyes on his body, as well as the two he already had, bloomed with a silver light. This silver light then converged into a single beam and a full moon appeared behind Qianyan's back. After the silver light poured into the full moon, it flickered slightly, as if it had come to life. A creepy feeling swept through Yang Kai's body. Looking around, he suddenly found that there was nothing around him except for the silver moon hanging high in the sky. This silver moon was like a huge eye, high above, overlooking him. The brilliance of the silver moon scattered and penetrated Yang Kai's knowledge sea, slowing his thoughts and causing his strength to slowly dissipate. The brilliance of this silver moon not only affected his mind but also his physical body. Yang Kai was startled and knew that he could not underestimate any origin king. Not daring to be negligent, he took a deep breath, bit his fingertip, and wiped his left eye. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from his left eye. His left eye had completely transformed into a dignified golden vertical pupil. The pupil was long and narrow, and it carried an aura of destruction. It was terrifying to look at. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Yang Kai frantically poured his spiritual energy into his left eye to stimulate the power of his demon eye of annihilation and stared directly at the silver moon hanging high in the sky. No matter how magical this silver moon was, it was based on Qianyan's strength. As long as he could suppress Qianyan's strength, this silver moon would collapse on its own. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.